Chapter 864. Baigu leisurely brewed a pot of tea. Who did you give the money for the road? Don't the courier take the money and not spend it? Livestock eat. Where do you raise livestock that don't eat? You have to use it. He felt that the two of them had suddenly become stupid. What do you mean by spending money on the road? But Sui thought about it and found that Baigu was right. The courier earned the money for the road, and the livestock had to eat. Taxes can also be collected, right? Song Jing raised the key issue. Of course, there are additional profits that have not been distributed. They can be used to build roads. As long as the courier station makes more money, there will be money to build roads for 10 miles. Some courier stations earn more, and some earn less. The additional profits will be uniformly allocated to the courier stations that earn less. Baigu thought of it himself. There was no need to ask Li Yi. Building roads was beneficial for merchants to transport goods. It was not as fast as courier stations, but it was the main transportation force. In this way, the imperial court saved money for building roads, which could be used in other places. Song Jing did not expect Baigu to make a big deal. He sighed. Li Yi is still promoting business. No, Xiao Yi is helping the people exchange what they need. Is it better for things to rot in the ground, or to be sold for money? Baigu did not admit that Li Yi was doing it for money. If it was him, he felt that he could do it for money, but Li Yi could not make much money from it. Long Zhe has thought of merchants buying things at a low price and selling them at a high price elsewhere. If the local people are not willing to sell to the merchants at a low price, the merchants will not accept them. The things will still rot in the ground and on the trees. Sui said the actual situation of Li Yi's time. Although this was the Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty also knew human nature and people's hearts. Baigu was stunned and worried. Hoping that merchants would not pursue profits was like hoping that horses could run without eating grass. Song Jing laughed. Li Yi has already planned it out. Isn't there a trading company there? He controls it. For example, in a certain place, merchants wanted to buy 10 caddies of wild fruits for 1 coin. But commoners who worked hard to pick them wanted to sell them for 2 caddies for 1 coin. The merchant disagreed. Normally, the wild fruits would either rot or be sold to the merchant at the price of 10 caddies per coin. Li Yi's trading company could first ask the people of Chang, and if they wanted to sell, and the price was 3 cents per caddy. If the people of Chang and wanted to buy it, the local businesses would buy it for 1 tael or 2 caddies. Then, it will be delivered to the people of Chang, and at a faster speed through the courier station. How can the businessmen who want to lower the price do that? Song Jing was talking about the role of the platform. It was the same as Li Yi's online sales platform. The buyers gnashed their teeth in hatred. The local people sold the goods themselves online. Without the middleman, the postage was slightly more expensive. It was cheaper for people to buy from the terminal than to buy from the nearby market. The monopoly of the acquirers was broken. In the past, when other businessmen wanted to buy grain, some even tried to buy grain and sell it themselves. The acquirers beat them up, and even used their connections to arrest them. Later, the acquirers were released without charge. It had become a logistics system. How could the acquirers dare to beat up the people of the logistics group? If it was Li Yi, it would make no difference. It was a trading company set up by him. If the local acquirers took action, it would be easy to deal with them. Wait and see. It must be done. Sui understood. Since Li Yi had promised to do it, it was not difficult. I want to live for a few more years. Let's see. Baigu was afraid of death. He was afraid that he would not be able to see the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. We need to expand the route of the existing courier stations. We need to arrange new courier stations in the places where there are no courier stations. Come, let's talk about it. Song Jing was also willing to take a look. He was talking about the scale of the courier stations. Only in important places would there be courier stations. The standard was 1 courier station for 20 miles. In fact, there might be rivers and mountains in the middle. There were also some places where courier stations could not be set up at all. There was no place to set up courier stations. How could there be a courier station in the middle of the plank road on the cliff? How much money would it cost? Now that Li Yi had given them a way to make money, the courier station network must be improved. It must be like the water network of the capital. The plank road, spend money and build courier stations. Horses could not run, but people could run. After running for a while, people could run to the courier station. Isn't it just money? With Li around, there was no need to worry about money. The three of them discussed and felt that there were not enough people. They pulled in other officials from the political affairs hall and held a meeting. When they explained the matter, the officials who were called in were dumbfounded. The idea was too. It was Li Dongju's idea, right? It's feasible. When we first built the water network, everyone thought it was a whimsical idea. Only after the water network was built did they know it was right. An official carefully said. He did not think that the three prime ministers would have such a bold idea. Bai Gu and the other two were depressed. Now whenever there was a good idea, others would think that it was Li Yi's idea. What nonsense are you spouting? The official next to the official patted him and reminded him in a low voice. He turned his head and said with a smile, the three prime ministers really do care about the world. This is a good plan. I couldn't think of it. The other officials followed suit and showered the prime ministers with praises. Bai Gu and the other two were speechless. Song Jing took 6 deep breaths. Let's see how it should be deployed. The idea was indeed Li Yi's idea, but we have to consider the details more than he did. The matter quickly spread to Li Longji. Li Longji ordered that when the details of those people were studied, they should report it. In the afternoon, a few pieces of paper were delivered. Li Longji read through them and quickly got off work. He was late today and only had a pig meat bun for lunch. When he arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, he found that they were gone. They said they had left early and were waiting for him at the hot springs. He hurried over. When he arrived, Empress Wang was soaking with the little fellow in a place where the temperature was not high. Li Yi was frying skewers. Dried oysters and dried scallops were fried with flaxseed. On the plate next to him was a deboned roast duck that had been torn open. Third brother is back. I made white fungus turtle soup. You'll be fine after 2 more days of recuperation. Today's skewers don't need to be dipped in anything spicy. Just put some salt. If you want to dip it in the sweet sauce and black bean sauce that duck meat should be dipped in. Li Yi said as he arranged the food. They were ready to eat. He also fried some tofu skin and streaky pork. He gave Li Longji food therapy every day and prepared everything. Brother Yi, you've worked hard. Li Longji knew that because he did not want to take medicine, he made Li Yi spend extra time to prepare the food. I'm not tired. I'm bored all day. Actually, I want to go to Cheongzhou to take a look and quickly solve the problem of the Aborigines and mountain people. Li Yi said as he moved the things closer. Empress Wang took the little fellow to change clothes. It's a waste of your talent to deal with that small matter. It's good for you to stay here. Li Longji said, and also went to change clothes. Li Yi ate a scallop first and muttered. That's why I'm free. The scallops are all processed into scallop sticks. The rest of the skirt is used to make cold dishes for the farmers. After a while the three of them came back. Li Longji picked up a scallop skewer and handed it to his son. Father, you eat? The little fellow waved his hand. 1 bite each. Li Longji ate one first and handed the skewer to his son. The little fellow bit horizontally and shook his head, revealing a big smile. Li Longji felt that the tiredness all over his body had disappeared without the need to soak in the hot spring. He wanted to straighten out the court and leave a relaxed court for his son. Chapter 865. After Li Longji ate a skewer with his son, Empress Wang asked someone to bring other food. The little guy couldn't eat so many skewers. Li Longji took Li Yi into the water and made a floating tray on it. According to the news from the Political Affairs Hall, they gathered many officials to discuss the details of the courier station you mentioned. They want to increase the number of courier stations. Li Longji thought about the details and told Li Yi, courier stations should be set up in places with people, and then the main road. It's better to take the main road and take a long detour than to go to places with no roads. That road can't be built. Li Yi was afraid that some stupid people would want to set up courier stations in the deep mountains and forests. If there were no people, setting up courier stations would show that the Tang dynasty was rich. If someone thought so, he would arrange him to be the leader of the courier station. The environment there was quiet. All the way to the village, Li Longji found that the details of the political affairs hall didn't mention that it only went to the county. It turned out that it also went to the county. It depends on how far away the village is. If it's too far away from the town, it's arranged to go to the town. Letters and packages can be delivered by courier. It depends on the actual situation. We can't urge the courier to go on the dangerous road. We have to speed up. It's okay to be late in special weather. The more dangerous the place is, the higher the income of the courier. It's better to choose people from the village. Li Yi didn't feel comfortable talking about this. He admired the postman of China Post most. Some villages were too remote. Other logistics and express companies didn't send them. They just asked them to go to the town to pick up. If they used the postal service would send them to the place. At first they could send anything. Later, they didn't send packages that were too big in remote areas. But if it was a letter, they had to send it. Of course, although he admired them, he didn't use the postal service when he sent packages because it was slow. In Li Yi's mind, the courier station of the Tang dynasty should be the same. As long as the place was still in the Tang dynasty, and there were people living there, they would send it to you. It would take longer. Oh, Li Longji expressed that he understood. Following Brother Yi's words, the political affairs hall retreated. Brother Yi, they said that we should send someone to take care of the fees. At the same time, we should arrange for people to patrol the area to prevent people from secretly setting the price. Li Longji continued to talk about the details, which were researched by the political affairs hall. Li Yi laughed. Ha ha ha. Third brother, I printed some stamps. The post station sells stamps. Depending on the distance and weight of the object, the number of stamps would be applied. In this way, there was no need for supervision or stamps. The letters are lighter, so you can send them all at once. Naturally, the price is cheaper. There are 1 cent, 2 cent, 3 cent, 4 cent, 5 cent, 6 cent, 7 cent, 8 cent. Is there one now? Let me have a look. Li Longji felt that waiting for the political affairs hall to study the details was a waste of time. Yes, I have it in my pocket. I'm prepared to show it to Old Bai whenever I meet him. As Li Yi spoke, he winked at Easy Soak beside him. Ching Song got up and went to get Li Yi's clothes in her swimsuit. When the clothes were brought over, Li Yi wiped his hands on the clothes and dug into his pocket. Li Longji also wiped his hands on Li Yi's clothes and prepared to take it. Li Yi took out a stack of small stamps. From 1 cent to 1 cent. There are a total of 10 types from 1 cent to 10 cent. From 1 cent to 100 cent. There are a total of 9 types, 1 cent, 2 cent, 5 cent, 8 cent, 10 cent, 20 cent, 50 cent, 80 cent and 100 cent. After that, there are 200 cent, 300 cent, 1 cent. Above 1 cent there are 10 cent. For the time being, these can be adjusted according to the actual situation, and can be changed at any time. The cost of printing is low, and there is a little profit for every cent. If it's too little, it can be ignored. When mailing, there is no such thing as 1 cent. At least 4 cent. 1 cent, 2 cent, and 3 cent are used to make up the numbers. Li Yi showed the stamps to Li Longji. The low denomination stamps were not very complicated, but the color scheme was the same as the exchange coupons. The high denomination stamps were more complicated to prevent others from counterfeiting. If you want to make counterfeits below 10 cent, go ahead and make a lot of losses. Li Longji looked at the stamps. Where to send it? The weight of the letter and the size of the package are all specified. Then, the corresponding stamps should be pasted. Do we still need to stamp it? Li gave him a thumbs up. Third brother is wise. Do we need to use paste to stamp it? That's convenient. What are the small teeth around the stamp for? Li Longji noticed the edges of the stamp. The holes are made to make it easier to tear the stamp. As for the paste, we can apply some water, or even saliva on the back of the stamp. Li Yi followed his instructions. There are joint holes and glue on the back of the stamp. At that time, some people did not know about this, and insisted on buying glue to stamp the stamp. Just a little water will do. Some people knew about this and still bought glue. What's the use of it? They will apply glue on the surface of the stamp. This way, after the stamp is stamped and mailed, the stamp can be erased with an eraser. The stamp can be used again. In the past, his pen pal did this to save money and took advantage of the country. Li had done the same thing. Now that he thought about it, it was not because he was taking advantage of the country, but because he would smile. It was a memory of his youth. Li Longji did not know about Li Yi's memories, but he approved of this design. When the time comes, all the post stations will sell the stamps. The people will buy the stamps, and no one will be able to touch them. Good idea. The stamps will be given directly to the local government. After the local government sells the stamps, the money will be given to the imperial court. If the local government wants to buy more stamps, they will have to return the money to the local government, or the local post stations will buy the stamps. And if the local government cannot sell them, they will return the money. The money will be sent back according to the local government's demand for stamps. Li Longji thought about how to sell the stamps. The lower denominations should be easier to sell. It will be difficult to sell the stamps that cost more than 100 coins. He knew why there were 10 coins and even 10 coins. To send something from Cheongzhou to Yizhou or Chang'an, it will take 3 to 4 days. This will activate the post station's galloping service for each person. The post station will relay the message, and the person will be able to run 1500 li, or even more in a day. If the money is too little, they will not send it to you. This should be used by the imperial court for emergency military information. Li Longji thought about it, and suddenly he was stunned. After a while, he looked at the stamps carefully again. Brother E, you are using the things of the people to help the imperial court deliver information. When you solve the problems of the people's lives, you will also help the imperial court deliver information faster. This was what Li Longji thought. Brother E was really. Third brother, I am perfecting a system. I am not focusing on one aspect. Of course, all aspects of the system will benefit. Li Yi felt that third brother was thinking too much. The speed of the military's delivery of information was important, but the overall delivery of the Tang dynasty was the most important. The current Tang dynasty could attack anyone, so it did not matter if the news was delayed by a few days. This was because the local officials would act according to the timing, and the general would not listen to the emperor's orders. For example, according to historical records, Su Lu's tribe grew stronger and stronger. He was the great general of the left imperial guard in the Tang dynasty, and was given a salary and military resources every year. When he grew stronger, he wanted to attack the Tang dynasty. The local officials said that they wanted to attack him, but Li Longji said no. After a while, the local officials said that he was colluding with Tubo and the Abbasid Caliphate to attack us, and we had already sent our troops. They said no, but you attacked him again. As for whether he was really colluding with Tubo and the Abbasid Caliphate, was that important? Chapter 866. Li Yi knew that the generals of this era were too good at fighting. Once they encountered an opportunity, they would definitely take action. The Tang dynasty and Tubo dynasty had lost a lot in the past, but in the Kaiyuan era, they could fight anyone. When the enemy attacked, not only could they block it, but they could also counterattack. If the enemy was slightly careless, they would directly attack. It was because of this that the Tang dynasty started to trust the provincial governors. Then, as the economy gradually deteriorated, the soldiers raised by the provincial governors became more powerful. This was the result of the military and government being concentrated in one person. They were not separated, and there were fewer restrictions on each other. During Li Yi's time, the military was the military, the secretary was the secretary, and the head of the administration was the head of the administration. Corruption was unavoidable, but it was impossible for them to rebel. No one said that they could unify the local government. In the past, there were various military regions. Later, they found that it was easy to have problems with just the military regions. In the end, they turned it into a bigger war zone. Brother E, with this system, the relationship between the imperial court and the local government will be closer. Wherever there is a village, there will be a courier station. What do you think? Li Longji asked with a look of, I have thought of something you did not. Third brother, please enlighten me. Li Yi's eyes were filled with confusion. In fact, he was thinking of reporting and appealing to the higher-ups. He did not know if the Tang dynasty was useful. Anyway, it was useless for him at that time. The most useful thing for him at that time was to look for the media. Once the media was exposed, the local government would be more proactive. If the matter was blown up, the higher-ups would also speak out. Otherwise, they would be like the blind and deaf. Brother E, think about it. There are many letters exchanged, and the courier station is independent. If someone discovers that the local officials are corrupt, can they write a letter and send it over? Li Longji said with an expression of, I have the world under my control. Then where should I write the address? If the village reports the county magistrate, who should I write a letter to? If I write a letter to the provincial government, what if the provincial government has a good relationship with the county magistrate? Li Yi asked the first question. If I write a letter to the imperial court, I will boycott the Chang and Xingqing palace. And then, the Minister of Internal Affairs. Li Longji said the address. He was still worried about others. Li Yi nodded. Are the people in the courier station locals, or people from other places? Would one of those people see this address and run to report it to the county magistrate? Faster letters required more money. Without that kind of money, they would have to wait patiently and send a batch when they had enough money. Who knew if there was a reply to the letter to the Ministry of Internal Servants of Xingqing Palace in Chang'an? Who would know if it was delivered or not? How much money would it take for the people at the relay station to take out the letter and destroy it? Will the person who wrote the letter die later? Li Longji picked up a skewer and ate it silently. After taking a bite, he pulled the tray over and dipped it in the sauce. Where did the circle around the scallops go? Li Longji did not want to talk about the prevention of corruption. He realized that he could not stop it. The edge of the skirt has been cut off. It might contain something you're allergic to. You can't touch it now, or you'll have to recuperate slowly. When you're better, I'll make a spicy skirt for you. I'll add more coriander and scallion oil. That'll be delicious. It's not complicated at all. It just depends on whether you're willing to investigate or not. Li Yi had long been used to it. The world was the same. What integrity index was high? It was all bullshit. For example, the person who ranked first insulted his country's flag during the epidemic. Also, the person who ranked in the top 10 gave out the Peace Prize. He knelt down before them internationally. Li Yi understood that the more he knew, the more he despised these claims of integrity. Li Longji could see Li Yi's attitude from his expression. He was not happy. Shouldn't we investigate? Yao Chang's family is so greedy. His sons. Li Yi only said one sentence. This place involves the people. Li Longji's voice became softer. Should we investigate corruption or bribery? I've even bribed people. Which of the officials in the government hasn't received benefits from the Li family Zhuangzi? Those who harm the people should be investigated. At least the officials in the government don't dare to bully the people. You're keeping an eye on them. Then investigate. Send someone to investigate secretly. Don't investigate openly. What if the people sent can't do it? It may be a problem to send one batch. Send one batch every month. Didn't I say before that we can't afford to bribe people? There are too many people. Send it this year. We can't tolerate it. Third brother, drink the soup. The turtle soup is cold. It's too fishy. Li Yi stopped talking. He had said what he wanted to say. I don't like to eat turtle. There's too little meat. Li Longji was pretentious. It's been stewed for more than 8 hours. Eat the soup and tremella. Take the turtle back to the village. The meat has more nutrients than the soup. Li Longji drank a few mouthfuls of soup and ate 2 tremella. Brother E, if you were a provincial governor, what would you do? Third brother, are you asking about integrity? Of course I'm honest. I have money. It's a joke if others want to bribe me. If you want to talk about killing people, it depends on the local situation. If the local people have a good life, I won't do anything even if I know the officials have made a lot of money. If the local people are starving, and the local officials are not greedy, I'll take care of them, and not let them be officials. If the local people have a bad life, and the local officials have a good life, I'll kill them myself. It's not a problem. I kill people like killing chickens. Li Yi took half of the turtle and looked at it. Eat the meat. Even if there was not much meat, he would still eat it. Where's the blood? Li Longji suddenly thought of something important. Where did the turtle's blood go? I gave it to sister-in-law. It's a cup of strong liquor. You can't drink it. If you drink it, how many days do you have to recuperate? Oh, that's fine. Li Longji thought it was fine as long as it was not wasted. The little guy will sleep with me tonight. Third brother, you have a weak stomach, not a weak kidney. Li Yi pointed at the fish soup. Li Longji just said that he did not like to eat it. Now he moved the other half of the turtle and tasted it carefully. He did not give it to Li Yi. Li Yi then said, there won't be any big issues in the near future. I'll give you something to talk about. Regarding the construction of the wooden tracks in the capital, you don't have to go to work. Throw it out for your subordinates to discuss. You should have a good night's sleep. If you're stressed out for a long time, your hormones will go haywire. Rest for a day, and you'll be able to adjust. If there's any big issues, I won't go out. I'll be here. I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Li Longji was like a child. Just stay on Mount Li. You don't have to worry about Zhuangzi's small business. If it doesn't work out, I'll write a letter to Old Bai and ask him to help take care of it. Li nodded. Rest. Everyone else has a break. Do you have one? Li Longji's mental state immediately changed. He was like a child who had received an adult's promise that he would not go to school tomorrow and would go to the amusement park. Li Longji could not wait any longer. He ran out to write and told the officials what to discuss tomorrow. He knew that Li Yi already had a complete plan. He just wanted the others to have something to do. Li Yi also wrote a letter to Bai Gu. However, it was not about the tracks. He asked Bai Gu to sort out the issues of the positioning of the goods and the value of the taxes. They had to come up with a triple account. Otherwise, there would be trouble. If they did not come up with a triple account, there would be loopholes. It was the beginning of spring, and the river was the most important. Chapter 867. Yuzhou Chengzi County Shachuan Village. When they woke up early in the morning, the old man brought his child to watch the 16 goats gnawing on the spring grass. The 16 goats were the family's greatest wealth, and they depended on them to survive. If there were no other special circumstances, there would be more than 20 goats by next year. This included selling the goats to exchange for salt and food, and then the child's uncle, the old man's third son, would be able to marry a wife. The old man planned to give out half of the goats and let the child raise the rest. When the child grew up, he would gather more goats and find a better wife. For the old man, having a descendant and his descendant marrying a wife was something to look forward to, generation after generation. If there was a promising one in each generation, the family would be able to survive. The child looked for food on the hillside next to them. There was a small stalk of garlic or large folic acid, and they could eat to their heart's content. Further northeast was a large mountain range. There were small mountains here, and there were flat lands and depressions between the mountains. There were weathered sand and stones that were not completely weathered. In the past, when they drank water, they would go to the foot of the mountain to get it. There was water that gathered from the mountain. The river was not big, but it was very clear. Sometimes wild beasts would come to drink. Now there was a well in the village. It was a pressure well, connected with bamboo pipes, and used tung oil and hemp. The person who dug the well also taught them how to maintain it. It was very simple. The pressure was small, and the water that was too deep could not be pumped up. With the well, the villagers dug out some land next to it and planted beans. It was difficult to plow wheat, and there was not enough water to plant rice. The beans were easy to look after. When the time came, the bean seedlings could be fed to the goats, and the beans could be exchanged for money. Of course, vegetables still had to be planted. After a few days, they would plant sorghum and millet seeds, which could be eaten after cooking. There was a 2-foot wide and 1-foot deep man-made canal next to the old man. It was dug out by the villagers after the well was dug. A layer of small stones was laid at the bottom, and the surrounding area was piled high. At this moment, there was water flowing in the canal. It was obvious that someone was pressuring the water. The canal would fork, and at the fork, there were puddles dug out by the farmers. Some people in the village wanted to water their own fields, so they pressurized the well. The water flowed everywhere and filled the holes of other people's houses. The villagers took turns to put pressure. It didn't matter if they took a little advantage or suffered a little loss. The people who came to dig the well did not ask for money. They only said that if a team came in the future, they could not stop them from filling the well. The little kid seemed to have a good harvest. He grabbed a handful of doxycycline and large folic acid and ran over from the hillside. "Grandfather, this is for you. I've already eaten." The child placed the food in his hands at the old man's feet, as if he was asking for credit. After shouting, he ran to the side of the canal. He first washed his face and hands with water, then cupped his hands and drank the water. The old man narrowed his eyes as if he felt that this moment was all the happiness in his life. Then his squinted eyes widened. He stood up and looked into the distance. There were many people there as well as horses, mules, and donkeys. The speed at which the team was moving was faster than that of a normal person. "Hey, old man up there, is this Xiaquan village?" His voice echoed through the mountains. The old man looked at himself and narrowed his eyes at the team. He felt that the other party should not be able to discover him, but he was sure that the other party was calling him. He took a deep breath and said, "Yes. Where are you from?" "I'm the county magistrate Chu Ji." "County magistrate, call your village chief Guo over. Find someone to work and plant ginger." Someone shouted back, "There's no one. I'm busy. You can plant it yourselves." "Who are you planting ginger for?" The old man refused directly. "If you are the county magistrate, then so be it. We don't expect you to eat or drink. How dare you charge us rent? You can't plant anything in this broken place. Plant ginger for Li family Zhuangzi." "Which Li family Zhuangzi?" "Chang and Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi." "Wait, there's someone. There's no hurry." After the old man shouted, he passed the sheep-herding whip to the child and walked quickly to the village. He did not care how much his inconsistent answer would hurt the county magistrate. He walked quickly back to the village and shouted, "Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi's people are here to plant ginger. Find someone to help. Hurry up. Every family needs to send someone." There were a total of 30 families in the village, and all of them had the surname Gua. When they heard the old man shouting, they all came out of their houses. The people who were pressing the water also stopped. "Take something. How can we plant ginger if we don't take anything?" Someone shouted. Everyone took a wooden spade and a stone spade. Some people even took a wooden spade with a short handle. A person who was about the same age as the old man was holding a hen's wing and said, "Let's go. We drink their water and need to work for them." Each family sent one person, and there was a total of 30 people. They took their tools and set off. The well was dug under the name of Li family Zhuangzi. When they arrived at the county, they had heard about the Li family Zhuangzi. They even had a few Li family Zhuangzi coupons with them. But it was a pity that they were too far away and could not meet the Li family Zhuangzi Dongzhu. When the group of people arrived at the foot of the mountain, the troops had not arrived yet. Everyone gathered together and chatted about why the Li family Zhuangzi came so far to plant ginger. Half an hour later, the troops in front of them arrived. They took out a few pieces of caramel candy, wrapped in paper from their pockets, and stuffed them into the hands of the children. Thank you. There are a lot of ginger to plant. 30 yuan per person per day. Everyone work hard." The person who gave the candy to the children smiled and said to the villagers, "What? Pay? No need. It's free. We have nothing to do anyway." The village chief Guo hurriedly waved his hand and refused the money. The other villagers nodded. "No, although 30 yuan was very tempting. It's not free. It will take a few days. You don't have enough people, so you have to find more people. 100 mu of land." The people in the Li family village knew why. Along the way, they found people from other villages who said that it was free. They thought that they should help since they drank the well water. "It's also free. It will take a few days." Guo refused again. "There are also watermelon seedlings to plant. It's more than 1,000 mu. I count on you to take care of them. When they are ripe and thirsty, you can eat them yourself." The people in the Li family village proposed another crop. Guo did not dare to refuse again. The workload was too heavy. However, he was wondering if he had given too much money. 30 yuan per day. Taking care of the watermelons would not be enough. 6 to 7 yuan per day was more profitable than farming by himself. He would give each person 5 yuan per day to take care of the watermelons. He would definitely take good care of the watermelons. The child did not care whether the adults wanted money or not. He peeled off the wrapper and ate the wrapper. He was reluctant to chew the candy. After waiting for a while, the troops arrived, including people from other villages in the Changsa County. I'm the county magistrate Chu Ji. A man in his 30s came over panting. He had found his target, the village chief Guoxiao. It's Chu Ming. Guoxiao only confirmed one thing. His Xiachuan village did not pay rent at all. There was no rent to pay. The area north of the Great Wall did not expect the county government to help. Since that's the case, does it have anything to do with us, whether you are the county magistrate or not? Chu Ji opened his mouth and nodded. Yes, I am the county magistrate. That let the people from the Li family Zhuangzi tell you. Chapter 868. The people in Changsa County, who didn't have any work to do, went to the north. They found a plot of sandy land and started to plant ginger and watermelons according to the requirements. Planting ginger required digging ditches and burying the sprouts. Planting watermelons also required digging ditches to replenish water. However, watermelons didn't need to be covered with mulch in the current weather. Because it was sandy land, the step of deep plowing was also saved. Of course, the output couldn't be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi's greenhouse, but it was suitable for the local people to follow and learn. The best way was to plant and manage crops that were suitable for the local situation. The livestock they brought were put to use at this time. They helped to pull the ditches. Folding buckets made of oilcloth and brackets were opened one by one. The people took carrying poles and buckets to carry water. Even the watermelon sprouts had to be watered for the first time. After that, they didn't need to water too much to prevent it from affecting the sprouts. 600 to 700 people worked together. The Li family Zhuangzi's people used the canned food, dried meat, and dried vegetables they brought to make rice. They worked until noon. Everyone used the clay bowls they were given to eat rice. They scooped the stewed vegetables directly on top of the rice and added dried salted vegetables. Everyone ate happily. County Magistrate Chu Ji also held a bowl and stuffed rice into his mouth with chopsticks. He also worked. He didn't want to work. He felt that everyone was working, including the yamen runners. If he didn't do it, would Li Dongzhu impeach him? The commoners ate their food and drank the soup made by the children. They looked at each other and suddenly had a different feeling. This is what a county should be like. Other places have mediocre people. Everyone works together. We never have mediocre people. Guoxiao suddenly said while chewing on salted vegetables. This was what he felt. The people beside him nodded. Yes, this was the feeling. They were also people of the Tang dynasty, even if they were north of the Great Wall. The county officials didn't find any problems and didn't care about it. Everyone was just muddling along. They lived one day at a time. In the future, they would have children. When the children grew up, they would get married and have children. When they died, their roots wouldn't be broken. Today was different. The land that needed a lot of water could be used to plant watermelons and ginger. In the future, he would be in charge of a large piece of land. When it grew well, he would learn how to plant it next year and have another livelihood. Let's see if we can burn a scoop and use the bricks to build a new cave. Let's choose a good place and build more caves. When the child grows up, he will have a new home. At this time, the Li family Zhuangzi's people took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone, let me tell you a piece of good news. According to my family's Dongzhu's calculations, we found a coal mine. As long as they removed the several hundred feet of soil from the top, they would be able to dig. This coal mine had a high heat value, so it was good for burning. It's not far away. After you dig it out, I'll teach you how to build a kiln. Everyone can bake the bricks by themselves. The selected coal can be sent to other places to be sold at a high price. If you are willing to learn the local cooking method, we will teach you." Wow! The commoners were in an uproar. We have coal here? You can see it after digging out more than 100 feet of soil? We don't need to dig. We can just dig a hole. Our homes are all cave dwellings, so we know how to dig holes. Where is it? Chu Ji's eyes widened. There was a coal mine in my county, and it was a good coal mine? In other places, you need to collect money to dig out the coal. You can transport the coal freely, but you can't. I'm the county magistrate. Can I collect money? When the time comes. Everyone, don't worry. You can dig the mine yourselves. No one will collect money from you. The mine is under the control of the imperial court. The Li family Zhuangzi's people shouted again. Chu Ji. He wanted to vomit blood. It was not easy to find a mine that could make money. Why was it under the control of the imperial court? When we have coal, everyone can burn coal in the winter. Although our cave dwellings are warm in the winter and cool in the summer, it's still cold in the winter. Build a Kong bed and arrange the chimney properly. Don't get poisoned. When we have well water, we need to plant more grass and use it to raise sheep. Don't ask the sheep to dig out the roots of the grass. There's a way to solve the problem of the sand. When the time comes, everyone will work and get paid. You can use the straw lattice to prevent the sand from blowing. I'll teach you all. The Li family Zhuangzi's people did not care about the county magistrate. He was just following Li Yi's instructions. The commoners who were eating looked at him. Some of them suddenly started to cry. How many years has it been? Finally, someone came to take charge. He taught them everything. He even helped them to draw a path for the future. They just needed to follow it. In the winter, the cave dwellings would not be cold anymore. It was said that it was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. In fact, it was still cold. It was just warmer than outside. When we finish planting the ginger and watermelon, everyone will be very busy and tired before winter comes. Can everyone survive if we lend you the livestock? The Li family Zhuangzi's people shouted again. Yes, fuck them. We'll have good days ahead. Guo was the first to speak. Then the others all started to shout. They were not afraid of working. They were only afraid of not knowing what to do. Let's eat. After eating, quickly plant the ginger and watermelon. Then we'll go find a mine. We're going to have our own kiln. Burn bowls. Burn mini bowls. Burn a big water tank. And plates. It costs a lot to buy a plate. When the time comes, we'll sell them too. The livestock lent to us have to be raised well. After working for the whole morning, the people did not seem tired at all. They had endless energy. In the political affairs hall, Baigu and the others did not know about the earth-shattering changes that were happening in that remote county. They were discussing how to lay the wooden tracks, which were different from the concave roads. It was similar to the ones used to transport coal in warehouses. The wheels of the carts ran on them. From the tracks in the warehouses at the docks, they already knew how powerful the transportation ability of this thing was. His Majesty did not come today. He said that the memorial was for Gao Lisher. His Majesty did not attend court today. How can he know about political affairs? Song Jing complained. He knew that Li Longji's health was not good, but he did not take medicine. He only took diet therapy in the Li family Zhuangzi and soaked in the hot springs. Baigu was thinking about the blueprint and how to arrange the tracks. When he heard Song Jing's words, he asked, Does the Li family Zhuangzi not know about political affairs? Sui shook his head. Li Yi is here, so is the government. His Majesty is of course not afraid of any problems. Song Jing sighed. How long can the wooden tracks last? Should we soak them in tung oil? Or paint them with asphalt? He already knew that some of the wood used to build the foundation could be painted with asphalt to prevent it from rotting. But he did not know that there was a method of boiling it. No need. The smell is too strong and smoky. After a few years, we will change them to iron tracks. Xiao Yi's first furnace to smelt steel was put into use, and the results were good. In the future, there will be more furnaces like this, and they will be able to smelt more steel in secret. We are not allowed to see it. Baigu was very satisfied with Li Yi's secrecy measures. He had asked to see it, but Li Yi firmly refused. Moreover, they did not know which village in Zhuangzi was in charge of which area. None of the villagers told the outside world about the details of Zhuangzi. The water level has begun to rise, and boats have appeared on the water net. Should we stop them? Sui changed the topic. Song Jing shook his head. The people have another way to live. We cannot stop them. Be careful of Li Yi's anger. You can ask Li Yi. Li Yi will allow it. Chapter 869. Just as Sui said, there was too much water in the capital's water network. Some people couldn't wait for the boats to go down. They had their own boats and used bamboo poles to transport things and people to earn money. The price was reasonable. They didn't want to pay high prices because they were afraid of being punished. There were also smart people who went from one village to another. It just so happened that they were going with the flow and wanted to deliver things. They took a big wooden basin and put things in it. They carried a pole and walked on the shore. It saved a lot of energy. When they came back, they prepared to sit in the wooden basin and use the pole to support the basin. Anyway, they couldn't carry it. It was too heavy. Simple houses had been built. They recruited people to guard the houses and provided free soup. When the weather warmed up, they would provide tea made with the worst tea leaves. It was already cold. The newspaper said that if it was too hot, drinking hot water would still cause heat stroke. It was useless to look hot and sweaty. They needed to prepare cold water. If someone sweated a lot, they would add some salt in the bowl. The people in charge of looking after the houses could earn money and also had a sense of mission. His Majesty said that no one was allowed to die of heat stroke or starvation because of lack of water and food in the capital. The people in charge of looking after the houses had the responsibility of taking the initiative to give people water. If someone was confused by the heat and didn't know to drink water, they would pass it over. Therefore, they were not just looking after a house, but the safety of the people. Brother E, are we not releasing the boats? In the hot spring, Li Longji, who had given himself a day off, was still thinking about things. After a few days, when the water in the fields has been drained, we will release the boats. Otherwise, the water level will drop. I know that there are people rowing boats. It means that they haven't found a suitable job yet. This time we will release them again. We will join the propeller boats and let the Tubo and Turkic people see and scare them. Li Yi's heart was still very evil. He could guess that the Tubo and Turkic envoys were watching the Li family Zhuangzi. Every time the Li family Zhuangzi released something, they would send people back to deliver the news. The boats could be learned, but it was useless for Tubo. There was a big river there, the Yarlung Zumbor River. Could a small boat sail there? It was not just awesome, it was very awesome. From Tubo we can reach India directly. Let's go. If the ship managed to make it here alive, how were they supposed to return? Pulling fiber? Even if the trackers were exhausted to death, they still wouldn't be able to pull it. As for the underwater propeller, I'll flip it over for you to see. Could it be made? Did they have the industrial foundation? Do you know how to calculate the arc of an or blade? What I'm thinking about now is hook a waterfall. Once we start sailing, the morale of the people in the upper reaches of the Yellow River will definitely increase. Li Longji smiled. He was looking forward to the boat starting its journey from Hookah Waterfall. The iron chain pontoon bridge at the ferry had already been built and could be dismantled. It required a ship to help pull the bridge when it was closed. It could be realized this year. Using the Hookah Waterfall of the Yellow River for navigation and relaying the power of the upper reaches, the entire Yellow River would come alive. To be able to send troops and baggage to Tubo in one go, let me ask you, are you afraid of Tubo? If you have the ability, then prepare to stop them. It's a pity that the other places along the Yellow River are sparsely populated. It's impossible to organize a large number of goods. Moreover, we're going against the current. Where are we going to find so many trackers? Li Longji felt regretful. How many years had he missed? Now there were ships that could move against the current. With the addition of propellers, they could transport large amounts of goods to Tubo. As for Tubo, they didn't have any ships. They knew that they could follow the current all the way to Hookah Waterfall, but they didn't dare to send any ships. Everything will be fine. Tubo doesn't have a navy, and neither does the Turks. Li Yi stopped. The Turks didn't have a navy now. Back in his time, the countries north of Inner Mongolia did. Horse and camel teams are still more important. Li Yi stopped talking about the navy. In the northwest, camels were the most important. Tubo was mainly populated by humans. Once they crossed over and reached India, the climate would be warmer. Or they could pass through Pakistan, which had the walking corridor. Camels were much more powerful than horses. They were resistant to cold, heat, drought, and sand. Now other people had camel cavalry, but they weren't used for charging and killing. They were used for transportation. Camels weren't suitable for close combat. Their necks were too long, and when they were injured, they would run around. If they fought light cavalry in non-desert areas, they would be restrained by the light cavalry. If they fought any cavalry in the desert, the cavalry would have to kneel. We are already training camels. In the future, we will use camels to go to the northwest and north. The horses on the grasslands are too weak. We can only advance when there is enough grass. Li Longji was very familiar with the military. He didn't know how to farm, but he knew the advantages and disadvantages of cavalry. The Mo sword soldiers of the Tang dynasty were specially made to restrain cavalry. They didn't have to kill the cavalry, but they made the enemy cavalry not dare to charge. Actually, the problem of supplies is that we can use plows on the grasslands, snow and grasslands. Li lowered his voice as if he was talking about something confidential. Plows can also be used on grasslands. The grass on the grasslands was tall, and the wheels couldn't be used. If we use plows, we can slip in and out. Li Longji rolled his eyes. Indeed, with plows, we can move forward on the grasslands at any time. In summer, we can carry equipment and food. In winter, we can carry fodder and food to keep warm. With sickles, the horses can drag the plows and fight all year round. Then we have to keep up with the logistics. We can't let a single team fight here and there. Li knew Li Longji's idea. Let a single team fight continuously. It was a good idea. It was a test of the soldiers' willpower. Did the Tang dynasty have such an army? Yes. According to historical records, Wuxia was the protector general of the Anxi protectorate. He guarded the 4 garrisons of Anxi. After that, he broke off contact with the Tang dynasty and continued to defend. Later, he contacted them again, but the Tang dynasty couldn't send reinforcements. Thus, they continued to defend and didn't surrender. They defended for more than 40 years. Without reinforcements, they couldn't see any hope. From young men, they became old men. In the end, they were trapped in a city and fought to the last man. Such an army didn't seem to care about fighting alone. They could hold on for as long as they wanted. But who was Wuxia? Guoziyi's nephew, Guoziyi's younger brother, Guoziyun. Of course, he wasn't born yet. How should I arrange this? Li thought for a while and felt troubled. Such a good family should be arranged well. But Guoziyin wasn't born yet. What if his father married a different wife and gave birth to a girl? Was he going to learn from Hua Mulan? Brother Yi, what should we arrange? Li Longji didn't know that Li Yi was thinking about famous historical figures. It's about where to provide the logistics. We have to occupy other places and colonize them. If we don't colonize, we can't rule for a long time. Li came back to his senses and threw out a theory. If he didn't arrange for his own people to go there, the place would belong to others. Colonization required population. People had to give birth. Thinking about it this way, if a child was born now, it would take 16 or 17 years to have another child. A little later, it would be 20 years. Giving birth was the gate of hell. Raising a child wasn't easy either. How long would he have to wait? Chapter 870. Do you think that people from the Tang dynasty give birth too slowly? Li Longji looked at Li Yi's expression and guessed. Yes. Li Yi was anxious when he thought of having to wait for decades to colonize the people of the Tang dynasty. It's fundamental to reduce the deaths of pregnant women, babies, and children after birth. Li Longji was open-minded. He cared more about the present. It was not easy to give birth and raise children. Take Shang for example. He was afraid that she would be gone one day. I have 2 kinds of midwifery tools that require a certain basic operation. I'll make them first and send them out. Remember how to use them in detail. Li Yi instantly remembered the key things. It was relatively easy for farmers to give birth, but it was not for others. He thought of forceps, fetal head suction device, and sputum suction device. The first 2 helped to pull out, and the latter sucked out the things used in the baby's mouth as soon as it was born. It was said that they had to get the things out of the baby's mouth quickly, otherwise, the baby would get sick. In fact, it was true that the baby would get lung disease. The suction device could be made of good leather or soft leather. As long as it was sterilized enough, it could be sucked. As for the suction device, it could also be made of leather. The suction device, such as the pump used to put out the fire, followed the same principle. Ching Song. Li Yi ordered Ching Song again. Ching Song was close, and his name was easy to pronounce. Ching Song did not complain at all about being ordered to do work. He climbed up as fast as he could, and ran back with the box. The other 3 eunuchs were helpless. They also wanted to be ordered. This time, Ching Song knew to bring a bath towel. He could not always wipe his hands with his clothes. Li Yi sat on the edge of the breakfast table. After wiping his body, he put on a bath towel and began to draw. The 2 kinds of midwifery tools had side effects, such as causing bleeding and problems with the baby's spine. However, that was an exception. If one did not drive because driving would cause an accident, wouldn't it be like giving up eating for fear of choking? Li Yi was familiar with the 2 kinds of tools, and he had pictures to look at. He had been to the obstetrics and gynecology department when he was rotating between departments and helped with childbirth. He did not have any inappropriate thoughts during the process, but that scene, Li Longji did not disturb Li Yi. He slowly drank the white jade bamboo soup, which was actually peeled radish, dried scallops, and chicken soup. However, the chicken soup was replaced with duck soup. He continued to nourish his body. His stomach was deficient. Nowadays, the skin of radishes was spicy. There were no longer white radishes that had a non-spicy skin. This soup was very suitable for soaking in a hot spring. There was no need to add rock sugar. Just a little salt would do. He didn't add chopped green onions and coriander either, which was bad for his stomach. The palace maids and eunuchs, on the other hand, were drinking soft drinks. The drunken immortal residents had sealed the hot spring water and sent it over. Empress Wang didn't go into the pool. She didn't take any precautions last night. She was preparing to have another child, so it was not suitable to soak in the hot spring today. The little guy could not soak in the hot spring every day. Alright, take it back and ask someone to make the real thing. Make more and teach people how to use it. Then draw pictures and send them to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi put down the pen and handed the drawing to Pine Tree. Pine Tree happily ran to find someone to pass it. When he came back, he took the initiative to stay away from Li Yi. He went to a corner and showed an apologetic smile to his 3 colleagues. Li Longji looked at them. There were only a few of them, and there was still a competition between them. I'm really relaxed today. I don't care about anything. Li Longji sighed. If it were anywhere else, even if he was resting and didn't go to court, he would still be worried. Only when Li Yi was beside him he felt relieved. How big of a problem could it be? Even if the sky fell, he believed that Brother Yi would have a way to hold it up. The people should also rest. They can't be tired every day. Even if they only rest for a day every 10 days, they can still relax. When Li Yi said this, he recalled his years in the hospital. Rest. Not to mention a day, he didn't even know if he could rest for an hour. Otherwise, how could doctors keep up with the rhythm of the army during disaster relief? The soldiers were young and had the support of an excited state. Whether the doctors were young or not, they had experienced it. This was especially true for the young doctors. Their speed of recovering from fatigue and their state of being on standby were even better than ordinary soldiers. The soldiers were strong, but the doctors were normal. Those who could be in the same position as the doctors were special forces, police, firefighters, submarine soldiers, war reporters, and cameramen. They could instantly enter a working state 24 hours a day. Li Longji realized the benefits of rest and frowned. How do farmers rest? Usually people in the north rest in winter, but you give them a lot of work to do. That's why we Chinese people are the most hardworking. Li didn't have a good idea. At his time, he worked every day in the snack and small supermarket, especially the small supermarket. The new year was the time to make money, so he couldn't rest. It was this diligence that allowed the Chinese to survive in any place in the world. At the same time, they were envied and hated by others. Continue to train more doctors and strengthen the treatment of diseases. Li Yi could only say this. In fact, he hadn't rested himself. He didn't care about anything today. He just slept and played. No, not in the past. He still didn't do it in the Tang dynasty. I won't be busy tomorrow. Let me take a look at your new gun and see how it's worse than the one you exchanged your life for. Li Longji decided to rest for another day and practice shooting. It's not much worse. That gun is enough. Li Yi thought of Xiaomi and the rifle. We can also grow cotton in our country. This cotton is really useful. In Honglu Temple, Tubo's Isimba was praising the military coat in his hand. He had already written a letter back. This year Tubo would be planting a lot of cotton. Tubo had always had white cotton, and they planted it in a small area. White cotton was not produced in Tubo. Cotton was planted to look good, and look at the flowers. As the Li family Zhuangzi outsourced, the envoys learned how to handle cotton seeds, and how to weave them. They knew about the military coat, quilt and mattress for last year's 2 years. Last year, they had already written a letter back to tell them about the use of cotton. This year, when they saw that the Tang dynasty was going to plant more cotton, they wrote a letter back again to urge their own people to learn more. Both the Turks and Tubo had places suitable for growing cotton, especially the Turks. That was a part of Xinjiang during Li Yi's time. Wuxia did not look at the cotton-padded clothes. He was staring at the kerosene lamp, which was not lit. This thing should be made of paraffin. The black paraffin was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi, and then a lot of things were produced. How was it made? Wuxiao guessed that the kerosene and gasoline were made of petroleum, but he did not understand. He also saw the winged knights parachuting. Previously, the winged knights jumped into the pond from the hot air balloons. Later, the winged knights controlled the parachutes and flew to other places. He felt the pressure and wrote a letter back, but he did not know how to deal with it. When the wind was blowing, the people on the hot air balloons jumped down with their weapons and parachutes. They could directly reach the back of the troops in the city and the battlefield in the wilderness. When the two sides faced each other, the other side would jump down, and the other side would fly back. The other side's formation would not move. No matter which part of the formation moved, the other side would dare to rush over and break the formation. It could be said that whoever moved first would be passive. What was more infuriating was that the military forces of the Tang dynasty had telescopes. They had inquired about it, but they could not buy it. No matter how much money they spent, they could not get a real object. Chapter 871. How could Isimba not know the power of the paratroopers? He felt that the paratroopers were not only a surprise attack, but also a psychological pressure. Yes, he had also learned a lot of new terms, thanks to the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper. When the front line was in a stalemate, a group of Tang dynasty paratroopers suddenly flew in the sky. How much pressure would the soldiers on the ground feel? The hot air balloon carried many Tang dynasty soldiers with parachutes and flew with the wind to baggage's troops at the rear. Would the soldiers at the front line be calm? The problem was that the paratroopers of the Tang dynasty could choose whether to jump or not. But if they did not jump, what would they do if the hot air balloon flew higher to find the wind and turn to another direction? Isimba did not know the vocabulary of air supremacy, but he understood the principle behind it. As for accidentally falling down, burning the hot air balloon, and the death of the Tang dynasty soldiers, was it useful in a large-scale war? Anyone could bear such a loss. If 5 out of 10 people died, it would be fine as long as the strategic goal was achieved. Especially when they were defending the city. If the enemy attacked the city, and the hot air balloon of the Tang dynasty floated, how could they defend the city? There was no difference between the rear and the front line. The enemy could send troops to any position at any time. Why can't we kill him? Isimba covered his face with both hands. If possible, he was willing to pay a life for a life and die together with Li Yi. Boiju scratched his head with both hands. It was itchy because he had not washed his hair for several days. Then he rubbed his face and pinched his neck. This was what he learned from the medical books of the Tang dynasty, to calm himself down as soon as possible. I heard that tracks are going to be laid in Chang, and, just like the tracks in the warehouse. Seems like we can learn from them. Boiju was quite sad when he said this. Learn, learn, learn. He kept learning, but his learning speed could not catch up with Li Yi's speed of coming up with ideas. Use the quota of kerosene lamps we bought, and buy some kerosene to decorate the floor of the room. I'll invite Li Yi to dinner and spread the word. Let's see if he dares to come. If Isimba really decided to die, he would drag Li Yi down with him. He wanted to eliminate the greatest threat to Tufan. Boxy felt a wave of sadness in his heart, but he still nodded. He went to find an official of the Honglu Temple and sent an invitation to Li Yi, saying that Tubo was willing to submit, but Li Yi had to come over to talk. At the same time, he spread the news in an attempt to force Li Yi to come here. At night, the news reached the hot springs of Mount Li. Brother Yi, Tubo wants you to negotiate with them. They want to submit. Li Longji asked Li Yi with a smile. Whoever goes is stupid. Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe that Tubo will submit. Are you kidding me? Li Yi laughed along. Don't mess around. Do you think I don't know what Tubo is like? Brother Yi, are you going? Li Longji thought it was very interesting. The other party was getting anxious. Just ignore them. Are you going to work tomorrow? Li Yi was not a righteous protagonist in a movie. For example, if the other party wanted to negotiate and asked him to go, he would go. Also, if the other party took a hostage and asked him to go negotiate, and even asked him to put down his gun, he would put it down. That was a movie. Who would follow your rhythm? If you took me, a farmer, and asked me to commit suicide, would I commit suicide? I would send people to beat you up. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Anyway, whether you kill me or not, you can forget about living. Of course, Li Yi felt that his country had done well at that time. If it was a country on the other side of the world, they would not spend money to ransom anyone. They would only take revenge. If someone in his country was captured by pirates for ransom, they could negotiate. Negotiate. Negotiate for many years. Negotiate until the pirates were about to go crazy, and they still had to take care of hostages. Negotiate for 10 years. Have you seen it? Li Yi's country did such a thing. In the end, the pirates compromised. Just give some money. Then they would capture and negotiate slowly until they collapsed. Now that it did not involve negotiations, Li Yi did not care about the Tubo people at all. I don't want to go. Li Longji planned to rest for a day. He was indeed too tired. The main reason was that he was sick now, and nothing major happened in the imperial court. If you don't want to go, then don't go. But you have to go after you recover. Once a person develops laziness, it will become a habit. Li Yi chose to support and at the same time warn him. It was the same as his industry. Some people did not want to go to work, but they had full attendance. Some did not want to open for business, but there were customers waiting. There were also freelancers who had to abide by professional ethics. If you did not love your industry, then give up. Don't force yourself. Okay, I will rest for a day. Li Longji suddenly felt guilty. It was like a child who was sick and did not need to go to school. He thought he could go to school, but he just did not want to. The next day, Li Yi wrote in the newspaper. Selling newspapers. Li Dongzhu is soaking in the hot spring and has no time to come out. Li Dongzhu said he is very tired and has been very busy recently. Selling newspapers. Li Dongzhu said there is nothing to talk about with Tubo, unless Tubo Zhanpu comes personally. The newspaper boys shouted. The commoners of the imperial magistrate's office heard the newspaper boys shouting and bought newspapers to read. It did not matter. It was common knowledge. Today's common knowledge said that spring was hot. One could drink a cup of cold water before waking up in the morning, and then continue to lie down. This way, when the body was replenishing water, it could solve the problem of dryness. If one still had dryness problems, one could eat some noodles, and then drip a few drops of sesame oil, and eat salted beans. If the stomach was deficient, it was mainly to replenish water. If one's family's financial conditions allowed, one could drink more fatty soup, such as chicken soup. In addition, if one was to seek medical treatment in time, there would be free consultation from the imperial physician's office and the medical practitioners of the pharmacy. What the commoners saw was this. The commoners were not stupid when the Tibetans went to discuss with Li Yi. If Li Yi really agreed, the commoners would be anxious. Don't go. They are up to no good. A feast at Hongmen. The commoners knew about the feast at Hongmen. The newspaper had already written about it. It was too dangerous. The commoners of the imperial magistrate's office were more worried about Li Yi's safety than Li Yi himself. They would rather Li Yi never leave Zhuangzi than to see Li Yi get hurt. Li Yi is too cowardly. Guozhu's face was full of bitterness. The commoners of the imperial magistrate's office make me afraid. Isimba said from another perspective. He believed that the commoners of the imperial magistrate's office should support Li Yi to negotiate and make Tubo submit. However, the commoners felt that it was too dangerous and did not want to call Li Yi out. In other words, compared to making Tubo submit, Li Yi's safety was more important. It did not matter whether Tubo submitted or not. How can this be? Guozhu had 10,000 questions and 100,000 whys in his heart. Political Affairs Hall. Baigu smiled after reading the newspaper. Tubo's envoy's little scheme is useless. The commoners of the imperial magistrate's office have the impression that Tubo can be attacked at any time. If they can't attack, they can just defend. In any case, they won't suffer any losses. This has been the case for the past 2 years. As for Li Yi, they can't take any risks. If something happens to Li Yi, everyone will have a hard time. If the Li family Zhuangzi is gone, how will everyone make money? Tubo's matter is too far away. Li Yi's existence is right in front of us. Li Yi can find work for everyone to make money. Baigu understood the thoughts of the commoners of the imperial magistrate's office. They could slowly attack Tubo. Nothing could happen to Li Dongzhu. According to this, either I or Li Yi must die. The one who dies must be me? Song Jing said gloomily. Baigu and Sui nodded in agreement. Yes, the commoners of the imperial magistrate's office will remember you. You will live in their hearts forever. Chapter 872. Release the boats. On the first day of March, with the shouts, the boats were released into the water one by one. 2 days ago, the boats were coated with a layer of tung oil. After strict inspection, the life-saving equipment was sent to the boats, and they began to sail to various places. A string of boats was tied behind the boats that were following the current, and 2 or 3 boats were tied against the current. The people who wanted to go back to Chang and offered to help for free, they brought the goods onto the boats and helped a few boats back to the village. The people who were rowing the boats on the water waited for a while. When they found that no one asked them to leave, they were relieved and continued to work. The people who were carrying bags on the road saw boats coming from the canal and stood there waiting. When the boats arrived, they asked where they were going and quickly went to the boats behind to help. Since there were water nets and boats, the people who carried things on the water became lazy. Carrying 50 kilograms of things, and carrying 100 kilograms of things on the ground, and walking with their legs was definitely not comparable to walking with the things on the boats. Going against the current was also easier than walking by themselves. 3 or 4 people could walk together and take turns to rest. The children of the rich who did not need to work ran to the riverside to watch the boats. At noon, the officials came out for a walk after lunch and also watched the boats together. Some of them were there purely to write poems. They wanted to see a large number of boats setting off and think of a good poem. Wasn't the weather hot? They wanted to hold a poetry gathering. The envoys from various countries at the Honglu Temple also wanted to see the prosperity of the Tang dynasty and think about the future development of their countries or tribes. The boats on the river were still lined up and had not finished yet. Ordinary people only saw the bustle, but those who had a little political brain saw the prosperity of the economy. The boats were not big, but they could solve the transportation problem of the people. Every day, the boats moved back and forth carrying goods. When the envoys from other places saw this, they felt that the Tang dynasty was indeed powerful. The envoys from Tubo and Tujue wished that all the boats would sink. It would be best if a large group of people drowned, but they knew that it was impossible. How could wooden boats sink? People were still wearing life jackets. It was impossible to count on the small boats to fall apart unless they hit them with a big boat. The Tang dynasty had mortise and tenon technology. What was even more amazing was the iron nails on the boats, which were used together with mortise and tenon. In the previous naval war with Japan, the Japanese ships were no match for the Tang dynasty's ships. The ships were scattered as soon as they collided. The navy of the Tang dynasty won the war in that way. Young Master Tubo, if not, what is that? Isimba, who was lamenting the fact that the rivers of his country were not suitable for the use of boats, suddenly pointed to one and exclaimed in surprise. It was a ship that was pointed at the front and wide at the back. There were also 8 seats on it. There was a place for 4 people to step on. Now there were 4 people on the boat, the feather forest flying cavalry warriors. There were handles beside them, and each of them grabbed the handles and stepped on them with all their might. The front of the ship was tilted up on the water, and the ship, which was going in the same direction as the ship, seemed to be standing still, while the ship passed by. Water splashed behind the boat. It felt like the boat was flying close to the surface of the water. Of course, this was because they had never seen a truly fast boat. Wow! The onlookers on the shore were in an uproar. What kind of boat was this? It was too fast. I know. This is a propeller. It uses calculated blade angles, new bearings, crankshafts, and half-shafts. This is the most advanced industrial technology of the Tang dynasty. This speed is beautiful. Xiaoyi is very capable. Bai Gu explained to the people next to him that the technology of the Li family Zhuangzi was the technology of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing was convinced. At least he did not know how it was made. This boat was many times faster than other boats. He stared at the boat. In a naval battle, the enemy's ship will not be able to turn around in time. When transporting supplies on the water, other boats can only look on in the dust. On the other side of the shore, Li Yi shook his head with binoculars. It's too slow. 4 winged knights working together can't even reach 10 knots. Li Yi disliked it. It was too slow. Sailboats on the sea, when the wind was good and full, were faster than what they were seeing now. Li Yi found that the boat's speed was about 8 knots, or 13 or 14 kilometers per hour. If it were someone else, it would be good if they could maintain a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. The main reason was that the entire driving equipment was very heavy. It was not diesel or gasoline engines, and the hull was made of bamboo. On the Yangtze River, when the wind was blowing, the propeller boat's speed advantage would not be reflected. I'll add a gear set later. I don't know if this steel can withstand it. Li Yi knew how to increase the speed of the propeller. The propeller rotated 10 times with 1 step, and the propeller rotated 30 times with 1 step. The speed was absolutely different, just like a bicycle's speed change gear. The biggest gear at the front, and the smallest at the back. As long as there was strength to pedal, and the chain could withstand it, the speed would be fast. After looking at it a few more times, Li Yi went back to redesign the blueprint and sent it to the workshop. Li Yi was not very satisfied with it, but in the eyes of others, it was no different from a miracle. They did not think about the speed of the sailboat downstream. What they saw was the speed of the new boat going against the current. Was it not possible to carry a driftwood with the current? The key was that it could fly against the water. In a water battle, it was also a long-range attack. The new boat would always be in the limelight. How can we snatch a boat? Boisjou wanted to understand the principle. He already knew about the boat, and had personally stepped on it. The structure was simple, but how did he think of it? The boat he saw just now did not have paddles, sails, or wheels. The water splashed underwater. If the boat was stepped on, how could the water splash below? Why was the boat sailing forward? A series of questions lingered in Boissier's mind, unable to get rid of them. Simba rubbed his face. As long as they let it out for others to use, we can rent one and move it ashore. This thing cannot be learned by others. Song Jing saw the foreign envoys, especially the Turkic and Tubo envoys. He wanted to keep it a secret. I believe that even if we bring it back, they will not be able to make it. The metal is not strong enough. Using the reverse mold method, you can cast something of the same shape, but when combined together, it cannot be used. Pedal twice, and the gear will be worn out. You will know when you see the bicycle chain in 2 days. Bai Gu believed that this thing was not easy to imitate. Go and ask Li Yi. We can't let anyone learn it. Song Jing was still worried. This old man will go right now. Bai Gu had no choice but to bring the 2 of them to the bridge. The other envoys had their own thoughts. In places with rivers, such as Japan, they hoped to obtain the corresponding technology. The fastest person in the front had already rushed over from Japan. He told the envoys that the main group would arrive soon. They wanted to exchange and learn in the Tang dynasty. The Japanese envoys stationed in the Tang dynasty organized the information. They drew blueprints for all the lining tools invented by Li Yi. They also made the actual products and waited for an opportunity to send them back. The envoys from other places were doing the same work, including the Khitans and Bohai. The Khitans also knew how to make a sleigh suitable for running in the mountains. Li Yi taught them, and they had a good relationship. Of course, no matter how good their relationship was, they did not learn the key technology of the hot air balloon. Chapter 873. That's what happened. Bai Gu found Li Yi and repeated Song Jing's words to him. Of course, the gears made of pig iron can be used. They are not bad in terms of abrasion, but they can't withstand high strength. Zhuangzi uses steel. Li Yi admitted that there was no problem with the cast iron gears, but the quality was not very good unless they were changed to ductile iron. In terms of crankshafts, the cast iron is not good. It's still okay to use human power. In addition to the cast iron half-shafts, the torsion force on the whole is too high. It's not very good. Li Yi introduced the structural characteristics of the propeller ship and the material properties of the pig iron. The conclusion was that the pig iron could be used, but it was easy to break. It could be used for a period of time. If that's the case, why are you renting it out? Bai Gu could not figure it out and asked, "When are you talking about renting it out?" "I'm just testing whether it's good or not. The blueprint for the new gear change has been given to the workshop. After the workshop is produced, the power and speed can be adjusted. For example, when the current is too fast, the gears need to be adjusted. Otherwise, it will not be able to withstand it." Li Yi said the principle was the same as the speed change of a bicycle when going up a hill. They could no longer use the big front wheel and the small rear wheel. Not renting it out. Bai Gu found that everyone was worried for nothing. "That thing is expensive. Who will pull the ship up and dismantle it? Where can I find it? The new propeller will be used by the military in the future. Zhuangzi will also use it." Li Yi was telling the truth. The thing was too precious and not suitable for renting. He was afraid of losing it. Bai Gu was relieved. "But if it's installed on a big ship, more people will step on it." "No, the material can't withstand the force. It's possible to build a separate propeller, but it has its own weight. In the future, I will make a steam engine and use it to drive the ship. The ship will be loaded with coal to boil water. It will be equipped with seawater filtration equipment. After sailing for a long time, we will go further to sea." Li Yi had a full set of technology and was waiting for a ship. In recent years, the Navy had been abandoned. Even if it was not abandoned, it was not good. The ship must be bigger and have sails. Then, he would build a steam engine ship as the flagship. Ships could be abandoned on the way, and the lives of sailors could be exchanged for money. When the time came, the sailors who went to America and came back alive would be a valuable asset. Let them bring more people to familiarize themselves with the sea route. The main thing was now that the ocean currents were more detailed, and which islands had fresh water. If there was really no fresh water on the island, they would bring drilling equipment to try. Li Yi shared his idea with Bai Gu. He had shared it with Li Longji and Li Qingqi before, and both of them had expressed their full support. "So, you're not thinking about Tubo?" Bai Gu concluded from Li Yi's words. "We've been fighting Tubo for a few years, so we'll settle it once we make a move." The Turks couldn't compare to Tubo. They didn't develop their internal affairs well, and instead fought everywhere. After fighting for so long, what kind of foundation did they have? Relying on their bravery, they had neither the skills nor the reserves. Tubo was a completely slave society. They had the technology of breeding, planting, handicrafts, and they could produce their own weapons. Li looked down on the Turks and didn't take them seriously. On the other hand, Tubo needed to be fought for 2 years. Now was the time for the country to accumulate strength. They had to bear with it for a while, and then fight their way to Europe. As long as the key technology isn't leaked out, old Bai, we can conquer the entire world. No one is our match. Li Yi was confident that in the next 10 years, they could suppress India and Arabia, and their losses would be minimal. Bai Gu heard about technology and pondered for a moment. "Xiao Yi, tell me the truth. If you don't use your lifespan to exchange for Zhuangzi, how powerful is it now?" The first generation of handmade lathes and converters have been produced. Chemistry and physics are being taught to the students. Don't think that they will still learn when they become officials. I will take exams, and if they don't pass, I will remove them from their positions. Biology is being taught to the nurses, and they will gradually perfect it. The production of glass and the gradual improvement in precision processing can provide the basic optical instruments. The sextant and theodolite can be produced at any time. A few more theodolites will be produced this autumn, and they can be used to survey the terrain. It is more useful than the current method. Li Yi didn't directly answer how powerful it was, and he couldn't say how many years ahead it was. Anyway, he had been building the foundations. What was truly powerful was not what was produced under his guidance, but what the students learned. This was especially so for the farmers and craftsmen. The term craftsman sounded like low-level existences. In fact, the craftsmen in Zhuangzi had learned many things, and any craftsman could bring out treasures. They had the theoretical foundation and craftsmanship. They were not allowed to leave Zhuangzi alone to avoid being caught. Bai Gu didn't understand, but he felt that it was unusual. His understanding of technology was limited. The weather is warm. Bring more chili sauce for me. It's too hot. I have to eat water. Bai Gu immediately changed the topic. Won't eating chili sauce cause excessive heat? Li Yi wanted to explain from a medical point of view. Hurry up. When you slaughter the cow, send beef mince to me. Don't send it to the political affairs hall. Unless you prepare more, they will rob my things. Bai Gu didn't want to listen to the doctor. He just wanted to eat chili sauce. I have some now. Should I send it to your home? Or do you want to bring it with you? Zhuangzi had a new dead cow yesterday. When the cow was plowing, it suddenly hit its owner. Fortunately, the owner ran away and found someone to kill the cow and send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi had tested it. There was no problem. It was edible. As for why the cow hit its owner, it wasn't something he needed to consider. Maybe the owner was too harsh on the cow, or maybe the cow was depressed. No matter what, the cow had to die. At that time, he and his wife bought a cow and raised it to work. When it was time to sell it, the cow hit its owner. There was also a man who wanted to sell the cow. He didn't agree on the price and brought the cow home. As a result, he was hit by the cow. Maybe the cow felt that its owner was going to sell it, and that it would be killed. Li didn't know what was going on. He was not a cow. Zhuangzi's cows were all good. When it was time to work, it was necessary to put a plow on the cow. The cow stood and waited for the plow to start plowing. After plowing, it was necessary to bathe the cow. The cow also stood and enjoyed the bath. Then it ate. It never lost its temper and got along well with people. Bai Gu heard what happened, but he didn't say anything. He took the beef and chili sauce and left. He was going to eat noodles at home in the evening. He wanted noodles that had been soaked in water. Before the evening, the news about the Li family Zhuangzi's new boat that could fly close to the water spread. In the end, it was said that the Li family Zhuangzi's boat was blocked by the shore. It flew from the land for a while and returned to the water. This was relatively restrained. Otherwise, it would have flown into the sky and flew higher and higher towards the sun. In the evening, Li Longji's family of 3 came and brought a freshly slaughtered cow. He knew that Li Yi didn't want to kill working animals. He was soft-hearted and timid. Therefore, he arranged for someone to kill it. He didn't do it himself. In fact, this cow wasn't a working cow. It was specially raised for the royal family to eat. It was fatter than working cows. It would probably cause problems if it was used to work. Generally, working cows had to be taught from a young age. Otherwise, the cow wouldn't understand. It was best if there was a big cow working and a small cow watching. It would be better if it grew up in a working environment, and then let it plow the land. Brother E, the boat has started sailing at Huku Waterfall. It's very successful. Li Longji came specially to report the good news. Chapter 874. I heard that many people are watching, and even walking on the road. Li Longji explained to Li Yi. Of course, he was also listening to other people's reports. When the boat reached a board with rollers, it was pulled up by a good hand. Then, the boat followed the board along the track by horse. The boat was faster on land than in the water. The people watching had to follow along. When they reached the other side, they would put the boat in the water. Not only would it not waste time, But it would also save some time. Li Yi was in a good mood when he heard this. Did you see that? Yellow River Hookah Waterfall. I have solved the problem of boat transportation. We don't need to raise the sluice gate. We can just go on the board and track. Our boat is small. Who said that we can only move the boat on land with rolling logs? Third brother, look. From Tubo to the Yellow River, to the Grand Canal, and then to the Yangtze River. We can go against the Yangtze River and reach Tubo. Ask Tubo if they are afraid. This is the convenience of water transportation. A map of the Yellow River and Yangtze River appeared in Li Yi's mind. Li Longji nodded. Yes, I am afraid too. Why don't we travel by land? We will reach Tubo in the end anyway. Ha 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 ha. According to Li Yi, it was more than 300 miles on land, but they had to travel more than 20,000 miles on water. It was purely because they had nothing better to do. They could just go once a year and come back next year? Li Yi laughed. He was just joking. The water transportation of Hookah Waterfall not only brought economic and military benefits, but it also brought people's support. For example, in Changsa County, north of the Great Wall, the people did not have an easy life. They could not pay the rent, and the local government could only maintain it. Li family Zhuangzi went over to lead the people to find a new way out and provide help. The people had a backbone, and the hearts of the people were united. Those who did not have jobs in the past had jobs. Their income increased, and they had more contact with people from other villages. Why was his country's party so powerful at that time? It was because of their organizational skills. They told the people what to do. As long as they did not cheat them, the people would trust them. Usually it was not obvious how superior they were. However, when there was a major crisis, and they mobilized in the name of the country, more than 1 billion people followed. In the past, when it was the new year, the people would use all kinds of methods to go home. Other countries in the world felt that it was a special situation, but the Chinese did have such a tradition. However, when it was not the new year but a disaster, the people were still united. This was a situation that the world was afraid of. The leaders of other countries are jealous. Why do the Chinese people support the government so much? All they needed was in order to mobilize the entire country. The people of the Tang dynasty were the same. As long as they were organized and not deceived, they would support them. When their income was higher, and their fields produced more, they would be willing to pay the rent. The river basin above the Hookah waterfall of the Yellow River was connected by boats, and the people could use this road at any time. They felt that they were not far from Chang'an. Third brother, we have to strengthen the local public security. Just like the imperial governor's office, the bailiffs will help the people when they encounter difficulties. Li Yi brought up the functions of the local government along the unobstructed waterway of the Yellow River. At that time, in the lands of the current Turks, the local people were responsible for patrolling the borders. Then, when school reopened in spring, it snowed heavily. The people braved the snow to send their children to school. The school communicated with the police at all times. If the signal was broken, the police would immediately be dispatched and brave the wind and snow to help. Under such a policy, the people could not rebel or revolt. Now, whoever dared to speak ill of the imperial court in the imperial governor's office would be arrested by the people and sent to Chang, and or the Li family Zhuangzi. After the Yellow River, to other places upstream, the imperial court of the Tang dynasty did not have close enough contact with those places. That would not work. It was difficult for the government to be close to the people. Can you be more specific? Li Longji became serious. He was now asking about politics. Let me tell you a story. It is said that there are two countries. The northern part of one country, and the northern part of the other country, actually belonged to the same ethnic group many years ago. Li Yi told Li Longji about Inner Mongolia and Mongolia. They were both herders and lived in tents. When it snowed heavily, the sheep herders in Inner Mongolia saw that the situation was not good. They made a call, and the local garrison and other police would help. They sent fodder and asked if they needed to migrate. If the call could not be made, they could just wait. This was because the local government would contact them when they saw the heavy snow. The signal would be broken, and they had to send people. As for the other country, they had to endure it when it snowed. Therefore, the herders living in the border area did not have much hope in their country. If they really encountered danger, they would enter the other country. Li Yi used the language he organized to tell the story. He did not say that the Inner Mongolian people lived in tents and had off-road vehicles. Even so, they had to be rescued. The people outside lived in shacks and no one cared. The people on both sides felt different. If there was a war, even if the people in the place under the care of the government did not personally charge, they would help transport supplies. As for the people on the other side, if they could run, they would run. They would not risk their lives. If the people's hearts were not united, the state would be dragged down. Li Yi concluded. He did not say that the ruler was like a boat, and the people were like water. Based on reality, who did the people support? Why did they support them? Li Longji listened and thought for a while. The house of subjugation has indeed suffered too much damage. It should be compensated. Over the years, the harem has suffered too much. When he said this, he closed his eyes. After years of war, many people were killed. It seemed that this ending was destined from the end of the Sui dynasty. Li Longji began to think about the past, including historical events. He did not want to say whether Wu Zetian was right or wrong. He felt that with Wu Zetian in power, it would be difficult for her to settle the world. In the end, she still had to find a successor, and that person could only be her son. Ruling the world, before the Turks and Tubo were defeated, there would be no good ending. They were always scheming against each other, and there was no peace in the royal family. When it came to him, he did not want to kill anymore. However, the Turks and Tubo were still there. Brother Yi, is there anything lacking in the harem? Li Longji was afraid. Empress Wang is in charge. Her position will not be changed. There is no need to worry about the harem or the court. Li looked at the present through history. Should we kill Wu Jiyu? Li Longji gritted his teeth. Kill. You can't kill her. Third brother. Wu Jiyu is actually very powerful, especially when it comes to scheming. She can carry out lady diplomacy. The so-called lady diplomacy is. Li Yi began to teach Li Longji the method. Wu Ji was very good at politics. Killing her meant that the man could not control her. Then wouldn't Empress Wang's power fall to someone else? Li Longji understood. He wanted Wu Jiyu to organize activities for other foreign women. Empress Wang is the motherly model of the world. She has the power to make decisions. She will speak on important matters. Li Yi did not feel that there was any conflict. Diplomacy was diplomacy, and the country's foundation was the country's foundation. Since when could diplomats be above the country's foundation? Empress Wang, who had a son, would not be able to control the situation? Then you have underestimated Empress Wang. She would do anything for her son. When women are ruthless, there was nothing they could not do. Chapter 875. I won't be going to work tomorrow. There are a lot of things to do during the spring plowing. Li Longji wanted to ask for leave again. He needed to think about some things. The three prime ministers in the imperial court balanced each other. The governor of the capital was also a former prime minister. The governor of Hunan was still a former prime minister. Now that the imperial court of the Tang dynasty was full of people, Gao Lisher had learned a lot of skills. Why didn't he take a day off? It had been 10 days since he last took a day off. Besides, he was not really taking a day off. He was asking about politics. There was someone beside him who could give him ideas at any time. Didn't he still have to ask Brother Yi about important things? Even if Tubo attacked, he would be beside Brother Yi. Would he delay things? Rest. The weather is not good. Is it cold? Is it hot? Li Longji said and looked at Li Yi. If Li Yi persuaded him, he would still have to go to the imperial court. Li Yi nodded. Working anywhere was still working. As long as things were handled well, it was fine. Are we still going to the hot springs in Mount Li? Li Longji was as happy as a child on holiday. Let's go to Drunken Immortal Residence. The water there is better for breathing. There is more carbon dioxide, which is more carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide stimulates the breathing of the brain stem. If there is carbon dioxide, people will die. If there is no carbon dioxide, people will also die. Unless they wear a ventilator and use external force to control the breathing of the lungs. When breathing in oxygen through the nose, it can be pure oxygen. When breathing in with a mask, Pure oxygen will kill people. Of course, the process of death is not painful. It is pure oxygen. Breathing in and out will kill you. It is very comfortable. Li Yi talked about the hot springs in drunken immortal residence. He also talked about medical science. In a criminal case, there was a foreign husband who changed his wife's oxygen tank and then dived into the water. Can't you tell? Li Longji discovered a new world. With the current medical level, others can't tell. Li Yi added a precondition. Now other people. If it was in his hands, he could think in this direction and dissect it. He could get the results. What other methods? Li Longji was more interested. Anesthesia, gas anesthesia. This is a chemical method. There was also a physical method, such as spraying water on paper. Tie the person up, put a layer of paper on his face, spray a mouthful of water, cover another layer, and spray a mouthful of saliva. The person will be unable to breathe and will be exhaling. If you press down this bubble, it won't take long for the person to suffocate to death. Li Yi felt suffocated in 2 ways. You can't find anything? Li Longji asked. Of course, I can find out which one is in my hands. The former was caused by drugs, while the latter was caused by machinery. As long as you exist, we will be able to find out. I can take on the role of a forensic doctor to speak for the rights of the living and for the dead. Li Yi's expression was solemn. If there was a need, a doctor would act as a forensic doctor. This was especially so when a forensic doctor needed to be involved. The doctor had to give an absolutely objective answer. Li Longji was really dumbfounded this time. How could a person who suffocated to death be found? How did they investigate this? I'm so angry that I can't breathe. Do you know? Then when you kill people. Li Longji thought that if the other party could investigate, he would naturally kill. I don't know how to use medical methods to kill people. If I want to kill someone, I will kill him with a single shot. Of course, killing people with poison gas bombs does not belong to the medical field. That's in the field of chemical military applications. I can provide it, but when I provide it, my identity is not a doctor. Li Yi always adhered to his oath and bottom line. Killing with a gun was different from killing with medical methods. Third brother, I have the smallpox virus now. I also have the smallpox vaccine. I used the smallpox vaccine on the people of the Tang dynasty and released the smallpox virus. Li Yi was very calm. I will tell you what kind of power I have. Li Longji's eyes instantly widened. He stared at Li Yi. Good, that's great. Brother Yi, don't release it. You keep it. Li Longji was happy. He also did not want to use smallpox to kill people. He felt that he had a nuclear weapon. Even if I don't use it, it doesn't mean that I don't have the means. If you push me too far, I will let Brother Yi kill you. In other words, I promise that I will not use Brother Yi first in the war. Not using nuclear weapons and not using nuclear weapons feel different. So what do I have to worry about? You Tubo attacked the Tang dynasty? If you kill too many of my people, I will let Brother Yi take action. Then third brother, let's go to Drunken Immortal House in Lantian County. You don't have to think about work. It's simple. Li Yi got up and prepared to change his clothes. He had been wearing his white coat for a day. He wanted to change into a new white coat. At first, people were not used to his clothes. But now, if he did not wear it, people would not be used to it. Li Yi was willing to wear it. It was loose and had a big pocket. He could put some things in his pocket. He also liked to wear it before. It was not embarrassing to wear it. A doctor's coat was not embarrassing. The female nurse's coat was beautiful. The female nurse's coat was light pink. It was slimming. After Li Yi changed his clothes, a group of people rushed to Lantian County by boat. Ching Song was like a pharmaceutical representative. He was dragging a big suitcase. The other 3 eunuchs were also carrying a big suitcase. The palace maids were also dragging long suitcases. They were like air stewardesses. Of course, they were more beautiful than the air stewardesses in Li Yi's time. There were not many air stewardesses in Li Yi's time. The so-called temperament was the same as the ones who sold cosmetics. Not to mention the current palace maids. Those who were not beautiful could not be a palace maid. Those who were not beautiful could not be Taohong or Tsuelio. As for temperament, which palace maid did not have a good temperament? which palace maid was not dignified. His Majesty went to drunken immortal house in Lantian County? He will not be coming back tomorrow? Li family Zhuangzi's team was too big. The news quickly spread to Xingqing Palace. Song Jing came to a conclusion after hearing about it. He won't be coming back tomorrow. What do you mean he won't be coming back tomorrow? Bai Gu nitpicked. Don't worry about it. Li Yi will go with him. Sui felt that he should not keep an eye on Her Majesty. He had to deal with the political affairs hall. We will also have a break in a few days. Let's go to drunken immortal residence. Song Jing was angry. He had a day off every 10 days. Nominally it was to take a bath and wash his hair. He had been to the hot spring and drunken immortal residence in Lantian County several times. It was impossible to get in. The innermost part was the place to get water. It was used to make drinking water and sold at a high price in drunken immortal residence. The water was actually the same. There was only one hot spring. Could it be different in the outer part? No, drunken immortal residence separated it out. Rich people recognized this. Yes, the water in the middle was expensive and drinkable. No one was allowed to go there. Of course, no one went there. It was hot in the middle. If they went there, they would be boiled. Yes, let's go. Sui was full of support. He was also feeling hot recently. He wanted to eat good food. Anyway, he did not need to spend money. He was the prime minister. Li Yi provided services for him for free. Bai Gu looked at the two of them. Let's deal with the government affairs first. Otherwise, Xiao Yi will be angry if you go there. You don't want to join the revolutionary army, right? Bai Gu was the most practical. It was useless to say anything. They could only enjoy the treatment if they did their work well. If something went wrong, they would ask for the responsibility. Whoever took the responsibility should join the revolutionary army. Did they think that the benefits given by Li Yi were so easy to take? Especially Song Jing, who was upright and outspoken in front of outsiders. Which one of the things given by Li family Zhuangzi did he not want? Chapter 876. The rake is so deep. Will the worms freeze to death after digging them out? In Princess Yongmu Zhuangzi's 20 mu of idle land in winter, the cows were raking the land. According to the method written in the newspaper, soybeans should be planted with deep and shallow fertilizer at the same time. The land used to raise bean worms obviously couldn't be plowed deeply. After shallow plowing, the crops were raked and planted with the bean machine invented by Li Yi. They used the planting method without ridges, unless it was in places with a lot of precipitation. It was good for drainage. When the bean sprouts grew, the worms would become moths. After mating, they would lay eggs on the bean leaves. When the season came, Li family Zhuangzi sent people to Princess Yongmu's place to give instructions. The surrounding neighbors watched, and when they were done, they hurried back to follow the instructions. Everyone knew that raising worms would reduce the yield of beans. However, worms were expensive and could be eaten. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Li family Zhuangzi would buy them. It was more cost-effective than planting beans. The cows in front raked while the people behind started planting. Li family Zhuangzi's people grabbed a handful of soil to check the moisture level and nodded. More people started planting beans. Beans need to be watered. There is not enough water in the soil now. Otherwise, the bean sprouts will fall. If the soil is dry, there will be no water, especially when it blooms. It will affect the yield of beans, Li family Zhuangzi's people said to the neighbors. It was actually written in the newspaper. He emphasized it again to deepen the impression. Normally, only lazy people would plant beans. After scattering the seeds, they didn't need to care about the harvest. For example, in the Guangzhou area, after the snow melted in winter, they just needed to throw the beans. After that, they didn't need to care about anything. In fact, they still needed to be watered during the blooming process to increase the yield per mu. The neighbors grabbed a handful of soil to feel it. Some grabbed the soil and prepared to take it away to compare it with the soil in their own fields. Now that they didn't need to raise silkworms, their work in the fields was relatively simple. It was easier to adjust their time. The rest of their energy was put on raising worms to see if they could make a lot of money. Drunken immortal residence hot spring. Brother E, with so many people raising insects, won't the price drop if there are too many insects? On the way to Lantian County, Li Longji saw some people planting beans, especially the unowned riverside area, which was occupied by others. When the land was occupied, it had to be furrowed to prove that there was someone there. Otherwise, if the land was flat, who would know that you had planted it? In addition to beans, he also planted perilla. Perilla was easier to grow than beans. Just sprinkle some seeds on it. In the past, no one was willing to plant them. There were wild ones by the roadside just like weeds. Li Yi had written in the newspaper that if he planted some, it could be used to make salted vegetables. When he harvested the seeds, it could be used for medicinal purposes. When the commoners saw this, they went around looking for seeds. The medicine shops had them, but they had to spend money. Fortunately, the next day, the newspaper said that the Li family Zhuangzi had given them some seeds. Take them and plant them. Remember to collect them when you're done. There were different harvesting methods for different periods of time. Perilla leaves were delicious when used to make salted vegetables. Among the Korean pickles, the perilla leaf was an indispensable ingredient. There were also steamed sticky bean buns. Fearing that the bean buns would stick to the pot, he put them on the perilla leaf. After steaming, there was still the taste of perilla. Li Longji did not know what was the use of having more perilla leaves. He started from a market economy. If there were more things, the price would be lower. I will set the price according to the nutritional value. When the price of meat and eggs is high, the price of worms will not be low, unless everything is lowered. Li Yi was prepared to manipulate the price. If others wanted to buy the worms, they must pay more than the price offered by the Li family Zhuangzi. If anyone wanted to buy the worms at the same price, they would have to go to each family and collect the worms personally to save the transportation costs. If the price was lowered, the commoners would not sell the worms. They would catch the worms themselves and send them to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji nodded. But it's possible that we can't sell them. It's okay. The worms can be raised in the soil. The people in Zhuangzi, foreigners and captives can eat them. If we eat the worms, we will save on other things. We will not lose anything. I believe that there will be people selling snacks in the two cities. Whether you like to eat them or not depends on your habits. Li Yi had already thought about it. The biggest advantage of the bean worms was that they could sleep in the soil after they grew up. Other things would rot in the soil, but the worms could be preserved. You still want to eat grape leaves? Li Longji was worried about the grapes. You have to differentiate them. The bean worms are the heavenly bean moth's worms. There is also a type of heavenly frost moth's worm. Don't mix them up. Don't eat them blindly. I need to print a special picture and print a separate newspaper. It will be divided into pieces, and the content of each piece will be the same. A newspaper can be cut into several copies of the same picture for the commoners to compare. Li Yi was afraid that people would mistake the two types of worms and eat them. What if they were allergic to the worms? Li Longji was relieved. He stirred the water with his hands and many small bubbles rose. This spring is good. It can be drunk. Li Longji could not find the same spring water in his various hot springs. Some of them had small bubbles, but there were too few of them. If it was someone else who owned a hot spring, he would have thought of ways to make it the royal family's. Actually, the commoners can't enjoy it at all. It's hard for them to even bathe themselves. How can they have the leisure to soak in the hot springs? In some other places, the commoners nearby will bathe there. The commoners in Mount Li do not know how to climb the mountain. Li Yi lamented that the commoners' lives were not easy. He used his time as a comparison. The commoners also did not have clean tap water to drink. They drank from the river. Although they did not seem to have any diseases, the chances of them having worms in their stomachs were still very high. You have to increase the planting of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, the roundworm dispelling powder I gave you will be useless. Li Yi did not need to mention the pagoda candy anymore. Everyone should eat the herbs together. The herbs had a method to treat roundworms. There were a few groups of them. In the future, when the barbarians from overseas got the seeds of roundworm, they could mix it with other herbs, or extract it using indigenous methods, and distribute it to humans and animals in large quantities. As long as it could be extracted and used, it could be used in traditional Chinese medicine. Li Longji did not say anything. He looked at the water in front of him in a daze. He was thinking about the many doctors in the capital who could treat the commoners at any time. There were also pharmacies. The commoners of the Tang dynasty, who lived in remote places, could only pick up the herbs they were familiar with to cope with their illness. How many people died because they could not see a doctor? These people could live for many more years. After a long time, when Li Yi was sleepy and was about to go out, Li Longji spoke. Those who are willing to learn medicine should be given subsidies. As long as they want to learn, they will be given some money and food for a month. Then they will be given more subsidies if they do well in the exams. Li Longji had thought of a way to let more people learn medicine. When they start learning, they will be given money. With money, they will be able to support their families without any worries. In order to get more money, they will work hard and master the basic knowledge as soon as possible. They will recruit students from all over the country. When they have learned enough, they will be released. They will be given a set of medical books, and those who do not know how to read the medical books, even if they were quacks, it was better than not having any doctors in the area. Once they graduate, the knowledge they have can at least save some people's lives. At the same time, they will be asked to find a place to grow medicine in their hometown. Then the medicine will be sent to each other. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the station, please go back to Chidian to subscribe and vote if you have the ability. The subscription results are getting worse and worse. Everyone might feel that they are spending too much money, but they also feel that it is not enough. This is very difficult. The farmer bowed. Chapter 877. The next day, Li Longji was still in drunken immortal house when the imperial court sent out edicts to all the prefectures of the Tang dynasty. It required people who were interested in medicine to study in the capital government. First of all, they must know how to read and write. Secondly, they must not be over 40 years old. Anyone who came to the capital government would be given a travel allowance, even if they were not selected. If they were selected, they would be given a settlement allowance of 600 yuan per month. They would not be allowed to spend it. They would eat and live in the capital government for free. At the same time, it was announced that there would be an increase in the number of post stations. There would be a post station every 10 miles, and the local people would be in charge of raising livestock and taking over manpower. In addition, the post soldiers would receive a 30% increase in salary, according to the rank of the post station. One was an edict, and the other was a book. People who were knowledgeable could tell that the former was provided by the emperor. In other words, the emperor might provide the money to raise doctors, or this was the emperor's idea. The book was approved by the emperor and the imperial court officials. It was more formal, and there was no need to worry about problems. Of course, the emperor's edict was not to be feared. Many people in the capital government were already studying medicine and were preparing to be small officials. Now that they saw the subsidies, they were happy. It was impossible for others to get subsidies while they had nothing. As for the post stations, the people did not think much of it. They thought that they were far away from them, and they did not write letters or ask people to bring things. The officials in the capital government felt a different situation. One post every 10 miles. They had to strengthen the exchange of information. Something big was going to happen. The other reason was that the imperial court was rich. Otherwise, how could they raise those livestock and post soldiers? I hope we can get our money back soon. Once we set up the post stations, we will have 3,000 post stations on land and water, and more than 60,000 post soldiers, plus the money to buy livestock. If the emperor did not give us some initial funds, we would not be able to open them. Xiao Yi's bicycle will be sold out soon, right? Alas, it's no use selling it. He won't pay me taxes. Bai Gu lamented in the political affairs hall. When the book was released, he felt like he had lost a piece of his heart. Song Jing and Su Yi did not respond to Bai Gu at all. They knew how much money and convenience the post stations would provide in the future. The main content of the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper would be sent to various newspapers in the next few days. The newspaper office would then use wax paper to print the stories and information collected by the newspaper office. Next, he would take on advertising jobs and use the money he earned to subsidize the imperial court. The relay station could continue to buy livestock on its own. People could eat well, and the family had money. Even if they had to climb mountains, they would have the strength to do so. The imperial court would give an additional 30% of the benefits, which was equivalent to 1.6% more money for the local courier. His original income of 400 yuan per month had suddenly increased to 1,040 yuan. With this kind of money, how could he not work hard? If he didn't do a good job, there would be people lining up to do it. The local newspapers were under the direct control of His Majesty. They collected local information. Discovering that an official was corrupt, a secret report was urgently sent out, and the local officials could not catch up even if they wanted to. The speed of the 10-li relay post was not the same as running 800 li in a day and a night. It was a short sprint. It was only 10 li, so the horse wouldn't die from running. He could use all his strength to whip it. Don't you think money is the most important thing? Baigu waited for a while. Seeing that no one comforted him, he voiced out his opinion. I think Li Yi is important. With Li Yi we have money. Sui spoke the truth. The entire Tang dynasty had always been pushed forward by Li Yi, including the literacy of the entire nation. At least the capital government had almost completed it. In a few years, the medical students that His Majesty found, and so many people from the capital government, would be able to treat diseases everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Song Jing looked outside through the glass window that was added to the political affairs hall. The sunlight shone in at an angle, and there were small things moving in the light. Li Yi always seems to be able to find dust that can't be seen normally. Isn't he like the sun? Song Jing gave a very high evaluation. He's evil. Compared to the sun, he doesn't do anything himself, but he comes up with ideas to torture us. I think he can't plant the new indica rice. What should we do? He boasted that he can plant 2 crops of indica rice a year in Guangzhou, and he can also plant other crops once. Give him what he can and don't need to replant. The rice roots don't need to be soaked and plowed. There's no time to waste. Baigu had learned a lot of knowledge today. He knew why rice and wheat couldn't be planted consecutively. After harvesting, the remaining rice and wheat stubble would affect the next planting. Usually, they would be soaked in water. Otherwise, according to the newly obtained rice seeds in the south, they could be harvested 6 times a year. It was said that the growing cycle was 50 days. Including the time for harvesting and plowing, 6 times was no problem. In the Guangzhou area, if they were given 8 months, wouldn't they be able to plant 4 times? In fact, it was impossible. The difference was too big. Long Zhe, you're gloating. Be careful that Li Yi doesn't know. Song Jing joked. If you don't say, how will he know? I want to see how he plants it. Baigu was serious. He didn't believe it. Hurry up and set up the postal service among the people. Then go ask Li Yi for stamps. Send the stamps first. When the relay station asks for stamps next time, bring back the money from the first stamp sale. Sui didn't think about how to plant rice in Guangzhou. What was in front of him was the relay station. Once it was set up, it had to be used immediately. Everyone was waiting. They knew how powerful a relay station in Tenli was. Once all the relay stations were set up, the people would have a guarantee of safety. The relay stations were open to the people. As long as it wasn't in a remote and uninhabited place, there would be a relay station for them to rest in. If there was a road but they didn't take it and had to climb mountains, there was no way to find a relay station for hundreds of li previously. They were talking about how to let the people in other parts of the Tang dynasty have a place to drink hot water, like the capital government. Now there was. It wasn't 10 li away. They could even provide black bread. For example, 1/3 of black bread. The people could eat and drink. They could take their household registration certificate and check it. The people at the relay station had to write down who the bread was given to. Otherwise, there would be a situation of false reporting. The 3 of them discussed the details of how the relay station would help the people, whether to provide accommodation in summer and winter, and how much bread to give. Should they put some salt in the bread? Or should the relay station provide salted vegetables? How to enter the accounts? How to prevent the people at the relay station from making false reports? and how to prevent them from being greedy. Every matter needed to be perfected. They even found someone to think about it. There was no problem with the stamps. They needed to pay the Li family Zhuangzi the printing fee. Just give him the capital. Don't let him print it privately and sell it at a low price. When the sky was about to turn dark, Bai Gu was preparing to get off work. In front of a group of people, he was very tough with the Li family Zhuangzi. He looked as if he could suppress the Li family Zhuangzi. Song Jing and Sui lowered their heads. The other officials nodded. Anyway, you are the Prime Minister. We will listen to whatever you say. You are good. That's all for today. Everyone go home. Tonight, Li can go back to Zhuangzi. Tomorrow morning, I will go and talk to him. I will let him know the rules. Bai Gu was very satisfied. After the meeting, he went home by car. He was thinking about what to eat at home tonight. Chapter 878. Xiao Yi, look, I've added in some details. See if there's anything wrong. There's also the stamps. Add in the labor costs. Li Longji, who had gone to morning court in full health, brushed past him again, and went to Bai Gu and Zhuangzi to ask Li Yi for advice. At this moment, he was completely different from last night. He took the initiative to help Li Yi get money for Zhuangzi. He handed over a stack of papers and organized the methods. Li Yi casually flipped through them and stared at the section that required household registration and public inspection. Old Bai, the relay station requires household registration. Won't the runaways starve to death? I also need to use newspapers to recruit workers in various prefectures and let them come to the capital to work. They can just come and arrange a place to live and a job. For the first 2 months, I won't ask for rent immediately. I'll make up for it when I earn money. The houses are cheap and called low-rent housing. Aren't you envious of the land I bought? Hurry up and build houses around it. When the weather warms up, we'll be able to recoup the cost of building the houses. The toilets and drainage must be completed. We can't let it become a rundown shed like before. When Li Yi mentioned the land he bought, Bai Gu felt that he had profited. He was exempted from taxes for 2 years. In the end, the warehouses and residences were developed. There were also shops, night markets, and food stalls. Then Li Yi collected fees. He found people to clean the place. There were also diesel lamps at night and free soup. After deducting these 2 expenses, he earned money every day. He also earned money from the warehouse rental. When summer came, he would get back the money he earned from renting the land from Bai Gu. In the future, it would be income. He would only pay taxes to the Ministry of Revenue 2 years later. Don't mention it again. When we get back, I'll arrange for people to build houses. The rest will be done according to your plan. Bai Gu didn't feel good. He was at a disadvantage. Why was he always at a disadvantage? Li Yi nodded, indicating that he wasn't angry anymore. You need to build a building, public toilets, increase patrols, and a few diesel lamps at night. Anything else? Bai Gu looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were taking notes. Whatever Li Yi muttered to himself, or whatever the minister said, he had to remember it all, including some of what Li Longji said. However, these things wouldn't be added to the daily record for the time being. He would arrange for them to be added in the future. Also, have the arrangements for the various counties been made? My elder brother has already built a warehouse, and he is also building buildings in the county to accommodate the outsiders. The development of the governor's office was comprehensive. They could not develop Chang'an alone. The job opportunities in Chang'an were limited. The increase in the number of foreigners will increase the revenue of the Ministry of Revenue. They will spend, and if there is a shortage of daily necessities, merchants will send things over, and you will collect taxes. Li Yi didn't mention that the shops had to pay taxes based on their sales. They couldn't control it. Shops were taxed based on their size and scale, as well as the type of business they operated. If that's the case, why doesn't the relay station provide free things to the people? Or only provide free boiled water? We also need money to boil water. Bai Gu started to feel troubled. He wanted to let the people in other places get some help. When they were on the road, they were most afraid of not having water to drink or a place to rest. They would have to carry food with them. What if there was no food, and they had to beg for food all the way? about this. In fact, the location of each relay station, whether it is an important traffic route, the surrounding population, and how much it consumes have a fluctuation range. If you compare it with other places and make it into a chart, you will be able to see it. For example, if you have a relay station, there are few letters coming in and out. There are also few things, and the surrounding population is small. If its consumption can catch up with other more prosperous relay stations, it is a problem in itself. Lee said in terms of probability, the data was there for all to see. What if the local people are poor and go to the relay station every day to get bread and water? Some even live in the relay station. Naturally, there will be more. Baigu found another explanation. For example, the Li family Zhuangzi's free soup. Many people came to drink it every day. They would leave after drinking a bowl. It was an important daily activity. When they drank the soup, there was a sense of sacredness. In poor places, if the relay station was in the county or village, the people would go to get it every day. Even if it was 1/3 of a piece of black bread, it would be enough for one person to eat once a day. They would tell them that drinking boiled water was good and would not get sick. They would go to drink boiled water every day. Naturally, there would be people begging in the county. Even if they went to the county's Grief Field Square, if they could get extra bread, why not take it? Don't you know about the relay stations in the village and county? You can take it once, but if you take it every day, won't you remember? If you take more, you won't give it, unless you buy stamps. If you buy stamps and give a piece of bread, the cost of the bread itself is more than 1 coin. Li did not think that the people at the relay station could not tell. If they asked for stamps once in a while, they would treat it as a subsidy from the imperial court. If they took advantage of it once a day, they would not provide it. Baigu nodded. It can be done, but if you buy stamps for 1 coin and give bread for more than 1 coin, you will still lose money. If you buy stamps, they will keep them? Of course, they will use them. Those who did not want to write letters can write letters this time. For example, there are families in 2 villages who marry each other. They are illiterate. After buying bread, they realize that the stamps can help deliver things. They will say it, and let the people at the relay station remember it. Then, they will send the things back to their parents' home or to their in-laws. They will ask the people at the relay station to help them write letters and give them extra money. When there are more exchanges, they will buy stamps for 1 coin and only give 1/3 of the bread. Or they will buy stamps for 10 coins and give a piece of bread. At this time, they will get used to it and realize that they can send things to the place by spending a little money. It is more convenient than going by themselves, and it will not affect their work. Baigu continued Li Yi's words and said, yes, it can also deepen the exchanges between both sides. Sometimes family ties need to be protected. Catch a few fish, make them into dried fish, and send them back to their parents' home. Li Yi gave an example. How convenient it was to send things by mail. The people in the 2 places were 60 miles apart. They would not be able to reach the place in a day. If they wasted 4 days to send something, would they not farm anymore? Would they not do the chores at home? Give stamps to the relay station. 60 miles away, 2 coins. The relay station will receive things from several families and send them once. At the same time, they will also bring back goods from the previous relay station that were sent to the village from other places. This way, everyone will gradually accept it. When newspapers are popularized, pinyin will be popularized. When writing, they will write a letter according to the calligraphy and drawings in the newspaper. They will realize that 1 coin can be sent to the village over there. With the paper and envelope, it will be less than 1 coin. Send it, and let them see that I am also knowledgeable. Wait at the relay station. When there are dozens of letters, send it together. Anyway, you did not ask for it to be rushed. Or you can also bring the letter when you send the package. This thing is light. I understand. I will invest money first. It looks like I am losing money, but I will earn money later. Just like your newspaper, I will lose money every day in the beginning. Until now, you still do not pay taxes. Baigu said as he thought about the fact that newspapers did not pay taxes. There were many advertisements in newspapers now, and people were still willing to read advertisements. They wanted to see what cheap things there were, and who would accept them. The back of the newspaper could be used to write letters. They could cut the newspaper with advertisements into envelopes, use the newspaper to write letters, put them in, and mail them away. The newspaper has always been educating the people. The imperial court's orders are also transmitted through the newspaper. I have not asked you for subsidies. Li Yi was determined not to pay taxes to the newspaper. He was researching new ink and paper, and counting on the newspaper's profits. Chapter 879. After getting the secret book, Bai Gu took a small jar of chili oil. He didn't eat lunch, and hurried back to the political affairs hall. Li family Zhuangzi's chili oil was different from chili oil. It was more chili oil, and made with chili powder. Chili oil was less chili, and made with chili powder. They were both very spicy. The chili was the same millet chili. Hot pot for lunch. I brought back a small jar. Bai Gu returned, and shared the good news with everyone in the political affairs hall. Bai Zaifu is really powerful. He suppressed Li Yi. Li Yi had to give something as an apology. Bai Zaifu should go more often. I want to eat Li family Zhuangzi's fermented bean curd. It's not good outside. Li family Zhuangzi's sweet and salted garlic taste better. Thanks to Bai Zaifu we can't eat it. Everyone praised. Someone ran to the dining hall, and said that they didn't need to do anything else at noon. They wanted to eat hot pot. Song Jing and Sui didn't believe that Bai Gu could take advantage of Li Yi. What was there to be proud of when he went there and brought back some food? Li Yi gave it to everyone, including the officials in the political affairs hall. Small officials couldn't see Li Yi, but they could get something cheap, including the things they got from Li family Zhuangzi every month, according to the officials' rank. They were used to it. Usually it was the family members who went. The officials didn't have anything to tell them. You, the Prime Minister, went there early in the morning and brought back a small jar of chili oil. You have a lot of face. There's a way. When I went there and asked Xiao Yi obediently, Bai Gu, don't talk about irrelevant things. We all know. Song Jing had to interrupt Bai Gu's bragging. I asked him. He was fine with anything else, but he rejected the household registration and public inspection. He said that he didn't need to take anything. What he gave was a complete set of follow-up operations. Bai Gu became obedient and began to repeat what Li Yi had said. At the same time, he showed the extra copy that the palace maids and eunuchs had written. Under the premise of ensuring relief, this will pave the way for future development and solve the shortage of labor in the capital. Sui concluded after reading. Song Jing, on the other hand, saw something else. It's not just to solve the population shortage, but also to increase the household register. Many of the fugitives will go to the capital office to re-register. Song Jing saw this. Population statistics. The annexation of land was serious, and the number of refugees increased. The imperial court had no idea how many people there were in a place. There were also some who sold their fields to the people in the clan. This way, they would be considered as landless people. If they were to become runaways again, they would still be able to continue farming, but they would no longer have to pay rent. As the land in various places was gradually cleared, and the land was rented, these people would have to buy the land back. If they bought the land back, they would have to re-register. This involved whether to ask the other party to pay for the previous rent. He felt that it was impossible. They couldn't afford it. They had spent all the money they had. If they had to pay so much at once, it would drive them to death. Thinking about this, Song Jing said, "Clear the land and rent should be accelerated. When the time comes, the other fugitives and mountain people will also be willing to have a place of origin. Of course, I believe that in a few years, Li Yi will give more benefits to the people of the Tang dynasty. There will be money." Bai Gu agreed. He wanted to urge this policy to be pushed forward. Now the local government was powerless to resist. His Majesty had his private army. The 16 guards were no longer a simple army with low combat power. The Qinyo guards were the ceremonial soldiers. They were tall and beautiful, but now they were all tanned. They didn't rest at all during the winter. They trained in the snow as usual, and even swam in the winter. They didn't look so pale, but they looked more handsome. Their temperament had changed. The key was that they had combat power. The long sabers they used before were wooden and painted. Now the long sabers were iron rods that were also painted. Each saber weighed about 15 kilograms. If there was any danger, they could swing the sabers and chop. His Majesty's army was powerful. When he implemented the government, the local families' will to resist was weak. They used to worry that some government orders would violate the interests of the big families, and then the local families would revolt. The imperial court had no soldiers to mobilize. They were relying on the Tujue and Tubo. The local soldiers' combat power was too weak. They were not afraid now. Revolt, revolt, where should they mobilize the troops? Send troops directly from Chang'an. I will let you see the marching speed and combat power of the winged knights with 3 mounts each. Therefore, a group of people called for a meeting of the standing committee to discuss the problems they faced. The people of the capital government didn't worry about the state's affairs. They were dismantling the greenhouses. It was the beginning of March according to the lunar calendar. According to the solar calendar, it was already late April. The weather was warm, so there was no need for the greenhouses. The crops in the greenhouses were about to be planted. Under sufficient sunlight, they could grow again with some water. Then they planted the vegetables on the ground. The greenhouses of Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi were dismantled. The neighbors came to watch. They were curious about everything on Xiaolan's Zhuangzi. Sure enough, it grows better than my greenhouses. They used mineral fertilizers and matched them to different fields. It's a pity that they didn't buy it last year. They bought it this year. Xiaolan's Zhuangzi produces more vegetables than my family. It's a loss. How much money does it cost to buy fertilizer? That's why owner Li is so capable. Little Miss is so lucky. Don't say that. Why are you shouting when you're not married? How am I supposed to live? I found a good person. Why don't I see my family? They probably wanted to marry me to someone in the past, but they took a fancy to me. How can I meet them? How embarrassing. I'm afraid they don't live well. No one in the family can read. When they see that person, they feel inferior. That's because the in-laws are powerful. But that person is good. There's no need to worry. The neighbors talked to each other based on their own guesses. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Xiaolan laughed heartlessly. She laughed and even grabbed Princess Yongmu's arm and whispered, "Little miss, our family is weak. We're the weakest family in the Tang dynasty. Ha ha ha. You talk too much. Go and see what else needs to be arranged." Princess Yongmu patted Xiaolan's arm, and also pursed her lips and laughed. "There's no need to look for me. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi have all been arranged. But our shop in the East Market is about to reach the top of the 4-story building. We don't have anything to sell. Go and ask Li Lang for it. If he gives us something, we'll sell it. The money from selling it will be yours. We have to save up for our own dowry. Otherwise, what if we get bullied by our in-laws?" Xiaolan mentioned this again. She felt that the neighbors were interesting. How could they tell that she and Xiaolan were from a poor family? If her family really came over, they'd be scared to death. Princess Yongmu's eyes were filled with anticipation. It should be something interesting that's suitable for women. Li Lang knows a lot. She gradually liked interacting with outsiders. Her introverted personality was changing. When she taught the neighbors' children, her mood became better and better. Sometimes the neighbors would send things over, and she would send some back. However, she didn't have much contact with the Hu merchants protecting her around Zhuangzi. Most of the time, they were the ones helping to guard and work. Chapter 880. Make these according to the drawings. Shengshu's sundry goods store is now a 4-story building. It will be ready for business in a month. Li had been designing all day. Other than the dress and silk stockings he designed for Princess Yongmu, he also designed other things, including shoes. Shoes had heels, but even high heels were not thin. At the same time, the height difference was no more than 3 centimeters. It was no more than 3 centimeters from the lowest part of the shoe. High heels would affect people's health if they wore them for a long time. Just like the foot binding in the later stage, women's feet did not look good after they were wrapped up. They looked small and pretty when they wore shoes, but when they took them off, their feet were deformed. The most interesting thing was that rich people bound their feet. So did the poor people. After binding their feet, they still had to work and do the same work as men. I have to set the rules. No binding of feet and high heels. The height difference cannot be more than 1.5 inches higher. Li muttered. He had the ability to set the rules. He just had to add them. Who would dare to violate them? At this moment, he asked the craftsman to make buttons. The buttons were made of glazed glass. There was a small circle at the back for threading. Instead of buttons made of cloth and buttons made of copper, both of them could be present, but they must also have glazed buttons. The clothes he designed would be copied by others. How could he guarantee the brand? Add glazed buttons. Others could copy his clothes, but they could not produce the same glazed buttons. It was a symbol of status and authentic. If someone used other big glazed beads to grind out a similar glazed button, Li would accept it. The glazed glass itself was valuable. Grind it out. There were also new women's hats, necklaces, earrings with clips, bracelets, anklets, rings, hairpins. These things could be designed in various shapes. If there were hairpins, there would be no need to insert them back and forth. The main thing was the manufacturing of springs and shrapnel. The Li family Zhuangzi could make many kinds of things casually. The other things are cosmetics. They must be natural drawer-type cosmetic boxes, bronze mirrors with silver. Glass mirrors should not be pushed out. Women's handbags and satchels should be designed with glazed glass. The classic ones are zippers, bronze zippers. Li searched for information while looking for what he needed. Women, or more accurately men, had needs in this area. It included a full set of manicures and natural nail polish. To make money, they had to be elegant and trendy. If it really doesn't work, let the people from Nanka go and give them a discount. For example, 10% off. Even if they don't want it anymore. As long as it's not too damaged, it's still worth a lot of money. Li thought. Since he was going to help, he had to do his best. He wanted the whole world to know that there was a shop whose products, even if it was just a piece of hemp rope, were worth more than other people's. Of course, Li knew that the biggest brand now was Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi represented quality and credibility. He had spent a lot of money and used a lot of technology in exchange for it. The weather was getting warmer, and the craftsmen started to follow the instructions of the Ministry of Works. There was no need to soak in asphalt. Just a few layers of tung oil was enough. Asphalt was poisonous. When the track wood was soaked in asphalt, it would seep out when the weather was hot. It was sticky and smelly. It was unbearable. Actually, there was another way to preserve the wood. Soak the wood in salt water. After soaking, the wood would be soaked in oil and sealed in the salt water. After a while, the wood would be brushed with oil. This was the treatment method for wood cutting boards. It could be used for a long time. If the wood was dehydrated, the wood would be soaked again and brushed with oil again. But the tracks in Chang'an were not needed. First, the wood would be used. 2 years later, when there were more smelting furnaces, steel would be used. The wooden tracks started to be laid. There was a distance between each track, and there were sleepers. The tracks were not too crowded. If the tracks were too crowded, what about the horses? They needed to look at the horses. The commoners did not know what to do, and those who had nothing to do stood at the side to watch. Li had also encountered this situation when he was building an optical cable. There would be people watching. When they knew it was an optical cable, they would continue to watch. When all the construction sites were working, they would erect iron walls to prevent people from entering. They were not afraid of losing things, but they were worried that someone would die at the construction site. How much would it cost to lose the steel bars? How much would a dead person cost? They still had to stop the construction. Isn't this the track for the warehouse? Do we need to transport everything to the city? It's occupying the road. Who came up with this idea? Idiot, let's go to the imperial city and shout. Let's go to Xingqing Palace. Her Majesty is in Xingqing Palace now. The higher officials are there too. Let's go. At least we have to ask clearly. Her Majesty has allowed the commoners to speak. Yes, let's ask. We are not here to cause trouble. We support Her Majesty. I think it's the people below who are messing around. Her Majesty has no idea. A group of people who were originally beside Xingqing Palace saw the tracks passing by Xingqing Palace. They gathered together to shout. Hundreds of commoners walked to the south gate of Xingqing Palace. Before they could shout, someone ran out. What are you doing? Attacking Xingqing Palace. Bai Gu and the other two came out. There were more than 200 commoners waiting together. Song Jing was the highest official. He looked at the commoners standing in front of him. You are all here because of something. This palace. Guangping let me do it. Bai Gu stood out. What do you want? Just say it. Who are you? Someone in the crowd asked. The person beside him pulled him. Bai Zaifu Song Zaifu Su Zaifu. Bai Zaifu, what are you doing? How are we going to travel when the tracks are on the road? The person understood. He looked at him carefully and remembered him. He did not recognize him the next time. The imperial court has an idea. It is to help everyone travel. Everyone. Song Jing came out and said patiently. Song Zaifu, it is affecting our travel. There are more things on the road. The road is narrower. If we walk sideways, we will trip easily. Some commoners felt that it was not good and stood out. Song Jing suppressed his anger. The imperial court has considered this. The main thing is, who considered it? It is obviously wrong. It is a waste of money. Another person stood out. You. Song Jing wanted to shout. Bai Gu pulled him and shouted. The Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi came up with this idea. They said it would make it easier for everyone to travel. Ah, that's great. The tracks can be used like this. It will make things easier for us. Li Dongzhu is indeed amazing. Let's wait for a while. Once the tracks are laid out, we will know what is going on. You should have said that earlier. Li Dongzhu. I thought that the imperial court had hit a wall. Disperse, disperse. Don't disturb him. Hurry up, we're all waiting. Li Dongzhu has always been thinking for us. I believe that once the tracks are laid out, our days will be better. That's right. Stop crowding around. Let him work. The commoners who had gathered to question him dispersed as they spoke. It was as if nothing had happened. AI. Song Jing looked up and sighed. He wanted to cry. As a Zaifu, the commoners were not afraid of him at all. They just wanted to stop him from speaking. In the end, when he said that Li Yi was the one who gave up the tracks, the situation changed. You, Guangping, go in. Don't be sad. It is just a small setback. You have to believe that after this setback, you will face bigger setbacks in the future. Just get used to it. Bai Gu looked at Song Jing and suddenly said mischievously. Chapter 881. Song Jing slowly moved back to the political affairs hall. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. The commoners were spreading the news about the tracks. They told others that it was Li Dongzhu who ordered it, and that it was of great use. When it was time to eat in the middle of the day, many commoners actually held their bowls and chopsticks and stood at the construction site to watch. They did not know how to use it, but what Li Dongzhu said was definitely not wrong. The commoners came to see if they should help to speed up the progress. Then Song Jing fell sick and asked for sick leave. The imperial physician went to see him and said that his body was not well and that he should take medicine to calm his nerves. Song Jing was sent home. When Li Longji heard the news, he sent people to ensure that Song Jing was healthy. Bai Qing, why did Song Qing suddenly fall sick? If not, send him to the Li family Zhuangzi. I cannot lose this weight. You have to take care of yourself. Li Longji sent someone to find Bai Go. Bai Go pulled out a chair and sat beside him, chatting casually. No, Your Majesty, you cannot send Guangping to Shaoyi. This illness is all because of Shaoyi. Today, Bai Gu talked about Song Jing's experience. He was a minister, but every time before he could finish, he would be interrupted and questioned by the commoners. When Bai Gu mentioned Li Yi's idea, the commoners' attitude immediately changed, and they happily dispersed. Song Jing's anger rushed up and naturally fell sick. He had tinnitus, dizziness, weakness in his limbs, and difficulty concentrating. Now he needed to rest and adjust his mood. If he saw Li Yi again, he would be reminded of sad things. Song Qing is still not bad. Li Longji thought for a while and said this. Your Majesty, I will take it that you are praising me. Bai Gu realized that he should also ask for leave. He was sick. However, he did not go home. He went to the Li family Zhuangzi to find Xiao Yi. The food there was good, and there was a large pool to bathe in. What price did my brother pay to win the hearts of the people? My winged knights have always rushed to the front lines when there was a disaster, and the people recognized them. In the eyes of the commoners, the Prime Minister has a high status, but the commoners can't see what the Prime Minister does. Li Longji understood Song Jing's feelings. If it were him, he would probably fall sick too. However, if he went out to talk to the people in the morning, the people would not interrupt him, and would even support him. He was also a member of the longevity tablet, and his position was even higher than Li Yi's. This subject knows. Ever since the subject saw Xiao Yi desperately bribing and giving benefits to the people in Luoyang and Henan Prefecture, this subject knew what kind of person Xiao Yi was. Bai Gu said that Li Yi was a good person. However, he would still find trouble with Li Yi when there was a conflict over money. While looking for trouble, he would also ask Li Yi for delicious food to bring back home. This subject will think of a way. The court can't do without you. It's not that there are important matters, but there are too many trivial matters. Li Longji looked like he cared about his subject, but his words were even more hurtful. His meaning was that he would go to Li Yi for important matters. He would not go to them, because it was useless to go to them. Thank you for your trouble, Your Majesty. Bai Gu had nothing else to say. He also admitted that he could not keep up with Li Yi's pace many times. That night Li Longji went to the Li family Zhuangzi. The little guy changed almost every day. He grew quickly and learned to speak quickly. He said that he could wash clothes, then took a silk handkerchief and rubbed it in the water. After rubbing it, he showed it to others. Everyone said it was clean. It was new, so how could it not be clean? Seeing Li Yi, the little guy took out his handkerchief and said, "It's clean. I'll wash it." That's amazing. The handkerchief is so white after washing. Li Yi widened his eyes in surprise. He. The little guy was a little embarrassed after being praised. Li Yi picked him up and went to sit on the merry-go-round. There were many children in Zhuangzi playing there. He held the little guy in place. The little guy waved his white handkerchief happily. Song Jing is sick. Today. Li Longji told him what happened again. He's a little narrow-minded. It's okay. I'll bring him to Zhuangzi tomorrow. Li Yi did not think that Song Jing would be sick. It's to comfort him. Empress Wang felt that Song Jing was an adult. Why did he take things so hard? No, it's to continue attacking him. So what if the people don't recognize him? Let him see what he doesn't understand. The hang glider has been made. Prepare to jump on Mount Li, bring a parachute. Li Yi said the thing to attack Song Jing. The hang glider. Theoretically, under normal conditions, the hang glider would eventually land on the ground. But during the process, if there was a headwind and the wind was strong, the hang glider could rise and find the angle and speed at the same time. As for the more challenging wingsuit flying, Li had never tried it before, and did not want to try it. No matter how hard the wingsuit flew, it could not rise unless there was a tornado. To learn wingsuit flying, one must first learn how to parachute. Then, without opening the parachute, one must use one's limbs to adjust the speed and direction. Once one was familiar with it, one could wear the wingsuit and jump down from a high altitude. One had to adapt to it bit by bit, and finally shuttle between the mountains. Different people pursued different things. Li Yi did not pursue the thrill of games that had a high probability of death. This included bungee jumping. He had never done it before. He could parachute and hang glider, but he definitely did not want to play games like bungee jumping, high-altitude spinning chairs, roller coasters, and so on. He did not care about the spinning and spatial position transfer. He was afraid that the equipment would malfunction. In fact, for many people who played this game, what really made them feel excited and afraid was the safety. They were afraid. 8% of their fear came from the equipment malfunction. At such a high altitude, if something happened, it would be over. Li did not want to do it. He was not afraid because of the height and physical condition, but because of the equipment. What should he play? The hang glider was fine. He just had to choose a good place and jump. If it did not work, he would leave and pull the parachute. If the main parachute did not work, he would pull the secondary parachute. As for the secondary parachute, it did not work. The craftsman who made the parachute knew that if something happened to Dongzhu, their family would die. They wished they could jump every time. If they died, their family would be taken care of. Is the hang glider fun? Can I play it? Li Longji was tempted. This, third brother, you learn how to parachute first. I'll fold the parachute for you. I'll fold it bit by bit. Li Yi showed a troubled expression. Okay, I've always wanted to go up watching you guys parachute, but you won't let me. Li Longji agreed. Parachuting was fine too. In fact, he had flown to a high place with a parachute and a hot air balloon. But it was not for him to jump. With the winged knights beside him, if there was a problem with the hot air balloon, the winged knights would jump down with him and help him pull the parachute. After making sure that he was fine, he would open the parachute himself. If the situation was not right, then he would not open the parachute himself. He would adjust his body posture and chase after him. When he caught up, he would open the parachute with him. The higher the parachute, the safer it was and could be remedied. As long as the body was adjusted, the wind resistance would be small, and they could catch up with the falling people. Chapter 882. Li Longji decided to go skydiving on a good day, and go to work the next morning. He also sent Li Yi's invitation to the Political Affairs Hall. Li Yi invited the 3 prime ministers, and Wei Zhigu to go together. He didn't need to invite the others, as he wasn't familiar with them, and might leak the secret. We'll go at noon and stay at Mount Li for the night. Tomorrow, we'll see the 2 things that Xiao Yi said she would show us. Bai Gu set a time, and sent someone to send an invitation to Song Jing. He understood that Song Jing was a psychopath. The people knew who he was but didn't give him face. The people knew that as the prime minister, you have the nerve to arrest people? You're arresting me for such a small matter? Do you have any shame? The morning court session ended in an hour. Bai Gu and Su Yi left a task for the other people in the Political Affairs Hall. The 3 prime ministers wouldn't be here tomorrow, so they had to deal with it. The 3 of them went to the city gate together. Song Jing was waiting in the car at the city gate. The non-commissioned officer guarding the city gate was eating breakfast. Each of them had a big jianbing that had just been set up. It was given to them by the family of the Chitin's exchange personnel. They needed to learn more. In the future, they would be rotated back to the Chitins to teach others, so that the Chitins would prosper. The non-commissioned officer who had been on duty the night before were eating together. They held a bowl of soy milk in one hand, and a jianbing in the other. There were no pickles, so the jianbing had extra sauce in it. The soy milk was thicker, so adding plaster would make tofu pudding. They didn't add anything, because it was said that Li Dongzhu drank soy milk with its original flavor. It would feel bitter if they added soup. As they ate, they looked at the people entering and leaving the city to see who looked like a bad person. Hey little girl, come over and take a look at the basket. Why are you holding the basket like that? Shouldn't you be carrying it? A non-commissioned officer had just taken a sip of soy milk when he noticed a suspicious target. A girl was holding the basket in her arms. The basket clearly had a handle, so why wasn't it carried? What was inside? The girl came over and carefully held the basket with one hand while opening the lid with the other. A child was sleeping with his face up and his eyes closed. He seemed to be uncomfortable with the light and wind. His mouth moved and he frowned. How can we do that? It's still cold in the morning, but you can warm yourself up by hugging it in front of your chest. Ergo, give me something. The non-commissioned officer said as he handed the thing in his hand to someone else. The person next to him took it. He unbuttoned it with both hands and took off his military coat. Give me the basket. Wrap the child in your coat and carry him. When you come back, just leave him here. I'll go home after eating. Now the food is hot. It's not cold. As he said that he wasn't cold, he shuddered and handed the military coat over. How can I do that? You. The woman revealed a troubled expression. We've been trained as soldiers. Quickly wrap the child up. Be careful not to get sick from the cold. The non-commissioned officer stuffed the military coat into his pocket and took back the Chinese crepe and soy milk. The woman hesitated for a moment before putting down the basket. She took the child out and wrapped him in a military coat. You don't have to tell me who you are. You came back and left your coat here. You still dare to wear this military coat? Remember what you look like." The non-commissioned officer interrupted the woman's words. "Okay." The woman nodded her head vigorously. She carried the child out and looked back. The window curtain of Song Jing's car was lifted. Song Jing looked through the glass window at the little leader, who had lost his military coat. His gaze was gentle. Just now, when he saw the people guarding the city eating and drinking, he was angry. They didn't guard the city well, and stood at the city gate eating. How would the people see them? At this moment, he understood that the people would think that the non-commissioned officer could protect them. "Let's go Guangping. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go to Zhuangzi to eat." Bai Gu and the other two took a car and called out to Song Jing. Song Jing got out of his car and entered Bai Gu's car. He sniffed his nose and said, "It's good to eat Chinese crepe." The road was well repaired, and it didn't take long for the car to reach Baqiao. The Qianyo guards looked at them and stood aside. When the four of them saw Li Yi had just finished his bath. He woke up late today and wanted to sleep for a while. He was waiting to go to Mount Li to save his energy. "Let me see how you all look." "Old Song, it's not that I want to nag you, but it's just a small matter. Why are you losing sleep and having dark circles under your eyes? Do you want to play the role of a panda?" Li looked at Song Jing and noticed that he was not in good spirits. He had dark circles under his eyes. "It's me who is worried about the country." Song Jing refused to admit it. Seeing that Li Yi was about to continue, he quickly changed the topic. "At the city gate, I saw a woman carrying a baby in a basket. It's even wrapped in a military coat given by the non-commissioned officer. It's not easy for the people. Do you have any ideas? Carrying a baby in a basket? It's hard. In a few days, when Tiandong City's business will open, let her do some good deeds. If there's a baby in the house, the woman can bring the baby over and receive a baby carrier. It's free. Zhuangzi has some sewing machines. Let me tell you, that baby carrier is very interesting." As Li Yi spoke, he glanced at Qing Song. Gu Yan was quick to open the suitcase. On the shelf, Li Yi stood there and painted. "Add a bamboo board wrapped in cloth. This way, the child can be placed in front of the chest. The child can face outwards and inwards. He can also sit and carry the child on his back. He can carry the child on his back or on his back." Li Yi explained how to use the bamboo board as he drew. It was much better than carrying the child in his arms. He made all sorts of adjustments. One baby costs about 13 coins. 10,000 babies cost 130,000 coins. 100,000 babies cost 3 million coins. It's only 1,300 coins. Look, it's so comfortable. Li Yi calculated the cost. How many babies were there in the capital? One for each person. Song Jing. He was hit again. Why did the people trust Li Yi? Look, he just said something, and Li Yi directly made a new thing and gave it away for free. The key was, why didn't he think of such a fun thing? Including the cradle and cradle car designed by Li Yi. Bai Gu gave Sui a look which meant, "Look, this is Xiao Yi. She answers all questions." Guangping saw something at the city gate and casually mentioned it. Xiao Yi immediately gave a solution and gave it away for free. Sui nodded, indicating that he had seen it. She was so strong that it was unreasonable. She didn't need to prepare when she encountered something. She didn't need to think about it. No wonder Her Majesty ran to Zhuangzi first when she had something. She was so considerate. There was no need to worry about not finding a solution. Take it and make it for them. When Tion's business is about to open, make 100,000 first. If it's not enough, add more. It's not much. Li handed a few pieces of paper to the cub who reached out. Qing Song glared at the cub, but the cub ignored him and ran away. Qing Song hurriedly put away the things and put them into the suitcase. He pulled it himself and was very vigilant. Today, he was slow to react and let two people beat him to it. Old Song, when the time comes, when Tian will say it's because Song Zaifu found it difficult to raise a child. I don't want to always stare at a woman with a child. It's bad for my reputation. Song Jing interrupted Li Yi's words. His reaction was not slow. What if it was spread that Song Zaifu found a widow with a baby alone and couldn't bear it? What would the people think? Well, go wash your hands first. Let's eat. Big dumplings stuffed with leeks, eggs, and shrimp, and soup base for bone soup. Li didn't insist. Anyway, if it were him, he wouldn't care. Chapter 883. It's delicious. Song Jing grabbed a jianbing. He insisted on eating jianbing even though it was wonton. However, he did not drink soy milk as his stomach was not feeling well, so he drank wonton soup. After eating, let's go to Mount Li. We have to thank the royal family for having a temporary imperial residence there. The roads there are easier to travel. Li was eating wontons. He added a lot of pepper, which was mixed with scallion seeds. He bought so much and kept it for himself. He felt that the scallion seed powder was not bad. He added too much pepper and was sweating while drinking the soup. Do you want to lay tracks outside the city? Song Jing's mood was much better. At least Li Yi did not look down on him. Yes, all the tracks in the 20 counties. If we mobilize the manpower, we can finish laying tracks in one summer and start using them in early autumn. It is convenient to transport by water, but the speed is not enough. There are many wild fruits in autumn, and the people will pick them. If we use the water network to transport them, the fruits will not be fresh when they reach the place. For example, mulberries. If they are not transported to Chang'an quickly, they will spoil. Li Yi gave a reason for the people to sell things. Sui said from the side, "Aren't mulberries in summer? It will be too late if we finish laying tracks in autumn." Next summer, Li Yi realized that he was also tired of arguing. Can the wooden tracks still be used in winter? Wei Zhigu had a question. He was thinking about using sleighs in winter. The people rented livestock and used sleighs. Li family Zhuangzi has fewer horses in winter and will sell them to the new relay stations. The number of horses and other livestock in the relay stations must increase. Horse-drawn sleighs are not as fast as horse-drawn carriages on the tracks. Horse-drawn sleighs reduce friction, but they are not as fast as wheels. Li Yi explained. There were so many relay stations, and it was not easy to buy a large number of livestock in a short period of time. His Zhuangzi sold 30,000 horses to support the local areas. Some of the horses were also sent to the Hetao area to breed. There will be more horses in a few years. So the price of livestock will gradually increase? Baigu was interested. The sale of livestock had to pay taxes. Pigs and sheep had to pay a little. There are many horses in the grasslands, the northwest and the west. The price of Chang'an horses is very high. In order to make money, the provincial governors will sell a portion of them. Li Yi didn't have a good impression of the regional commanders. They had too much power. Once the imperial power in Chang'an became unstable, the regional commanders could rebel at will. There were also regional commanders in name, but in reality they had their own tribes. The ethnic minorities had to be in contact with each other for a long time, and it would be best if the ethnic minorities could be integrated. Otherwise, they would not have a sense of belonging to the Central Plains. They would always feel that the people of the Central Plains were not the same as them. He had dealt with this problem the best at that time. Although there were still some people in the Northwest who wanted to cause trouble, most of them were willing to live well. There were also some ethnic groups, such as the Kazakhs, who helped to guard the border. Whenever something happened to them, such as a snow disaster, the government promised to send help as quickly as possible because they had sacrificed many lives to guard the border. The current Tang dynasty is no good. As soon as they see that you are weak, they will rebel. Why should you be the emperor? Have you forgotten when your founding emperor submitted to the Turks? Have you forgotten about the two-legged sheep? Li Yi had always been vigilant. He would rather raise the price of livestock to attract the regional commanders, governors to sell their extra horses. As for the border, the ones who could fight now were all those who supported the imperial power. Xiao Yi, you seem to have some special thoughts about the regional commanders? Baigu could sense it. Li Yi had targeted the regional commanders a few times. I have thoughts about everyone. All of them are so stupid. They can't even handle political, economic, financial, and educational issues well. Li Yi glanced around and found that all four of them were present. The four of them. After finishing their breakfast, the group of people headed to Mount Li. 1,000 winged knights followed them. Wang Xing naturally came over. During winter, his cherries were praised by everyone. He had started to install greenhouses on the cherry trees 2 years ago, and succeeded last year. No matter how expensive a cucumber was in winter, how could it be more expensive than a cherry in winter? In autumn, watermelons could be soaked in salt water and stored until winter. But what about cherries? In winter, rich people could only eat canned cherries. Fresh cherries were out of the question. Wang Xing did not take any of them out. Other than supplying the imperial family, he shared them with the Li family Zhuangzi. He secretly sold some wood ears, monkey head mushrooms, eggs, salted duck eggs, goose eggs, and century eggs. After selling them, he quickly gave the money to Li Yi and asked him to keep them safe. There was no interest, and Wang Xing did not ask him to keep them safe. The farmers in the imperial plantation got their share of the profits again. This year, they were preparing to build a 2-story building. It was obvious how much money they got. Li Dongzhu, are the cadavers from last time still useful? Wang Xing did not dare to call Li Yi brother Yi. He was afraid that he would get used to calling him brother Yi and accidentally say it in front of the emperor. At that time, he would not only lose his position as the supervisor of the imperial plantation. They trained well. The weather is hot, and cadavers are not easy to find. According to your method, the Li family Zhuangzi can take it. Li Yi finally agreed to Wang Xing's method. If someone died, they would immediately send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. To outsiders, they would say that they were fighting with the king of hell. If they couldn't win, then there was nothing they could do. If one of them could be saved, like the Su family's baby, they would not lack cadavers in the future. Wang Xing had a clear conscience. He found corpses for Li Yi to practice on, and also to save people who were still alive. He did not get any benefits from it. He did not give anyone a vagina. In the afternoon, they arrived at Mount Li Palace. The scenery here was still so enchanting. Only when the emperor brought the ministers to Mount Li could the ministers see it. The Huaqing pool was not small. It was a lake. Wang Xing did not open a side hall this time. The ministers had their own places. Li Yi did not care where he lived. He could enter the main hall whenever he wanted, but it was too spacious. Next time third brother and sister-in-law come, Brother Wang, you can open the main hall directly. Just say that the ancestors of the imperial family are gracing them today. Li Yi gave Wang Xing ideas. The previous few times, he had arranged for them to stay in the side hall. Wang Xing blinked. Good idea. Yes, why didn't I think of that? That's right. The ancestors of the Tang dynasty are gracing them, so the people can also be graced. As he spoke, he smiled slyly. Next time, he would open the main hall. Everyone, since you're here, let's soak. I can't see anything new today. I'm too tired. If I let you guys fly now, you probably won't be able to come back. Li Yi invited everyone to soak in the hot spring. The water in the hot spring was flowing. It was not stagnant water. Who would get dirty from soaking in it? You asked for it. It's the first soup. Baigu was a little nervous. He had soaked in it once before. It was a reward from the side. Now that the emperor was not here, he could enter the main pool directly. The first soup refers to the first soup of the year. The current one has already been soaked. Soak. Don't be afraid. Those who can swim in the Huaqing pool. Li Yi said as he went to change his clothes. He wanted to swim in a swimsuit. He also brought a piggy bubble ball. He could not use it in swimming, but he still brought it. Those who drowned would drown. Those who did not know how to swim would accidentally fall into the water and drown. There were not many people like that. Those who drowned every year felt that they were good at swimming. Those who were good at swimming drowned. Those who were good at riding fell. Chapter 884. After the four of them finished bathing, Li Yi gave Song Jing a massage. As he massaged, Song Jing fell asleep. Xiao Yi, I don't believe that you have such skills. If you don't believe me, give me a massage. Baigu was envious. Old Bai, you don't have to. If you want a massage, go back and find a doctor. I'm very tired after massaging once. My fingers hurt. Li Yi refused. When he massaged, he didn't use the tip of his elbow. He only used his fingers and knuckles. Knuckles were for pressing acupoints, while the belly was for massaging. Pressing the acupoints required light force. If you used too much force, the area would turn green. It wouldn't recover for a few days. After that, you have to massage the blood to improve the blood circulation. You have to massage the painful area until it's comfortable. For example, when Li Yi massaged Song Jing's acupoints, he used more force on his back. Song Jing coughed and spat out 2 mouthfuls of phlegm. His breathing was much smoother. This was a pure Chinese medicine technique. It was different from Western medicine's technique to relieve fatigue. Western medicine's technique was used to relax muscles, promote acid excretion, and tendon maintenance. Chinese medicine's technique was to find the right place to apply force and press on the spot. Li Yi knew how to do it, but he couldn't do it too much. If he did, his hands would be injured. When he was in the massage parlors, he used the elbow joint. It was painful to be massaged, but the effect was far less than knuckles and finger pressure. After massaging Song Jing, Li Yi's hands were sore. When he pressed with his fingers, there was a cracking sound. Next time I go to Zhuangzi, I'll go alone. You can massage me. Seeing you massage Guangping makes me uncomfortable. Baigu didn't insist. He saw Li Yi sweating. Oh Bai, why don't I give you a scraping treatment? It's comfortable too. Li Yi suggested. No, the wind is strong in Mount Li. You think I don't know? After the scraping, if I get a cold tomorrow, I'll have to do acupuncture and moxibustion, right? Baigu gave a look that said, I know, don't try to fool me. Fire pot. Li Yi changed to another one. All right, I won't go into the water today anyway, Baigu agreed. Li Yi brought over a pile of small clay pots and moxa fluff. He lit a candle on the side and shook the moxa fluff before throwing it into the clay tube and pressing it on Baigu's acupuncture points. One by one, he pressed on their backs, arms, and legs. Su Yi and Wei Jigu nodded at Li Yi and lay down. Li Yi cupped them one by one, cleaned them, and wiped off their sweat. Cupping was also tiring, mainly because it was difficult to control the burning mugwort. He could actually use alcohol, add cotton, and then fill the glass jar. It was simple. Burning the moxa wool would consume oxygen to generate suction. If it was done too early, the moxa wool would not be completely burned, and it would cause burns on the skin. If he was too late, the air would be replenished and the suction would be gone. If the 3 of them were to sit down, it would be relatively simple. They would let Ai Rong sit behind the ceramic pipe, so that the flames would not burn her skin. If they were to lie down, they would need to shake the ceramic pipe, so that the moxa wool would not fall. When the moxa wool was completely burned, they would press it on the skin. Li Yi was playing with his skills today. Using alcohol, cotton, and glass bottles was not considered a skill. Moxa wool was made from wormwood. It was flammable like tinder. It was also a medicine, so the burnt ash would fall on the skin during the cupping process. When it was time to lift the pot, he would use the pot to roll out the rolled-up bag and wipe it with his hand. The ash would seal the open pores. Ordinary people in his time could not enjoy this kind of cupping. He was very knowledgeable. When the ceramic pipe for burning things was done, the remaining air inside would be hot, and the temperature of the ceramic pipe would also be high. When the glass jar was burned with alcohol, it would only burn off the oxygen. The jar itself would still be cold. If it was a baby with a stomachache, the navel would be pulled out, needles would be inserted, and blood would be drawn with the cupping. Hot and cold, with ash and without ash, the consequences, of course. No place that used alcohol to draw oxygen would dare to do that. It was all done by traditional Chinese medicine doctors or village doctors. After waiting for more than 15 minutes, Li Yi began to pick up the jar according to the order. He gently pressed his thumb around the mouth of the jar on Baigu's back. Air went in, and the jar was picked up. After picking up all the jars, Li Yi rolled the jar on Baigu's body. It's so comfortable. When I roll it on the itchy place, I wish I could scratch it with my hand. Do it again, don't stop. Baigu almost moaned. Li Yi finished rolling the jar and began to plaster the ash. Then, he used his hand to massage the mouth of the jar. Yes, Xiao Yi, I won't collect taxes from you. Use more strength, the side. Baigu even betrayed the interests of the imperial court. What taxes are there now? You wrote too much on your right shoulder. You didn't treat it well at the beginning of spring, so the back is purplish black. When you go back, ask the imperial physician to add a jar on that area and rub it properly. Otherwise, it will stimulate the lung meridian. As Li Yi spoke, his thumb suddenly pressed down on the back of the lung and applied a little force. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Gu coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of thick black phlegm. It's okay, there's no inflammation. If it's not, it's yellow phlegm. If it's blood, we have to go back to Zhuangzi now. Li Yi ran over and used an incense stick to fiddle with the large mouthful of phlegm that Bai Shu had spat out to make sure there was no problem. He pinched the phlegm with a piece of paper and placed it in a small jar. He was going to test it when he went back. It's much better to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Gu spoke and spat out some phlegm again. Qing Song at the side wiped it clean with a piece of paper. This time he was faster. Li Yi then went to Wei Zhigu and Su Yi and did the same thing. The two of them also spat out phlegm. After soaking in the hot spring, their blood circulation was already accelerated. If they lay there and were pressed by Li Yi, they would spit out phlegm as long as there was phlegm. He didn't even use the method of shaking the lung. If it was a child, phlegm would also be pressed out. Song Jing, who had fallen asleep, started snoring. After the three of them were done, they looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Wei Zhigu's eyes had a hint of joy. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Bai Gu and Sui actually understood. Wei Zhigu's meaning was, so what if you're a Zaifu? I've been one before. In His Majesty's heart, none of you are good enough. Sigh. Sui sighed. He personally experienced Li Yi's power twice today. The first time, it was the tool used by the woman to take care of the child. The second time, it was the medical treatment. It felt so good. His Majesty asked him about politics and casually asked him about something. Was he sure he could give a satisfactory answer? When His Majesty asked him about politics, he suddenly fell to the ground. Other than calling for the imperial physician, there was nothing he could do. If it was Li Yi, he could ask. There was no need to ask for the sake of asking. When they were chatting, Li Yi would tell him what to do. As they chatted, he suddenly fell to the ground. Li Yi immediately started saving him. It wasn't easy to die in front of Li Yi. That was why His Majesty was willing to bring Empress Wang and Li Jianyao to the Li family Zhuangzi. If there was something to ask, it would be safe. The three of you stand up and move around. Do a few squats and see if you still need to spit. As Li Yi spoke, he did a few first to demonstrate. When he squatted, his chest pressed directly against his thigh. This was a way for people who choked on water to save themselves. When they choked on water, they could only exhale but not inhale, so they squatted with all their might. When there was external physical pressure on the chest, it could open up the airway. Most of the time, squatting was enough. Of course, there was another person who helped to blow air into the mouth. The effect was even more obvious. The latter stood behind the person and stretched his hands forward. He cupped his fists and placed them under the person's ribs. He pulled back with all his might so that the person could catch their breath. It was the same for necessary rescue. It was faster than CPR. Chapter 885. When it was time for dinner, perhaps due to his biological clock, Song Jing coughed a few more times, woke up, and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. He felt like he had been reborn, and did not look uncomfortable at all. Old Song, you're awake? Wash your face, and don't need to drink water to adjust. Tonight's dinner is beef stewed radish with an alcohol stove. Since you're looking for me, I have to help everyone adjust their bodies. First, drink the stewed ginseng, deer antler, and wolfberry wine. Then we'll eat rice which happen to be soaked. We won't add coriander or ginger slices. It's not good to eat those for dinner. Li Yi greeted Song Jing when he saw that he had woken up. The main dish was beef stewed radish with 2 cows raised in Mount Li. They were specially raised to eat meat. The others drank beef soup and ate the cow's meat. The other side dishes were stewed eggplant, yam, cabbage, braised pork, cowpeas, herring mushrooms, vermicelli, and carrots. There were steamed buns and deep-fried pancakes as the main dishes, along with pickled vegetables. As Li Yi and the others drank, the side dishes were pickled cucumber strips with vinegar, steamed eggplant with cooked sauce, celery stir-fried shredded pork, and shredded tofu with dried scallion oil. Li Yi adjusted the menu. He could not let anything go wrong with the 4 high-ranking officials who were being served by him. Other than the slightly pungent smell of the scallion oil in the shredded tofu, there was nothing else. There were 2 types of scallion oil. One was chili oil poured over the shredded scallion. The other was after boiling it, and when the heat was low, it was poured in to stir-fry. The taste of scallion oil was like raw flour, but it was not. It could suppress the smell of the bean. It was amazing. When Bai Gu and the other 3 saw the dishes, they knew that they were being taken care of again. Although they were in high positions and busy with state affairs, they valued food very much. They wanted to live a few more years and eat without falling sick. Since Li Yi appeared, there were many changes in the menu. There were many medical books. Li Yi even wrote a medical book on food therapy. Everyone was more particular about their meals. It was different from before. Now that they saw it, they knew that it was different from others. It meant that Li Yi had deliberately arranged it. It was no wonder that a few people from the Shangshi department were beaten up. Li Jianyao did not like the food made by the Shangshi's imperial cuisine. If it was a restaurant, if a customer said that the food was not good, it could be explained away as a difference in taste. The little fellow said that the food was not tasty. Explained to the little fellow, "I'll get a fruit platter for everyone. After dinner, we must eat some fruit." Li got up to deal with the fruit platter. Smelling the aroma, "I want to eat all of them." Sui sniffed and told the truth. Li Yi is an erudite celestial. Wei Zhigu had always been on Li Yi's side. Even if the Ministry of Works was in trouble, he didn't want to face Li Yi directly. He is different from Bai Gu. Bai Gu is my Minister of Revenue position. I guarantee that I will fight for this position. Wei Zhigu had suffered a loss before. When he was the Hunan magistrate, Yao Chang's son had come over to plead for leniency. If he agreed, he would be letting down His Majesty's trust and the people. If he didn't agree, he was indebted to Yao Chong. How could Yao Chong not know that his son had come over? He was forced into a corner and went back to tell His Majesty because he didn't agree to Yao Chong's son's request. In the end, because Li Yi restrained Yao Chong, he still had a position. Then Li Yi continuously helped him and treated him right after he fell ill. Moreover, Li Yi didn't want anything. He didn't ask for anything in return. He didn't care about helping you once. The key point was that Li Yi's morals were impeccable. He wasn't greedy and didn't plead for corrupt people. Everyone knew that Li Yi didn't bribe just one person. He bribed all the officials in the capital. Other people bribed to open the door for themselves. Li Yi's bribe was to not cause trouble when he was doing things for the country and the people. Therefore, Wei Zhigu didn't trust anyone but Li Yi. As long as Li Yi mentioned something that involved the Ministry of Works, he would do it. He didn't go against his heart when he worked for Li Yi, but he was wronged when he worked for the imperial court. Song Jing drank 2 mouthfuls of soup. After the soup warmed his stomach, he became energetic. "Everyone, do you think that worm is delicious?" He suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with anything else. The worm he was talking about was naturally the bean worm. It's okay if it's fried. Bai Gu had eaten it before and liked it quite a bit. At home, I ate it with stuffing. At first, I felt disgusted. Later, I heard that the Li family Zhuangzi also ate it with stuffing. After frying it, it can be eaten. Sui explained his family's situation. He couldn't eat buns or dumplings. If he switched to frying it, the bean worm could be eaten when it was placed with other vegetables. Because the bean worm made with other methods had a lot of water, the outside of the frying was hard, and there was little water, so the oil seeped in. He eats 2 dry fried bean worms every day. Wei Zhigu also provided a data. He ate it. When Li Yi said that it could be eaten and was good for the body, he believed it. When he ate dry fried bean worms, he couldn't eat anything else. Actually, roasting it is also fine, or baking it with salt in a pot. Li Yi returned with a plate of sliced watermelon and cantaloupe. Other people's greenhouses were torn down, but the Li family Zhuangzi had a 4-season greenhouse. It was always out of season, and it was a glass greenhouse. Other than using it for vegetables out of season, it was also used for breeding. Some seeds didn't need to be grown in hot weather, but required a constant temperature. This way, the yield of seeds would be higher. Now that there were no results from hybridization, they could only look for breakthroughs in the seeds themselves. For example, cowpeas. Some cowpeas grew well, and their fruits were plump and long, while others were short. Then they would choose the longer cowpeas and plant them. When the seeds matured, they would immediately plant another batch and choose again. This was something that had been done by various dynasties and generations. It had never stopped. If one had to say when it stopped, it would be during the chaos of war. If there was no war, it would only stop for a period of 10 years. That 10 years, Li used the greenhouses to shorten the time. Generation after generation, if there were no hybridization, they would use the greenhouses. Now it was the same for the watermelons and cantaloupes. Different fertilizers and soil were used in the greenhouses to grow and differentiate. Xiao, there are no more watermelons and cantaloupes in the royal greenhouses. Bai Gu saw the fruit plate and reminded Li, there will be more next year. The glass is about to be mass-produced. Thanks to Jiang Hui, I will buy a large amount of tin from them. Now, I have collected enough tin for the float glass. After I settle some things, I will take some time to bring out the technology of pulling glass. The glass windows on your Prime Minister's carriage are blown glass. In the future it will not be. Li expressed his gratitude to Jiang Hui's family. They had gotten a lot of dirty money. Li followed the clues and found the place where there was a lot of tin. He didn't need to consider the mercury float method. Tin was enough. Float method was the method of floating. The glass would be heated into a liquid state, and the liquid would be poured into a liquid metal solution. The two would not mix. It was like oil and water. The oil would float on top. The glass solution would also float on top of the metal solution. The glass solution itself would spread out and become a flat surface. If some metal pliers were added to pull the glass solution would become thinner and bigger as it was stretched. It was many times faster than blowing glass. Glass was so cheap. Of course, that was referring to other people. Chapter 886. That night, everyone went to bed. The next morning, everyone ate steamed buns and porridge. Anything that can fly in the sky must eat steamed buns, Li explained to the four people. The four people didn't understand. Why must they eat steamed buns if they wanted to fly in the sky? Tradition, we must continue the good tradition, Li added. Don't ask anymore. Today, there are two things that are the latest technological achievements of the Tang dynasty. One is a weapon, the gun that Old Bai mentioned. The other is a triangular glider that can allow people to slowly descend from the sky. Li explained the two things to the four people and asked them to choose which one to see first. Gun, Bai Gu and Wei Zhigu said at the same time. Song Jing nodded. He didn't care. A gun is a gun. Everyone knew what a gun was. Li had one, and it was very powerful. He gave it to Guizi to kill many young generals in the Tubo army. Now that he had made it himself, he could equip the army. Let's take a look. After dinner, the group slowly strolled to the shooting range. Guizi and Hao Lingquan waited at the shooting range with a long cloth bag next to them. Guizi nodded to Li. Everything was ready. Li picked up the cloth bag, untied the rope, and took it down, revealing a very heavy rifle inside. This flintlock gun with a paper shell, a fixed lead bullet, and a spiral rifling inside the barrel. This time, it has surpassed countless years of technological development. Li held the gun and introduced it. It was indeed not easy. The rifling was specially made. The steel pipe was smashed out and not cast. There were too many sand holes in the casting, and the barrel was not smooth. The key was that it was easy to break in the sand holes and then explode. Xiao, how does it compare to your gun? Bai Gu came over and touched the gun. It was very cold. My sniper rifle? The difference in technology is like heaven and earth. There is no difference between shooting from 600 feet away. I can't beat 100 of these guns with one gun, because the bullets are lethal to me at that distance. Li raised his gun and took aim. It was heavy, and his arms would not be able to bear it for a long time. Can it hit 600 feet? Song Jing was interested in the distance. 600 feet was a lot more than 100 steps. Ordinary arrows couldn't reach it. Even if you hit him in the eye from 800 feet away, he'll still be injured. It depends on how much gunpowder you put in. It's just that it's too far from accurate, much worse than my gun. If I widen the distance, my gun will be able to snipe 100 people at a distance of 200 feet. Because I haven't made a firing cap for this gun, I haven't researched a firing pin. 1 minute. In a quarter of an hour, he can shoot 90 to 120 shots, faster than a normal archer. Li emphasized the word normal and looked at Guozi beside him. Guozi nodded in agreement. It was indeed fast. Hao Lingquan said, if the distance is close, the speed of the archer depends on the strength of the bow. Speed might not necessarily be able to penetrate armor. Even if the arrow hit the enemy at close range, the enemy would still be killed by the arrow. The distance, the strength of the bow, the accuracy, and the opponent's equipment all affect the outcome. Sui also came over to touch the gun. The biggest advantage is the long shooting range. No, the biggest advantage is that the arm won't be strained and can be fired continuously. Archers can't draw the bow if they shoot too much, and at the same time, their accuracy will gradually drop. Guozi spoke from his own experience. He liked to use a bow, and ordinary archers couldn't bear it. Li continued. The other advantage is that the training speed is fast. In an emergency, you can teach them how to shoot a few shots. Ordinary people can shoot by themselves. Shoot a few shots and see. Wei Zhigu didn't want to listen anymore. He wanted to see the actual operation. Thus, Li gave the gun to Guozi. This gun was Guozi's, and it was in his hands a few days later. Guozi had been practicing all this time, and he had fired thousands of bullets. Li didn't want to lose face. He knew Guozi's talent in sports, and he was willing to train hard. If he gave this gun to Guozi, he could use it as a sniper rifle. After choosing a good position, the target was erected. It was a human-shaped target with arms and legs. The target was placed at a distance of 300 feet. Guozi took out a paper cartridge, which was integrated with the cartridge, and moved the cylinder under the gun. The airtight parts of this gun were similar to the Sharps Model 1859 rifle. The cylinder was moved down, and the cartridge was loaded from the back. Then, the cylinder was raised, and a part of the paper behind the cartridge was cut off when the cylinder was closed. The flint hammer for firing was lifted, and the trigger was brought up. He opened the lid of the gunpowder pool beside him, took out a leather bag, poured some gunpowder into the pool, and closed the lid. He pointed the muzzle at the target, and turned to look at the others. He was ready. Everyone nodded and picked up their binoculars. Li said, "Left eye." Guozi raised the gun, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 3 consecutive sounds rang out, and a puff of smoke came out. The human-shaped target was shot between the eyebrows. It didn't hit the left eye. Guozi lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Everyone. Li nodded to show that he understood and said to the others, "If Z used a bow, he would have hit the left eye. This gun's accuracy is too poor." Firing speed. Baigu didn't want to comment on whether it was accurate or not. The deviation was too small, and he could still hit the enemy. Guozi began to operate quickly. He pulled the hammer, lowered the cylinder, loaded the bullet, raised the cylinder, opened the gunpowder pool, poured the gunpowder, closed the gunpowder pool and fired. He repeated the process. Every time he fired, the bullet hit the target's head. Li calculated the time. 1 minute 11 shots. That was fast. All right, everyone, according to my calculations, a normal archery shot is about 4 to 5 times in a minute. Given the distance the arrow reaches the target, it should be able to shoot 4 to 5 times. Using this gun, a skilled person can do it 8 times, and a relatively skilled person can do it 6 times. But Z doesn't count. He is different from ordinary people. Of course, if you practice this every day, an ordinary person can do it more than 8 times. The key is that everyone saw it. It's very easy. There are only a few steps. It's not very useful on rainy days. Unless you use an umbrella. The gunpowder pool will lose its effect when it comes into contact with water. Wait a minute. Let me find some time to make mercury fulminate. It's too dangerous and troublesome. I don't want to make it. It consumes a lot of sulfuric acid, nitric acid and alcohol. Mercury is not worth much. If you're not careful, it will explode. Li didn't fire the gun. He explained that he couldn't shoot accurately with the same gun, but this gun was designed by him. Bai Gu and the others listened patiently. The steps were simple. Looking at the gun, it didn't seem complicated. Li, this gun is easy to copy. If Tubo people get it. Song Jing frowned. He was afraid that others would get it easily. Easy to copy? How can it be easy to copy? Do you know how many parts there are? You see, there are few parts outside, but there are many inside. Just the spring alone is enough to tire Tubo craftsmen to death. There are also steel pipes. I won't tell anyone. Tubo can only use cast iron. They don't even know the ratio of gunpowder. It's all granular gunpowder. Do they know how to pull the rifling? They don't even know how to use the camera and crosshairs. Now Li talked about the difficulty of making this gun. The bullet's warhead was a technical job. Mignon balls, made of lead, were similar to the airgun cartridges he had used to shoot birds in those days. The difference was that the airgun used this type of lead pellet. It was propelled by chi. There was no need to add anything else. Now there was a pointed cork in the lead pellet. After firing, the cork would make the lead pellet bigger. Then it would combine perfectly with the rifling and fly out. Do you understand? Li asked. The few of them blinked. They understood. It was very powerful and not easy to copy. Chapter 887. Sui pointed at the upright door. What is the use of this thing? To adjust the height of the muzzle. We have not added any markings yet. Let Z and the rest test the bullet repeatedly, and add markings after we get the data. Together with the front sight. The circle on the front sight is used to adjust and protect the front sight, and to define the scope. Of course, the door can be a blocking type or a caliper type. It is more convenient to use the upright one now. Li explained again. A gun can be copied just like that? Do you understand the principle? Let me see. Bai Gu stretched out his hand to ask for the gun. Guazi carefully handed it over. Bai Gu took it and lowered his hand. Heavy. 6 kilograms to 14 kilograms. It looks heavier than a normal bow. But the bullet is light and easy to carry. If the gun is too light, it will not be accurate. If the barrel is thin, it will not be able to increase the amount of propellant or change the propellant formula in the future as it will explode. When the cement is transported to the border for construction, ordinary people will learn how to use guns. When the time comes, Li knew that the gun was a little heavy, but he did it on purpose to prepare for future upgrades. Everyone has to get used to the same weight first. Otherwise, if it is light now and heavy in the future, it will not be convenient to use. There is another reason. When the enemy is close, use the bayonet. I have a tutorial on bayonet fighting. When you swing the bayonet, you have to have a sense of weight. Li said what he did not want to see the most, a hand-to-hand battle. However, the army did not dare to fight hand-to-hand. Even if they gave him guns, he would still lose. When he was first invaded by the Japanese Empire, his countrymen could not win in a hand-to-hand battle and did not know how to play. Later they learned how to fight. The key was that they were not afraid of death. There was a scimitar unit in Nepal. They had never lost in a hand-to-hand battle. It was not that the scimitars were strong, but that the people in the unit dared to fight. However, they had lost before. They lost to Li's army at that time. A hand-to-hand battle was a matter of life and death. Then come at me. In the war on the Korean peninsula, the Nepalese scimitar unit was hired to fight the rabbit army with bayonets. But they lost. It was the same in the current Tang dynasty. Rifles were equipped with bayonets. The gun was heavy. Not only was the barrel thick, but it was also long. When shooting, it could make the bullets fly farther. And when fighting with bayonets, it wouldn't be too much of a disadvantage. Speaking of bayonets, Guazi took out the bayonet. It was a long bayonet with blood grooves. It was made of the same kind of steel as the gun barrel. He loaded the bayonet and jammed it. The gun instantly gave off a different feeling. It seemed to carry a murderous aura. It looks better than the bow. If the bow is too close, it can only smash and twist. It's not sturdy enough. Song Jing carefully touched the back and sides of the bayonet with his finger. He didn't dare to touch the blade, unless he was holding it himself. If you don't have to fight with bayonets, then don't fight with bayonets. Gunners should fight from afar. Li Yi felt sorry for the soldiers of his Tang dynasty, so he was willing to use long-range weapons to deal with the enemy. Even if he had to spend more money, it was worth it to exchange money for his life. How much does it cost? Bai Gu swallowed his saliva and asked weakly. Old Bai, hold on. Don't be afraid. I'll make it with the money from selling the bicycles. You don't have to buy it. We've already agreed on this. Li Yi was afraid that Bai Gu would suddenly collapse. There was no good equipment here. Phew, Bai Gu let out a long sigh. Yes, I've already told Xiao Yi that I won't collect taxes on the bicycles, but I'll make guns. I'll never make a losing deal. Bai Gu became firm in an instant. Look, I've thought so far ahead. You want to make 60,000? Wei Zhigu calculated the number of people. 30,000 winged knights and 30,000 recruits trained in Taibai Mountain. That was 60,000. This summer, Zhuangzi will produce a hydraulic press. During the smelting process, I'll add other things to make alloy steel for the press. Li didn't say how much he wanted to make. He just gave him a new technology. It was too laborious to make steel pipes by hand. Putting them on the press and hot rolling was fast. The cost wasn't important. He didn't need to pay for the coal or the iron ore. Zhuangzi would provide large quantities of saltpeter for gunpowder. This was a military project. All the materials were free, and the money earned from selling kerosene was used to subsidize the cost of other auxiliary materials. He didn't need to pay for the oil either. The Li family Zhuangzi would provide the technology and produce military materials. The extra money would be considered a reward. He considered the cost of materials. No one would calculate the cost of labor and technology. The cost of labor was high, but the cost of technology was even higher. This gun had skipped the stages of cast iron and cast copper. It had skipped the stages of slow match, front loading, smooth bore, and straight rifling. Who could define how much this technology was worth? It was equivalent to 1,000 years. There was also the change in the concept of battle and the way of war. Li, if we make this gun bigger like a ballista. Sui suddenly had an idea. Su Zaifu, good idea. If we make the gun bigger, it will be a cannon. I will make the mercury fulminate into a fused device. When we fire, the shell will explode. Li gave a thumbs up. My Prime Minister Su, you have a good idea. Very good. It can explode? For example, grenades and explosives? Sui knew that the weapons transported to the front line were ignited and then thrown out. He originally wanted to fire a bigger bullet from far away and hit the enemy's general. When the bullet was fired, the people on the road would be smashed to pieces. In the end, the enemy's general would die. If he changed it to an explosive bullet, it would be like the explosives thrown out by a catapult. Yes, as long as the mercury fulminate is taken out, the rest is easy to solve. Add a spring device in front of the shell. When the shell is hit by the impact, the mercury fulminate will be ignited, and then Li Yi gestured the explosion. It was that simple. The premise was that there was no problem with the industrial base. This is great. Xiao Yi, make it. Bai Gu couldn't wait to bring an army to fight Tubo. Money. It's fun to use the cannons, and there's a lot of money. Let's not talk about other things. The cost of one shell is half a year's income of an ordinary family in the capital. Li Yi had already calculated the cost. The current production conditions were too poor, and there were too many manual labor involved. To make one shell, the total cost was 20 liang, which was half a year's income of a family. Of course, it would be cheaper in the future. He would gradually improve the production process and come up with new technologies. With a good lathe, he could make more and better lathes. A new generation of lathes would become a cultural relic. Bai Gu also calculated and suddenly lowered his head and sighed. He couldn't afford it. It was too expensive. The items obtained after the shooting might not be able to cover the cost. Xiao Yi, let's wait. Don't make it. Bai Gu knew that the Li family's Zhuangzi couldn't afford it. He also didn't want to pay the money. Don't make it? If we don't make it, we will never have it. Only by making it can we slowly reduce the cost. Even if it's 20 liang per shell, I am willing to pay 200,000 liang for 10,000 shells. Place the cannons in the city, and use the current method of aiming. With the help of the cavalry in the city, a few hundred shells would be enough to stun the enemy. Any formation would be useless in front of the cannons. Li Yi shook his head. He wanted to make it. The calculation was different. 20 liang per shell. One shell could kill one enemy. 10,000 shells could kill 10,000 enemies. That would be 200,000 liang. How much money would it take for an enemy to grow up? How many people would the enemy have? Chapter 888. How many people can we kill with 10,000 big bullets? Song Jing did not know how to fight. He was only concerned about the exchange ratio. Li Yi was about to answer when Guizi spoke first. It's not about how many enemies can be killed. If we really have that kind of cannon fire or sky monkeys, the enemy won't be able to get into formation. Guizi looked at the problem from the perspective of war. Both sides had set up their military formations one by one. The different types of soldiers were also grouped together. When the cavalry encountered a dense infantry formation, they were also dumbfounded. Once they failed to break through the formation, the cavalry would lose their mobility. The cavalry had always been holding the formation from the wings. Unless it was a battle in the wild, the cavalry had archers. When setting up the formation, both sides would split into groups and look for opportunities. At this time, a group of sky monkeys would fly over and blow up a group. If the formation was not messed up, one group would die. If they did not want to die, they would run. Once they ran, the formation would be broken, and they would be able to charge. If the sky monkeys landed in the enemy's cavalry formation, their own cavalry would be able to charge and kill the enemy's cavalry. Hao Lingquan agreed. There's no need for cannons. The range of a gun is longer than a crossbow. There's no need to aim deliberately. Just shoot at the enemy's formation. The enemy must charge. He had participated in actual combat before, and was considered a general. He had fought before and was still injured. He knew very well that he had the advantage over others in long-range combat. What formation? You can't move? If you don't move, I'll keep shooting at you. You won't be able to hit me. If the formation moved, it would be a trap. Shields would not be able to block it. Tubo also did not have many big shields, much less the Turks. Tao Hong had been listening from the side, and could not help but express her opinion. Both sides are 100 feet apart. Is it tiring to charge? The people around nodded in agreement. Yes, they would hit you from 100 feet away. You have to charge within 100 feet for the crossbow soldiers to be effective. Run. The faster you run, the less you will be hit. Carry weapons, wear armor, and sprint for 200 meters. You also have to maintain the formation. Once the formation is broken, the cavalry will be useless. They will definitely charge at you. It's actually like this. Song Jing was enlightened. It was more direct and useful than the hot air balloons from before. Sigh. Li Yi sighed as he recalled the time before liberation, when he used a broadsword to charge at the enemy's firearms team. If they ran too slowly, they would be hit again and again. If they ran too fast, how much energy would they have left when they reached their destination? The cannons must be produced as soon as possible. We must have a prototype before the end of the year. Li Yi made up his mind. He had also thought about it. The cannons didn't need to fire too far. Could they fire at a range of 4 li? When they hit the enemy's cavalry, the cavalry would either scatter or charge. There were no other options. When you hit the enemy's infantry, if the infantry ran, your own cavalry would charge. If the enemy cavalry dared to gather, they would attack you. How could an infantryman charge, for li just to get rid of a cannon? Now that they were facing their own infantry, was there even a need to fight? Let's talk about the future in the future. Teach me how to shoot. Baigu was happy. Wait a moment. Wait until there are more guns and cannons. Who cares about Tubo and Turks? If they wanted to attack the Abbasid Caliphate, the Tang dynasty's territory would expand. He had to be quick. He didn't want to wait until he joined the regiment to increase his territory. He wanted to enjoy the feeling of accomplishment. Guizi was in charge of directing the shooting. Baigu happily fired a few shots. Every shot hit the target, even if the target was already 20 meters away. Xiaoyi. Baigu didn't know what to do. He turned to look at Li Yi. Move a table over. Li Yi indeed had a solution. Baigu was shooting while standing. It was normal if he couldn't hit the target, but it would be a problem if he hit the target. Guazi's gun weighed 14 jin. 1 jin was 660 grams. If it was Li Yi's gun, it would be 18.5 jin. If Baigu could hit the target with such a heavy gun, other than luck, he had to be talented. The table was moved over. Li Yi didn't design a stand for the rifle. He just found a straw mat to cushion it. Old Bai, you don't find a stool. You can't sit on it. Bend over and set it up. Use the spot in the middle of the door to find the target. Li Yi supported Baigu. Don't sit down. If you sit down, you won't be able to hit the target. The height is different. With something to cushion it, Baigu felt much more relaxed. He fired again. Aya, he hit the target's stomach. Amazing. Cough cough, it's just that the smoke is too thick. When you fire, the enemy will know where you are when they see the smoke. Baigu tried his best to find a flaw. Li Yi nodded. The airtightness wasn't good enough. There was no choice. This was the skill. Who cares if the enemy knows where you are? If you know, just charge. Seeing that Baigu could hit the target, Song Jing and the rest lined up. They discussed and agreed that each person would shoot 10 shots to satisfy their cravings. It wasn't just to satisfy their cravings. When they returned, Her Majesty or whoever asked, they could tell what the gun was like and how it felt when they fired. Then, they would use the data provided by Li Yi and the others as their own. They would appear to be knowledgeable. Then they agreed to shoot 10 bullets per person. Once they started shooting, they couldn't stop. It was too fun. Again. This time, I want to shoot its right shoulder. Where's the medicine? Give it to me. I can put it in myself. Song Jing had already fired 25 shots. He still wanted to play. The residue in the barrel had been cleaned once. My shoulder hurts. Help me massage it tonight. Baigu stopped playing. The gun had a recoil. A gun that could shoot 300 meters away had no recoil. He needed to add other auxiliary equipment. Baigu was especially excited. He didn't stick the gun stock tightly to his shoulder. There was a gap in the middle. After he fired the gun, the gap disappeared. He hit his shoulder. Now he was pressing the shoulder where the gun hit. There was a sore feeling. It was like a bruised leg. It hurt when you pressed it. Then, you wanted to press it again. It was very exciting. This kind of pain was actually addictive. Baigu rubbed it with his left hand. He felt that his entire right side was not listening to him. Take a bath at night. This is a bruise caused by the impact. I will use the medicinal wine to rub it. If you hurt your tendons and your shoulder bulges, I will use Xiaomi to rub it for you. Li Yi didn't look at the situation of Baigu's shoulder. If Baigu could raise his arm, it meant that his bones were fine. Li Yi felt that Baigu should apply for leave. Using Xiaomi to rub it, that feeling, after the first day, the swelling would be worse. Then it would become smaller and recover. It was like using glass to flatten cloth. Xiaomi had the same effect. How to describe the pain? Intramuscular injections and injections on the butt. This was the feeling. It was awesome. In the past, Li Yi jumped down from a high place and sprained his ankle. He rubbed it like this. It was still fresh in his memory. Or if there was a problem with his teeth, he needed to extract the nerves without anesthetics. Although it was said to be extraction, in fact he was using a needle to extract the marrow. It had nothing to do with the word extraction. The process was very long. Every time the needle was inserted, he would tremble. Li Yi had experienced this before. He didn't want to be injected with anesthetics. The nerve was extracted from his teeth, but he survived. At night, he would look at Baigu. He would give treatment according to the situation. Some were slow, some were fast. If there was a bruise, there was no need to extract it. Massage and hot compress would clear it. Chapter 889. Song Jing was fine at the moment. He had been waiting for Baigu to give up his position, but Baigu refused to do so. Then he suddenly got excited and let go of his shoulder with the gun butt. Song Jing pressed his shoulder firmly against the gun, but every time he fired, Oh, he pressed the gun but firmly against his shoulder. Xiao Yi, don't take injections. Bai Gu rubbed his shoulder and discussed with Li Yi. He had taken injections before, but he fainted. If it were other people, he wouldn't say anything. Li Yi was like his family, so he didn't feel ashamed. Let's see at night. Acupuncture and cupping are also fine. You're not afraid of acupuncture. Li Yi understood. He was also afraid of injections at first, but later he got used to it and did it himself. He also saw some people who didn't know how to do it, but in order to save the treatment fee, they prescribed medicine and disposable syringes in the hospital, and then did it at home. During the follow-up visit, the back of the child's hands and feet were full of needle marks. The mother gritted her teeth and pricked the child. Once the needle was pricked, she pricked the child again. The child was sensible and knew to look for others to make more money, so he held on. The mother pricked the child's blood vessels, as if they were bedding and clothes. Every time she pricked the child, her heart ached. She was happy when she pricked the child, and pricked the child again. Li Yi shook his head and rubbed Bai Gu's shoulder with his hands. He mainly touched the bone. When he pushed away the skin and some muscles, Bai Gu didn't feel pain. It hurt when the skin and muscles were touched, but the tendons were fine. There are so many things to say about shooting. It's not easy. Bai Gu sighed with emotion as he watched others play. Archery is the same. If you don't master the technique well, you'll hurt your hand. So you usually wear a thumb ring. You hold the bow with your left hand, and put the arrow on the right side of the bow. At this time, if your right hand can't hold the arrow steady, you need the left thumb to hold the arrow shaft. When you let go, if your left thumb can't move down in time, the tail of the arrow will scratch your thumb and leave a wound. Or if the arrow shaft rubs quickly, it will blister. Sometimes it won't work, and you'll get injured. Li Yi spoke slowly to ease Bai Gu's emotions. He was a patient now. There are thumb rings in the army? Bai Gu was not familiar with them. Of course not. They use twine and rags to wrap their thumbs. If they were given a jade thumb ring, the soldiers would think about it all day long. How could they fight properly? I'm going to make some bandages. One is to treat injuries, and the other is to wrap the fingers of the soldiers. Twine is easy to tear. If it tears during a battle, just hold on. Tape is easier to use. Li Yi said with a smile, but it wasn't funny at all. Archers would not wear a thumb ring, even if it was made of a worthless stone. Once they wore it, they would put their mind on it. The archers didn't even think about jade thumb rings or bullhorn thumb rings. They were useless. It was very likely that the battlefield thumb ring would fall off the moment it was moved. Was he supposed to look for it? Bai Gu closed his eyes. After a while, Song Jing finally moved aside. Bai Gu opened his eyes. When will the soldiers at the border be equipped with guns? The winged knights will train 1,000 or 2,000 people. The firearms they make will be sent to the border. The winged knights will be the instructors. Li Yi's answer was not what Wei Zhigu thought. He didn't give 60,000 guns to the winged knights and the people on Taibai Mountain. Bai Gu didn't understand this answer. Xiao Yi, if you send so many guns to the border, aren't you afraid that they'll cause trouble? He began to worry about the soldiers at the border. How? Fight Chang'an? Fighting Chang'an requires generals. I'll just go and kill the generals. No, I'm not good enough. I can't shoot accurately when I'm moving. I'll let Zi kill them on a flying machine. I'll give him a few large grenades. When he finds the approximate location, he'll throw them down. With a boom, the other non-commissioned officer will surrender. Li Yi really laughed this time. He was very happy. What army could fight Chang'an? He killed the leader while flying. If the wind was good, he would be ruthless and release poison. The enemies in the wind would all be lying on the ground. Li Yi, my shoulder hurts. It's already tight, but it still hurts. Song Jing rubbed his right shoulder with his left hand, like Bai Gu did before. He was too excited when he fired the gun, and didn't notice it. When he moved aside, he felt that the right side of his neck, shoulder, back, and arm were all in pain. Now that his head was tilted to the right, he couldn't stand it. It was as if he had fallen asleep. His throat was also uncomfortable. Just now, the wind blew back, and he inhaled the smoke after the gun was fired. Let's eat spicy hot pot tonight. I'll add arhat fruit, licorice and annan. Let's drink yellow wine. No, let's drink ginseng and Shisandra. Li Yi looked at the other two people. He knew that they would all fall asleep together today. They didn't exercise enough usually. Suddenly they started shooting. No matter how tight they were, there would still be impact. What if it hurts? Song Jing actively asked for help. If it hurts when your head is tilted to the right, it will feel like you have a stiff neck. When you sleep at night, your head will tilt to the left. It's the same during the day. Li Yi gave a solution. This was a good way to treat a stiff neck. As for moving the head, it was useless to make a cracking sound. It was a problem with the muscles and tendons. If it was dislocated, it would be fine to move the head. If it wasn't dislocated, it was caused by fatigue. The best way was to tilt to the left. If it hurt, then tilt to the right and vice versa. This way, it could be adjusted in a few hours. Tilt to the left or right. It hurts all over? Hurry up and see a doctor. There was a big problem. It was either too much work or too much exercise during the day, or there was a problem with the spine. The former was to recuperate, while the latter was to be treated quickly. You're talking about medicine? Wei Jigu didn't get in line. He walked over and heard Li Yi's words. He felt like he was prescribing medicine. It's used to balance the stimulation of the chili. Actually, there should also be plaster. However, I'm worried that if you eat too much plaster, it will be troublesome for you to go to the toilet. At that time, you will have to drink sesame oil or sesame oil. Li Yi admitted that it was medicine. It was medicine to neutralize the damage of the chili to the gastrointestinal tract. Some people would have diarrhea after eating 2 spicy hot pots. Some people would find that they only felt spicy when eating spicy hot pot. There were no follow-up problems. This reflected the foundation of the two shops. The former didn't know Chinese medicine at all. It was unknown whether the latter knew Chinese medicine or not, but at least he knew the prescription. Li Yi's authentic Sichuan spicy hot pot had a lot of Chinese herbs in it. When eating, even if he accidentally choked while speaking, he couldn't stand the spiciness. However, after eating it, he wouldn't have diarrhea or the other side of the spicy hot pot. This was called skill. After adjusting it with Chinese herbs, he ate it happily without any worries. It wasn't like after that. In order to save money, he directly boiled the food and added some plain water. There was also chili oil, pepper oil, sesame paste, peanut kernels, sugar, vinegar, monosodium glutamate, salt, and so on. It became takeout spicy hot pot. The authentic one wasn't like that. The ancestors knew what chili was, so they took measures and prescribed many kinds of prescriptions, including fennel seed powder, dried Houtuinia cordata, and other things. It looked like spicy hot pot was food, but it was actually Chinese medicine. After the Ming Dynasty, those doctors were so amazing. Then, when it developed to Li Yi's time, they began to rely on the old books. They were all summaries and additional points. There were no more works. To put it bluntly, they didn't make money. Then there was inheritance, but there was no development. Chapter 890. Sure enough, the sky gradually darkened, and the 4 ministers felt uncomfortable. The palace maids and eunuchs also ran to fire a few shots. When they went back, they could tell others how to operate it, and what it looked like when they fired. It was not to show off, but to familiarize themselves with the Li family Zhuangzi and keep up with the pace. Whoever was on duty had to figure out the key points and pass it on to others. For example, Li Yi said to remind them half a month later that it was time to release the forest frogs. The palace maids and eunuchs could not stay for half a month. They would leave in 10 days, and they would remember it. When it was time for the handover, they would tell the next shift not to forget. They cherished their current names very much. When Li Yi called them Taohong and Qingsong, they would call them Taohong and Qingsong. They divided themselves into Taohong and Qingsong. Such names did not have a sense of existence in the eyes of others, but in fact, they had a lot of power. It was just that they did not bully others. What was the point of bullying people in the palace when they were in a high realm? If they could not obtain practical benefits, they would be vain and useless. The 32 palace maids and eunuchs did not need to be vain. They were learning from Li Yi. They passed on what they learned to each other, and then took time to learn more about other things. Each of them had a different temperament. Dongzhu said that in the poem he copied. Life is coarse and rough, but the poetry in the belly is magnificent. The person Dongzhu killed and buried was so talented. They wanted to learn. What the palace maids and eunuchs learned was the scheming in the small circle, and the frankness in the big circle. Let's go. You smell of gunpowder. When we go back, I will use springs to make guns for you to shoot wooden bullets or pebbles. Li Yi said to the 8 people that he wanted to invent BB bullets. This was once treated as a real gun. Later, the country also discovered the problem. It was just a toy gun. Why did the police at that time have to deal with people? It was just like the time when the police raised drug dealers. More often than not, they raised prostitutes. They would catch them once in a while, make more money, and then continue to raise them. In the capital office, especially in Chang'an, there had been cases of people in the yamen and underground forcing women into prostitution and selling children. Every dynasty was the same. However, some dynasties didn't even allow you to speak. If you did, you would be arrested. The Tang dynasty told them to spread the news. If they spread the news to His Majesty would deal with them. Li Yi did not care which time and space it was. He was now in the Tang dynasty, and he was ready to take out some toys to make money. There was a shortage of money to make weapons, especially cannons, so he gave them to the children of the rich to make guns out of bamboo. Then, the spring was driven to beat the soybeans. Chingsong, what do you say? Everyone has a toy gun that can shoot dyed soybeans, and it can shoot up to 60 to 70 feet away. Is there anyone who wants to play? Li Yi asked for his opinion. He wanted to set up a shooting range for the rich people of the capital government. Those who did not have money should not participate. The purpose of this was to make money for the military. The dye was naturally powder dye. If the glue wasn't good enough, the gun would be stuck. No matter if it's an adult or a child, they'll go crazy. If both sides fight each other, there'll be cover. Isn't that right, Dongzhu? Ching Song felt that it was interesting. He wasn't that old, and he usually liked archery, badminton, football, and shuttlecock. The main thing was that this was now popular in the harem, so he wanted to play. But there was one thing. Archery was the same as throwing pots. It was aimed at inanimate objects. You couldn't use archery to attack another person. That would kill. I've designed a helmet mask made of bamboo. The gap is small, and it can block dyed soybeans. Everyone can play together, and all kinds of tactical moves. Li Yi told Ching Song about his plan. Ching Song understood, and quickly noted that this was not for him to hear. He was the mouthpiece. Just like this, the main place is sand, and then any building is covered with linen as a buffer. The highest place is no more than 5 feet. Everyone also has to wear protective gear. Then the two sides can fight each other. The army can also use it. The main thing is to compete in street fighting. After Li Yi finished speaking, he did not care anymore. The rest of the matter was up to others. He still had to take care of the 4 ministers, who had shot themselves, until their muscles were injured. The ministers exposed their chins and took a bath. Unfortunately, no one provided them with special services. Although they were all important ministers of the imperial court, they had a lot of contact with women. Most importantly, they did not violate the law. The Tang dynasty did not have such things, and they still thought it was elegant. According to historical records, Li Longji also had a good impression of women in this field. When the people of Nankou went to the pear garden, Li Longji had a lot of luck. For example, Princess Yongmu's mother was actually a woman who married someone and became a concubine. Then, Li Longji also took a fancy to her, and the woman recommended her man's younger sister to Li Longji. That was why Princess Yongmu was born. She was a member of a big family. Everyone, do you know? Non-commissioned officer is not easy. He didn't force you to shoot continuously. How bad are the 4 of you? Li Yi was educating the 3 prime ministers and 1 minister of the imperial court. Xiao Yi, don't be sarcastic. Don't you feel pain when I hit you? Bai Gu was the most depressed. Didn't he just shoot a little? He felt as if his bones were broken. Old Bai, don't be unconvinced. I am not bullying you with my age. When I killed the Turks, every shot was executed according to the operating rules. That was a real sniper rifle. You are playing a game. Don't you feel that you are not confident enough to talk to me, a person who kills enemies? Li Yi was also soaking in the pool. He was now scolding Bai Gu. You are afraid of killing me? Do you believe that my head will sink and I will suffocate in the water? Bai Gu said angrily. Don't, old Bai, I was wrong. Don't kill yourself. The Tang dynasty needs you, His Majesty needs you, and the people need you more. Don't sink. If you drink too much water, I will have to spend more of my life to save you. How about this, we can talk. In a few days, I will come up with a new thing. Pay the tax, okay? Li Yi hurriedly tried to persuade him. He looked as if he was afraid that he would kill himself. Humph. Bai Gu snorted. In reality, he was satisfied. He wanted Li Yi's attitude. If Li Yi did not say anything, he would not really drown himself like an idiot. This old man can't do it anymore. If I am going to die, I will drown in this pool, Wei Jigu said. Old Wei, don't worry. I will prepare a good coffin for you. If you sink, I promise I will not save you, Li Yi said with concern. Li Yi, this old man will not be on good terms with you. Wei Jigu sat up. Old Wei, this year, the Minister of Works will not be moved. You have things to do. I want to release some one-sided machines made from industrial machines. First, I will give them to your Ministry of Works. Your Ministry of Works will gather people to work and set an example for other businessmen. After that, I will sell things to them. Your Ministry of Works will also make money. You don't have to worry about the Ministry of Revenue. Our theory is to use our administrative duties to try to implement industrial development. With the existing resources, we will integrate and promote the development of the Tang dynasty's fortifications, reflect the function of technology transformation, strengthen the new productivity and survival, and successfully complete a model project. There has been an increase in performance, an increase in employment, and, Xiao Yi, don't say any more. We all understand. The rest is nonsense. You are just taking out a technology and giving it to the Ministry of Works. You don't need to say anything else. Will the Ministry of Revenue benefit from it? Bai Gu did not want to listen anymore. Give me some solid information. Your words are too deceptive. How can a good young man be so hypocritical? Chapter 891. No. I promise I won't directly target your Ministry of Revenue. Old Bai, you're meddling too much. The Ministry of Revenue is a financial issue. I'm cooperating with the Ministry of Works. Do I need to care about your Ministry of Finance? What does your Ministry of Finance care about? I haven't even produced anything yet you want to interfere. Old Wei, won't you consider it? Li pretended not to understand what was going on and retorted back. Can the Ministry of Finance and the National Development and Reform Commission directly interfere with the work of the Working Committee? Of course, if you were to interfere as the Prime Minister, that would be a different matter. Right now you're speaking as the Minister of Revenue. Why don't you change your identity? If you change your identity, I'll change my words. Old Wei, we can't let this kid drive a wedge between us. We're the ones working together. Bai Gu went to talk to Wei Jigu. He looked like he was whispering, but his voice was very loud. Song Jing couldn't stand it anymore. Long Zai didn't say anything. Why do you have to be like this? Bai Gu angrily returned and didn't say anything. He had been targeting Li Yi to shut Song Jing and Su Yi's mouths. The two hadn't said anything yet, but he was already talking nonsense. It looked like he was going to find trouble with Li Yi, and was determined to see it through. In reality, he wanted Li Yi to give a reasonable explanation. That would be enough. But Li Yi didn't give it. He was so stubborn. Who was he showing it to? Bai Gu's teeth don't hurt anymore? On one hand, you want to get money from Li Yi, and on the other hand, you protect Li Yi. Li Yi only serves you, right? If it was Li Yi, what he said at the time would be that everyone was a 1,000-year-old fox. No one should talk about strange stories. Li Yi laughed and turned to ask Cui Lu, how do you sing this song? Cui Lu hesitated for less than a breath and immediately sang. The waves run, the waves flow, the river flows for thousands of li. The river never stops. It was this perception, this reaction, this cooperation, and this tacit understanding. This was because there were no ready-made instruments. Otherwise, the band for this song would have been formed by other palace maids and eunuchs. and they would definitely not be late by 2 seconds. If even half of the people in my political affairs hall can do that, I'll be satisfied. Envious and jealous but not hateful. He didn't hate anyone. I'll give each of you 2 cosmetic boxes later. Is there anyone who feels that I shouldn't do this? Li Yi was in a good mood, so he decided to give the palace maids and eunuchs some benefits. No. The 8 palace maids and eunuchs shouted in unison. They already had their own makeup boxes. The new ones could be given to Empress Wang, and then Empress Wang could give them to the other concubines and talented people. Empress Wang would give them money, and they would send it home. Their families lived in the same neighborhood. If they didn't want to give it to their families, they would keep it for themselves. This was especially so for the palace maids. They were all willing to save money, so that they could leave the palace and get married in the future. Eunuchs were different. Eunuchs hoped that their brothers would have more children, so that they could adopt one of them. If some eunuchs had brothers, they would even marry a wife. Then in name, she would be their wife. After she gave birth to a child for their brother, the child would be theirs. There were even people who borrowed children, let alone eunuchs. What was more interesting was that if eunuchs had their own sons, they would take better care of them. Eunuchs treated their wives and borrowed children better than many men, who had their own wives and sons. Xiao Yi, that cosmetic box. Bai Gu was also tempted. He had one at home, and he gave it to his wife. However, he also had 2 younger sisters who were married. They were much younger than him, and he raised them as his daughters. They weren't born from the same mother. They had the same father but different mothers. In history, his parents had died, including his stepmother, leaving behind 2 younger sisters. Bai Gu also had a younger brother, who had the same father and mother. However, this younger brother wasn't very useful. He was the one who raised his 2 younger sisters. Then, regardless of whether it was his upbringing or the court, his descendants once again defended the city against the enemy. In the end, the city slope perished. This kind of person couldn't be blamed from any angle. He had done what he needed to do. His descendants also did it at the cost of their lives. Now he was thinking of his 2 younger sisters and wanted some benefits. If others wanted to give him benefits, he wouldn't want it. He would ask Li Yi for it. He knew that if others gave him benefits, they must have a request. He wouldn't agree. If it was Li Yi, it would be a waste if he didn't want it. After taking the benefits, he would go back and find trouble with Li Yi. He wouldn't feel guilty at all. Wait until we return to Zhuangzi. There aren't any on Mount Li, don't sell it. Whoever sells it will have none in the future. Li Yi promised to give everyone a cosmetic box. It was extra. Bai Gu had 2 for his 2 younger sisters. Bai Gu wasn't young anymore, but his younger sisters were still very young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised his 2 younger half-sisters as his daughters. There was a big age gap. Some people could even abandon their wives and children when they became officials. Bai Gu became an official and took good care of his stepmother's children. His character was 100 times better than Song Jing. Others didn't know, but Li Yi knew. He had always looked down on Song Jing, unless Song Jing slowly changed while he was around. Now that they had finished bathing, 2 of the 4 people who ate the spicy hot pot together had died in history. However, because of Li Yi's appearance, the 2 of them were eating the spicy hot pot and sipping the brewed white wine. It was very comfortable. As they ate, Song Jing thought of a very important matter. It's just a day off. I have 2 things to do. I'm addicted to shooting. Are you coming back tomorrow? He was very calm. He didn't say that they were delaying things. He didn't dare to play and delay time. When others were playing, he would blame them and shirk responsibility. Who was sitting here that allowed him to shirk responsibility? Moreover, if he lied, the emperor would come to Zhuangzi. Would Li Yi cover up for him? Wouldn't that be a dream? Would Li Yi compromise with others? One more day. Today, in order to feel the impact of the new weapons, you paid a huge price. Your bodies suffered injuries that even martial artists couldn't bear. As scholars, you carried the support of martial artists. You didn't care about hard work, and were brave. Xiao Yi, we're all on the same side. Don't say any more. We don't have to go to work tomorrow. Help us arrange it. We're tired from shooting. Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi. Do we still need to be so hypocritical? The few of us did shoot at each other, and we know what happened. If we don't go to the Political Affairs Hall for one more day, the Political Affairs Hall can't operate? Say something. What's there to say? In a while, I'll get someone to send one smoked chicken to each person. Those with high positions will get 2. Those with higher positions will get a big watermelon. This is the last batch. Can't Li do this well? Give them something. The other officials in the Political Affairs Hall took the things and promised to work hard. They didn't have to give face to others. But the Li family Zhuangzi should at least be rewarded, right? Oh, so many prime ministers and the Minister of Works are here. Li Yi had just comforted the 4 people when Li Longji's family of 3 arrived. No, it was a family of 4. Princess Yongmu also came, followed by Princess Yongmu's guards and her personal maid Xiaolan. So it's Li Sanlang. This old man greets you. Bai Gu stood up and cupped his hands. Well said, well said. You've worked hard, Bai Zaifu. Before the others could react, the little guy also cupped his hands and said in a childish voice. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Yi, then opened his arms and ran over. Li Yi picked him up. The 2 looked at each other and smiled foolishly. Bai Gu looked at the other 3 people and bowed to the little guy. He was happy. Look, you're not as good as this old man. The little guy said that you've worked hard and only left this old man alone. This old man will guard this position and not leave any personal feelings. Chapter 892. The shop has been sealed. I don't know what to do. Princess Yongmu wanted to explain how she came here. She went to the Li family Zhuangzi, and the people in Zhuangzi said that Li Yi went up the mountain. They happened to meet the people from 6 Li village, and then they came together. In a few days, the goods are being manufactured. There's another matter that benefits the people. I want to distribute them from the shop. Li Yi was very happy and sent someone to find Wang Xing. Wang Xing ran over and looked at the large group of people. He told Li Longji the words Li Yi taught him, and then the main hall could be given to Li Longji. Princess Yongmu naturally lived in the side hall of the main hall, while Bai Gu and the others lived in the side hall. A new double-flavored pot was sent over, and they moved to another place to eat. Li Yi followed and ignored the officials. Is the gun still useful? Li Longji first boiled a piece of frozen tofu, half of it in the chicken soup. The little guy sat on a high chair with a small soup cup in front of him. He used a spoon to carefully blow on the chicken soup and drink it. Tao Hong and the others stood around him, including Xiaolan. Song Jing was taken care of by the people from Pure Flower's palace. I'm collecting data and carving the scale. 300 feet can break iron armor, 600 feet can break leather armor, and 100 feet can injure unarmored soldiers. However, after 300 feet, the accuracy drops. You need to rely on concentrated fire to hit people. For infantry, the reloading speed is still too slow. I have a 3-stage attack method. Li Yi took out the 3-stage attack method that only the Ming dynasty had. With his explanation, everyone understood. It was very simple. If you want to defend the city, you can have others help reload. The number of guns and the number of people reloading determine the frequency of firing. Li Longji still wanted to defend first. When the weather was warm, large amounts of cement would be sent to the border to build the city walls. There were many people, and the cavalry would harass and restrain Tubo's troops. A city could be built every half a month, and the city could be built forward. Brother Yi, can we build 4 castles first and use the walls to connect the castles? Li Longji figured out a way to build a city. If they built 4 concrete castles, they would have protection and connect the 4 castles with the city wall. It would be safer than building the city wall directly. Li Yi helped to pick up the frozen tofu, which had already melted, and put it on the big plate in front of the little girl, making a blowing gesture. The little girl lowered her head and blew on the frozen tofu. She blew on it a few times, flipped it over with her chopsticks and blew on it again. Third elder brother, I have a plan. Turn the square city into a diamond-shaped building with a protruding front. Li Yi turned his head. Qing Song opened the box and took out something. Li Yi quickly drew a map of the rhombus stronghold. On a flat surface, it looked like there was a sharp edge to it. Look, third brother. When the enemy attacks the city, They can only build ladders along the rhombus-shaped walls. The ladders on the top can attack downwards, and the ladders on the sides can also be attacked. Li Yi handed over the map. The defensive area of such a fortress was larger than the attacking area. No matter which wall the attackers climbed, they would be hit by the people behind the wall. At the same time, they would have to face the rolling wood and thunderstones above. If more soldiers were sent to squeeze into the concave area to attack all the surrounding positions, the catapults would smash a piece. What if the catapults threw down explosive packs? If there was time, they could dig a moat of the same shape. It would also be troublesome for the enemy to fill the moat. Didn't they have guns now? The range was longer than a normal bow and arrow. Li Longji's finger moved along the line. The gun can shoot further. You can build a row of towers on the city wall. Wooden frames are enough. He was talking about the arrow towers, which were used to shoot arrows downwards. They were temporarily made of wood, like a grandstand. When the enemy attacked the city, they had to charge through the rain of bullets. If it's a big city, you can also build a barbican at the back. Empress Wang looked around and found a few places that were easiest to break through from the front. If they added a barbican at the back, they could break through the front wall and rush in. They would still face attacks from several directions. Li nodded. Big cities did have barbicans. Chang'an did not have one, but Chang'an had an imperial city. However, when the enemy reached Chang'an, the Tang dynasty would have failed. Chang'an had been occupied more than once in history. Okay, we should build a diamond-shaped city that can hide 5,000 soldiers at the border. Li Longji decided. If 1,000 soldiers were arranged in the city and equipped with weapons, even 10,000 enemy soldiers would not be able to break through. The problem was the siege engines, mobile arrow towers, and explosive packs. If they used bows to shoot downwards, they would have to expose a large part of their body. They would be shot by the archers below the city wall. If they changed to guns, they did not need to draw the bow or adjust their posture. They just needed to aim. Third brother, leave a hole for the gun. It's slanted and can be swung left and right. Li picked up the pen again and drew. He drew the shooting hole of the turret. It was like a square funnel, installed horizontally on the wall, and the gun could be swung left and right. There were arrow holes on the city wall now, but the holes were bigger. If the enemy's arrows were accurate, they could hit them. If the holes were small, the enemy could only stare. They could make more shooting holes to make it easier to move back and forth. Empress Wang thought for a while. If we make the holes slanted downwards, we need to throw a clay pot filled with gunpowder in some places, ignite it and slide it down. She thought that if she threw it while standing, it would be easy to be hit from below. If the pot in her hand burned, what would she do if it blew up her own people? In the future, we have to use firearms to attack and defend. Li Longji was not in a hurry to think of many things at once. He handed the guns to the soldiers, and they would adjust according to the actual situation. The night passed and dawn came. Today they still ate steamed buns. Li Yi was ready to fly. He only ate a steamed bun and a boiled egg. Then he went outside with the others. Bai Gu and the other 3 people seemed to be in good spirits. However, Bai Gu kept rubbing his shoulders. Obviously he had not fully recovered yet. In a large open space, a horse was prepared. Guazi stood beside the horse. A non-powered triangular hang glider was pushed over. Li Yi carried an umbrella bag and hung a hanging bag. When he flew, he needed to put his feet in the hanging bag to be restrained and save his strength. In fact, he could fly without the hanging bag. However, with the stepping stick behind him, it was not easy to control, especially when he used his forearm and forearm to move to adjust the hang glider. The key point was the quick-release buckle. Even if he could not free himself from the hanging bag, he could pull it open with a pull. Li Yi stood still, tied the rope, and looked for the direction facing the wind. He wanted to take advantage of the strong wind to fly higher and fly back. He did not want to go down the mountain. The rope in front was tied to the saddle. Everything was ready. Li Yi put on the goggles and gave Guazi a thumbs up. Guazi urged the horse forward, and Li Yi followed behind. After running for less than 10 steps, the hang glider flew into the sky. Li Yi bit the loose buckle of the rope with his mouth. He tilted his head and the buckle opened. The big kite was free. He pulled up against the direction of the wind. His body moved back and forth, and the hang glider flew higher and higher. The people below watched nervously with binoculars, afraid that he would suddenly fall. Li Longji even regretted letting Li Yi demonstrate. What if he fell to his death in the Tang dynasty? Come on, come on! Xiao Long could not help but shout. She could not help much. Princess Yongmu's hand holding the binoculars was sweating. Her small mouth was open. She felt that she was against the wind, and gasping for breath. Li Yi in the sky was slowly adjusting, turning, and controlling the wind side of the hang glider. He began to move diagonally, lowered his altitude, and adjusted again to the angle facing the wind. The hang glider rose. As long as the wind was strong enough and kept blowing, he could always fly. He could not go to other places. If he took off with the wind, he could only keep falling. Chapter 893. The kite circled 4 times in the sky before Li Yi controlled it to glide down with the wind. It gradually approached the ground, and then stopped. Opening the buckle, Li Yi stood beside the triangular hang glider and panted. Flying in the sky was also very tiring. The main reason was that he was more nervous, and was afraid of sliding down. Should he come back up or wait for the people above to come down? Everyone surrounded Li Yi and looked at him. Very good, he was alive. Looking at the kite, it was also very good and not broken. This thing is a kite. Many people tried to fly with a kite but failed. But Li Yi did it. Wei Jigu went forward and squatted down to touch the hang glider. A hot air balloon could fly in the sky, and an umbrella could slowly descend from the sky. Now with a big kite it could still fly. As long as the wind was strong enough, it could fly very high. It looks scary flying so high. What if I fall? Sui was scared. He definitely wouldn't go up and try it. It can be used in the military. Li Longji first thought of the military. Find a high place, and let the soldiers jump into the enemy's city, or attack the enemy's baggage. Can it always fly at a high place? Baigu was more concerned about this matter. It could fly here and there to pass on information. It depends on the wind. If the wind is suitable, there will always be wind. No matter which direction it blows, an expert can control it. Li mentioned an expert. He couldn't and could only choose an area. If he suddenly flew far away, he would involuntarily lower his altitude. Today, he could be considered to have performed above his usual standards. Otherwise, he would have fallen down the mountain. Is it easy to learn? Empress Wang was interested. Li shook his head vigorously. It's not easy to learn. First, you need to find a flat ground with wind and practice many times. Before that, you need to learn how to parachute first. The probability of an accident was not high, but once an accident happened, the worst result would be a fracture. In fact, the reason why people had accidents most of the time was because those people wanted to challenge a difficult move. Flying normally was very safe. There was also a video that said that he didn't wear a belt and grabbed the bar to descend. In the end, he still fractured his hand. Can you take off from flat ground? Li Longji thought of something. Wait for the wind. Use a horse to lead the kite. After it flies, it can circle. If it is led by a horse, it can continue to fly. Li Yi said with a smile. Flying a kite was simple. Previously, he had learned how to fly a kite, and it was not high off the ground. If you have the conditions to go to the wind tunnel, you can practice in the wind tunnel first. Good, train some people, and use horses to pull them outside the city. Li Longji also smiled. What if the other envoys saw it? Especially the Tubo and the Turks. Song Jing immediately thought of the reason. If he showed it to others, they would be scared to death. For example, the Tubo and the Turks felt that it was simple. They would make their own kites and fall to their deaths. Song Jing didn't think that any kind of kite could fly people. If Li Yi could take out a kite that could fly around, it must be very high-tech. Just like a gun looked simple in structure. But in reality, it had many parts and was extremely difficult to process. Is it cold in the sky? Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi with admiration. To be able to fly in the sky with a kite, many people only dared to think about it. It was like a dream. The weather is warm now. I will use a hot air balloon to bring you up to take a look. Li Yi shook his head. If it was cold, He would also say that it was not cold. Fly, fly. The little fellow opened her arms and ran with her little legs, shouting as she ran. If there is something that can bring people up to the sky and land at any time, it would be great. Baigu was also afraid of hang gliding and didn't want to play with it. He was thinking about long-distance air transportation. It was more convenient than using hot air and would not be affected by the wind. Wait for me to build a diesel engine. I will run on the ground first. It will be developed together with the steam engine. Both of them are not easy to build. Li Yi was worried. He wanted to build a steam engine locomotive, but it was not easy. He could build a small one first and use the same track. The difficulty was that the parts were big, and the boiler had to be thick enough. If he changed to a diesel engine, the cylinder could be cast, and he had the blueprints for the parts inside. The difficulty was that the parts were small. Many parts were small, especially the bearings, and the cylinder seal had to be tightly sealed. First, he could build a single-cylinder engine, and then add more. Then he would have a tractor. The easiest way was to build a handheld tractor. It was like riding a bicycle. The handlebars and brakes were all controlled by the handlebars. But how to solve the problem of tires? Trains were not needed, tractors. Xiao Yi said you can build it? Baigu could not guess Li Yi's thoughts. He was surprised by Li Yi's words. Li Yi said it was not easy to build, but he meant that he could build it. It's still early. I still need to build the foundation of the industry. I also need the Tang dynasty's navy to go out to the sea and bring back some things. It will take at least 8 to 10 years. Li Yi did not want to give them too much confidence. If they kept thinking about it and pondered about it all day, it would delay their work. Okay, 8 years. 8 years it is. I want to live to see that day. Xiao Yi, work hard. Baigu gritted his teeth and agreed with 8 years. As for the 10 years mentioned before, he pretended that he did not hear it. Let's go down the mountain and do our own things. Old song. I know there are 2 new things. You have to be more open-minded. Li Yi looked at Song Jing. I'm fine. Song Jing was indeed open-minded. He was too far away from the people and did not make any achievements. The people only recognized his position as the prime minister. They did not care about what he said. He knew that he was the same as Yao Chong. His power was not in the hands of others. However, when he saw the new gun, the gun that could make bullets fly 100 feet away, when he saw Li Yi fly a big kite in the sky, he was incomparable to Li Yi. He came to play for 2 days, soak in the hot spring, receive a massage from Li Yi, and eat some comfortable food. The group walked down the mountain. Li Yi took Princess Yongmu's hand and said, "Be careful. It's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to go down. There's a slide pole. It takes 4 people to carry it. Take a ride at a good place." Li Longji looked unfriendly, but he did not stop them. Li Yi had to marry a wife, right? Marry who? Marry my daughter. Then I'll change my name. It doesn't matter what my name is. The most important thing is to tie Li Yi to the royal family. Princess Yongmu's face was red all the way to her neck. She lowered her head and let Li Yi pull her away. Xiao Lan supported her on the other side and looked around with her big eyes. The 4 ministers also walked by themselves. They did not look at Li Yi at all. They looked at the road and the scenery. Li Longji thought for a moment, then took Empress Wang's hand and walked by himself. The little girl sat on the slide pole. Everyone was protecting her. They were ready to catch the little girl with their own bodies at any time. Guozi followed closely with his blade, and a row of small throwing knives on his waist. He held Li Yi's sniper rifle in his hand. Guangping, the Japanese Empire is coming. Prepare to receive them, and give the Japanese Empire a reward. Baigu discussed national affairs with Song Jing as they walked. The Japanese Empire's vanguard team had arrived. There were 6 people, and it was said that the team would arrive soon. They had left the Japanese Empire last year and had been on the road ever since. There were more than 300 people. The Japanese Empire's envoys in Chang, and were ready to receive them at any time and present a letter of credence. Reward the Japanese Empire with books, scriptures, and technology. I want the head of whoever gives the Japanese Empire good technology, Li suddenly said. He did not care if the 4 ministers were in a good mood or not. Chapter 894. Li knew that the Japanese were coming over this year. He also knew that the leader was called Abamaro, and the deputy was called Fujiwara Meijo. Among them, there was also a person called Masayoshi Masayoshi. Masayoshi Masayoshi would stay in the Tang dynasty. He studied everything, including architecture, music, painting, military strategy, and so on. Furthermore, he had learned a lot of things. Naturally, he would study other technologies. Li wouldn't let him know about this. For example, if the other party came over to ask him about gunpowder, the things that he taught to the people couldn't be kept a secret. If it didn't involve the lives of the people, he wouldn't let anyone know. There were also medical books. This was more troublesome. However, there were many medicinal herbs that couldn't be obtained in the Japanese Empire. Xiao Yi, are you afraid that the small country will use it to deal with the Tang dynasty? Baigu wasn't angered by Li Yi's words. He felt that Li Yi cared too much about the Japanese Empire. Small country? The Sui dynasty conquered Goguryeo. Isn't Goguryeo a small country? You can't be careless. Listen to me. Li Yi knew this small country very well. He was ambitious, smart, and had a strong learning ability. What if they want to see you? Song Jing asked. Then let them see me. Why should I care if they see me or not? Find someone who can speak their language, and come to Zhuangzi to teach me. Li Yi wasn't afraid of meeting them. He wanted to learn their language. In the past, he could speak Japanese, English, German, and Korean. Sometimes he would read the other party's thesis, and sometimes he would negotiate with the other party about medical equipment. But things were different now. The Japanese Empire spoke differently. He had recently learned some Tubo and Turkic languages, including the Khitan language. He turned to Princess Yongmu and said, "If you have time, learn other languages. If it's really hard to remember, isn't there pinyin? Mark it out." Princess Yongmu nodded. She was willing to learn. She could actually speak the Turkic language. She also knew some of the Hu people's simple everyday language. Many Hu merchants' items would enter the palace, and they would be called by different names. Brother Yi, the people from the Japanese Empire are coming. When they return, what should we reward them? Li Longji did not dare to make the decision himself. Mirror, soap, scented soap, toilet water, glycerin, perfume, makeup box. They were not allowed to get close to the place where the cement was being burned, and everyone involved had to increase the secrecy. If they were not allowed to board the hot air balloon, they would refuse on the grounds of safety. Rice and cotton. They are not allowed to leave with seeds, including other seeds. Li Yi was willing to pay for his own things. What he gave were all consumables. Just look at how the Tang dynasty was behaving like a great country. Valuable things. Where are the thermos and kerosene lamps? Empress Wang liked thermos bottles. There was always hot water. The palace maids and eunuchs in the harem were much more relaxed. Here, but give them a batch of kerosene and diesel oil. After that, we can send them over by ship, or let them bring silver to me by ship. Li Yi was thinking about Japan's silver. It could not be used as a currency now, but it would be useful when it came to electric circuits in the future. He was prepared to tell the Japanese where there were silver mines. He would not tell them about copper mines, because copper could be used to make many things. Silver could also be used to make utensils, but it was more useful for trade. The Tang dynasty did not use silver as a currency now, and it would not use it in the future. In order to prove the friendship between the Japanese Empire and the Tang dynasty, I have the location of a silver mine in the Japanese Empire. When the time comes, find an opportunity and give it to them. Li Yi looked as if he was pursuing world peace, and was willing to contribute his own strength. The four ministers looked at him together. Baigu, you know about the Japanese Empire's mines? Does the Japanese Empire have copper mines? Yes, a very large copper mine. However, copper is still a material used to make currency. If the Japanese Empire mines copper in large quantities, it will. Li Yi stopped and started to think. He was thinking about when he could conquer the Japanese Empire. If the Japanese Empire had a large amount of copper, would it be more difficult to conquer the Japanese Empire? If not, it would be better to sell it to the Japanese Empire and use silver to exchange for the location. Then the copper. But tell them that I want copper, a large amount of copper. Li Yi changed his mind. Is it to be used as collateral for the issue of currency? Li Longji was concerned about the currency. It's to make more powerful bullets. I have a new type of gun. But the bullets are not easy to make. It requires a large amount of copper. And it is also needed for industrial machinery. Li Yi shook his head. It was fine to use silver as collateral. He had the final say on the value of silver. We'll talk about this later. Li Longji was reluctant to tell the Japanese Empire the location of the copper mine. The silver mine was fine. After all, silver was useless. When Tian, get on the roller coaster. It's too tiring to walk. Li Yi let go of Princess Yongmu's hand. The roller coaster next to her was put down. Princess Yongmu pouted. She was quite willing to let Li Yi hold her hand. Dongzhu, you come up too. Another roller coaster stopped. I can walk. I can take a car when I reach the front. Li Yi waved his hand. Unless he was too tired. Why would he let others carry him? In the past, when he went to scenic spots, he would take the roller coaster and let people carry him all the way up. He would also give them extra money when they reached the bottom. For those people, there was no need for pity. As long as you took the roller coaster, they would earn money. If everyone didn't take the roller coaster, they would feel bad for letting others carry them. How could the roller coaster live? The road ahead was easier. There was a car waiting for them. Everyone got on the car and went down the mountain road. First, they went to the imperial plantation that Wang Xing was in charge of. Then they went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu and the other three didn't take a bath in the morning. Now they went into the small bathtub to relax their muscles. Wen Tian, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Li Yi continued to flirt with the girl. Noodles, noodles. The little boy had just fallen asleep. Now that he heard Li Yi ask him what he wanted to eat, he told him what he wanted to eat. He liked to eat noodles because it was easy to eat. It could be mixed with soy sauce and sugar, or noodles with soup. He would drink the soup and then eat the meat inside. It would be even better if there was a braised egg. He would be more satisfied. Okay. Princess Yongmu took care of her brother. If her brother wanted to eat noodles, he would eat noodles. Then let's eat chicken with yam and noodles with soup. Li Yi said that he was hungry. In the morning, he only ate a steamed bun and a boiled egg. The weather was warm. Bai Gu and the other three came out together in their boxers and loose clothes after bathing. As soon as they entered, they met shopkeeper Liang, Yang Huanjin, and the others who had also just come in. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were salt merchants from Shu. They had prepared everything and were about to leave. Finally, they went to the Li family Zhuangzi to buy goods. Songda was there to entertain them. Shopkeeper Liang and the others had known each other for a long time and wanted to send them off. They went to the Li family Zhuangzi to eat and drink for free. When the four people came in, they stood up with a clatter. They knew Bai Gu, but they didn't see the others on a daily basis. Bai Zaifu, you also came to eat? Yang Huanjing greeted with a smile. I was called to Mount Li by Xiao Yi. This is Song Jing, this is Su Yi, and this is Wei Jigu. These three are salt merchants from Shu. They helped a lot. Behind them are shopkeeper Liang and the others who donated the shed. Bai Gu complained about Li Yi and introduced both sides. Song Jing and the others nodded with good intentions. Yang Huanjin and the others quickly bowed. The three prime ministers and one minister in the imperial court were called together by Li Dongzhu. They could even go to Mount Li. Wasn't that the imperial family's place? Chapter 895. Today, Bai Gu did not speak any nonsense. He turned around and went to the private room. Li Yi and the others went in from another door. The little boy was drooling and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. The smell in the cafeteria was fragrant. Everything smelled delicious. When the big plate of chicken was served, the little boy had his own plate with leather noodles. There were no bones in his big plate of chicken, only small pieces of chicken, carrot slices, and cucumber slices. He held his chopsticks and waited. Li Longji hurriedly took a bite. Only then did the little boy eat happily. No one taught him this. He was young, so he ate first. However, usually in the palace, if Li Longji did not eat, no one else would dare to eat. He learned it. I just met the Shu Salt Gang and shopkeeper Liang. They seemed to be leaving via the Yellow River. Baigu took a sip of warm yellow wine to warm his stomach. He mentioned Yang Huanjin and the others. Tell Songde to prepare 500,000 coins of different denominations. Brother Yang should take them with him when he leaves. He can use them to buy things in the future. Li Yi told Qing Song to give him the money. Just treat it as payment in advance. Qing Song left. Not long after, Songde came in. Dongzhu 500,000 coins of exchange. You've overpaid. Release a batch of new tea. Put it on the newspaper, and give a 10% discount. Also, advertise the gloomy wooden instruments. Allow others to order them at the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi nodded and gave 2 methods to recover the money. Overpaying was out of the question. The Li family Zhuangzi had printed a lot of money, but every time it was released, there would be collateral of equal value. Li Yi adhered to the rules. Otherwise, no one would know about the overpayment, and it was impossible for anyone to run over. Dongzhu, it's not enough. Songde shook his head. How much do you need? Li Yi asked. About 40,000 coins. Songde knew the data. He compared it and held up 4 fingers. Summer is coming. The newspaper said that if you buy toilet water in advance, you will get a 10% discount. Only 40,000 coins. For every 100 coins you spend, you will get an extra piece of sulfur soap. Li Yi pondered for a moment and said another product. The newly developed sulfur soap is used for medicinal purposes. The newspaper introduced how to use it, but there is no stock. Now, I am giving it to you. Got it, Dongzhu. Songde felt relieved and ran out to make arrangements. Baigu smacked his lips as he listened by the side. 500,000 yuan could be released directly, and the backup would immediately make up for the shortfall. Xiaoyi still had money. Old Bai, don't look at me like that. The extra bonus isn't 500,000. I had some savings before, but I don't have any money. This year, the Ministry of Revenue's tax revenue should exceed 20 million taels. Why are you eyeing this small amount of money? Li Yi felt uncomfortable being stared at. It's not easy for me to get some money, and I'm already getting a 10% discount. Xiaoyi, you have 500,000 yuan. Baigu emphasized, you have. Overpaid? Where? Li Yi said with a you don't know how to calculate look. You made up for the extra bonus. That 500,000 yuan was placed in the hands of the Shudi salt merchants to buy things. The money is there, and you can exchange it for 500,000 yuan worth of goods. Baigu didn't fall for it. He was now very familiar with finance. What goods? When the border is short of baggage, I will let Shudi transport it directly. Can I ask the soldiers at the border for money? Or can I ask you for money? Li Yi gave another account. The money was thrown out, and he didn't really want to buy anything back. This was because he had new things to release, and it was to pay taxes to Baigu. He didn't lack money. Baigu didn't say anything and drank. Song Jing's mood was even better. Look, Li Yi threw out 500,000 yuan to the soldiers. Of course, the people remembered Li Yi's good. How could he compete with him? Then the money was really given. Li Longji believed that Li Yi wouldn't take back what he said. To buy loyalty, the Jidushi, governor, and protector general at the border have too much power. Using that money to let the soldiers know who is giving them money. At the same time, let them know that if they can be given money to make their lives better, tomorrow, if they rebel, there will be more money for others to surround and suppress them. The Shudi salt merchants will take the exchange coupons back and use them to circulate. More Shudi merchants and people will benefit. If someone causes trouble, they will be the first to disagree. They need the stability of this currency. Li Yi laid things out. 500,000 yuan was a lot, but it couldn't be compared to the stability of the people's hearts and soldiers. He had too much cash for himself. The Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons circulated in large quantities, which in itself increased the credibility of the Li family Zhuangzi. When the imperial court issued banknotes, the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons would exist side by side. If the imperial court didn't control it well, the Li family Zhuangzi could use their credibility to invalidate the imperial court's currency. Princess Yomu blinked her big eyes. She still admired him, but her heart ached. She felt that her family's money was gone. Li Lang, Can't you get back the 500,000 yuan? She couldn't help but ask. If you want to, not only can you get it back, but you can also earn more. Li Yi patted the back of Princess Yongmu's hand. While Li Longji stared, Li Yi said, 500,000 yuan can't be spent in one go. Who can spend so much money? If I don't give them things, how can they spend it? The money is mine. And then Li Longji's eyes looked at Li Yi's hand, that was still on the back of Princess Yongmu's hand, and asked. Li Yi withdrew his hand. Then I will make a batch of camouflage clothes, warm ones, spring ones, and summer ones. I will send them over, and let the Shu-Di salt merchants buy them. They will give them to the soldiers in my name. The things I send over are goods. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better if I just donate them? If I buy goods, I can make double the profit. In other words, I will use my money to donate. I will earn my own money. There are other goods. If the goods are good and the military quality is good, the people will follow and buy them. I will earn another sum of money from the people. Li Yi explained his operation method at that time. For example, there is a meeting to accept donations, and then need to give tents to the disaster areas. How to spend the money? Find someone to set up a company. They don't need to be able to produce tents themselves. Go to other places to buy tents. The more you buy, the cheaper the price. Then, this meeting will buy tents from this company at a high price. In this way, the money will be made. Li Yi used his own money to buy his own things and donate them. No matter how high the price was, he would definitely lose money. When he lost money, some goods would be known by the locals. They would also want to buy them. This was equivalent to advertising fees. In this way, Li Yi's real donation was not 500,000 yuan. It could be 200,000 yuan, or 150,000 yuan. In addition, the profits from the goods bought by the people, recouping the capital or surplus, depends on the local purchasing power, and the promotion of the goods to the local people. At that time, the inheritance tax overseas was very high. Rich people will donate and set up their own charity fund. The charity fund will buy things for others. Who will it buy? Will it buy from the company registered overseas, or from someone else? If it buys from someone else, how big is the political background of this other person? What can the other party provide in exchange for benefits? How can it be like this? Baigu realized that he had learned something again. Isn't this too scheming? I am just saying. Actually, there are other ways to earn back the money. Even if I earn money, I will still take out the money to help the people. Li Yi looked at Baigu and thought, you have not seen the world. What's there to be surprised about? Chapter 896. Set up the track gangplank. Set up the track gangplank. Boom! At the Wei River wharf of the capital government, the people carrying the goods on the shore put a gangplank with tracks on the side of the ship, like a suspension bridge in the moat. Then the people on the ship pulled, and the people on the shore pushed. They pushed the carts with goods to the head, and the people on the ship carried them directly. Every time, 2 tracks were set up at the same time, but they were on an intersection-shaped board. They sent the carts forward from one direction on the shore, unloaded the carts, and returned to the empty carts from the other direction. It was the same when loading and unloading the carts. They no longer had to carry the goods across the gangplank. It was slow and dangerous. If the ship was small, it would tilt towards the wharf when the board was set up. After the carts were put on the other side, it would gradually balance. Big ships couldn't feel the weight at all, especially flat-bottomed Chaosher. The ships had already gone down the river. There was a team with the largest size. They raised the flag with 2 words written on it, Shu Salt. Yang Huanjin stood at the wharf and watched the last boxes being carried to the ship with sails. He looked back and stepped on the ship. The boxes were filled with 500,000 yuan worth of exchange coupons. He took the money, but he didn't see Li Yi. Today Li Yi didn't come to see him off, but someone accompanied him. The pigeon keeper. Li Yi got a lot of pigeons and gradually let them fly. The main reason was to familiarize himself with the terrain and magnetic environment of the capital government. Now he took out 50 feathers and put them in cages to take them to Shu-Di to see if they could return to the nest. If possible, fly back and raise them, then take more pigeons to Shu-Di and fly back. The pigeon keeper was talking to Huang Xianrong. He knew the purpose of taking care of the pigeons carefully. The old pigeon took the new pigeons and flew back. The pigeon's feet carried a letter tube, and the content was written in a password. The password was a book printed by the Li family Zhuangzi. The matching numbers, and even the phonetic combination of the words indicated the position of the book. One pigeon at a time, it can be transmitted 50 times. Huang Xianrong was looking forward to raising another batch of pigeons when he arrived in Shudi. Through land transportation, the communication between Chang and Shudi would be many times faster. One won't do, at least 5. Otherwise, you won't be able to find your way back or get caught by the birds on the way. The pigeon keeper shook his head gently. How many days does it take to travel from Shu County to Chang'an? Huang Xianrong thought about it and found it reasonable. One day, the pigeon keeper raised a finger. He was confident that the pigeons raised by his team could easily fly back from Shudi within a day. Fast, really fast. Why don't you bring some pigeons with you? Huang Xianrong was not familiar with carrier pigeons, so he had more questions. She hasn't laid eggs yet. Once she lays eggs and the experiment here is successful, the hatched pigeons will be sent over to the relay station. I'll raise them there. When the pigeon keeper talked about that place, he looked a little sad. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He was the most outstanding pigeon keeper. When he got there, he needed to teach others how to raise pigeons before he could return. His home was in Chang'an. Huang Xianrong seemed to have thought of this problem and comforted him. Li Dongzhu will take good care of your family. How much does he pay you every month? 50 kennels. The pigeon keeper finally smiled. He was the best. 50,000 kennels per month. If there was no leap month, he would get 600,000 kennels per year. If there was a leap month, he would get 650,000 kennels per year. In the past, when he raised pigeons for others, he only got 500 kennels per month. The difference was 100 times. Huang Xianrong looked at the pigeon keeper again. He did not expect that the pigeon keeper's salary was so high. Then you can save money to buy a house. Huang Xianrong congratulated him. I have a house. Dongzhu will give me a house in the south of Chang'an. He will set aside a special place for me. For those who raise pigeons, their families will live in the courtyard on the second floor. There will be people around to protect them. This is to prevent my family from being captured and used to threaten me. When there are more pigeons in the Tang dynasty, I will be safe. When the pigeon keeper talked about the house, his smile did not change. Huang Xianrong realized that he had not thought enough. He suddenly asked, if you are captured by the enemy and they ask you to pass fake information, what will you do? I will never agree. The pigeon keeper lowered his head. What he was thinking was to change to a special kind of paper. On the surface, it was not obvious. Every piece of paper had a number on it. The special paper had a special number on it. Every pigeon keeper had a different number. If he used the special paper to pass the message, the people in Chang'an would know that something had happened to him. They would think of ways to rescue him, while making use of his connection. He had to try his best to stay alive and wait for the day when he was rescued. If the connection was broken, the rescuers would not be able to find him. Everything had been agreed upon. Every aspect had been considered. Of course, he would not tell anyone. He had to pretend to be loyal to him. Let's go. Have a safe journey. The people on the shore shouted and helped to push the boat. The people on the boat stepped on the boat and adjusted the rudder. The boat was pushed downstream. The salt gang took away 4 boats. One of them was an experiment in the Yangtze River. In the rapids, the boat only needed to rely on the boatmen to move forward. In other places, the boat would paddle if there were oars and sail if there were no oars. Therefore, the upstream channel of the Yangtze River was wider than the downstream channel. If the wind was not good, the boat would sway back and forth. The sailboats usually slanted to the left and then slanted to the right. The people on the boat kept operating the sails. It was a laborious job. Since the wind was right, the boat would fill the sails and lower the sails. The 4 boats needed help to pull their own boat in the rapids. If they succeeded, the boatman's job would be easier. The boats were modified and had sails. When the wind was good, they could keep up with the main group. If we use the new boat from the Li family Zhuangzi, it will be easier. Huang Xianrong stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the boat in front of him as he spoke to Yang Huanjin. Yang Huanjin raised his hand to test the wind. We will not release them. The underwater oars are military weapons. Li Dongzhu gave us 500,000 taels in exchange coupons. In addition to the tens of thousands of taels we received from selling goods in Chang'an, we will be snatched up when we return to Shu. Huang Xianrong did not expect more advanced oars. He talked about using the coupons to make money. Nowadays, all the merchants in Shu who could get their hands on coupons would bring some back. Some would add 1 coin for every 100 taels to exchange with others. Some would add 1 coin for every 50 taels. If they used the coupons to buy snacks, the stalls and shops would be willing to give them more. Shu was short of copper. Historically, Shu's economy had developed well, but they did not have enough currency. Therefore, they could only use iron coins. The ratio of iron coins to copper coins was too big. They would need to bring a lot to buy things. It was too heavy. For example, if they used copper coins to buy something, it would be very uncomfortable to carry it around. If they used iron coins, it would be more than 60 caddies. The coupons were convenient. They were light as a piece of paper. The pictures were good and could not be faked. 500,000 taels in exchange coupons. According to the ratio of 50 taels to 1 coin, they would have an extra 10,000 taels when they returned. We will not add more money. Go back and tell the people from the other big businesses that we will not add more money to exchange coupons. However, if we need help in the future, they must help us first. Yang Huanjin shook his head. If they used the normal ratio to exchange coupons, they would get a chance to help. In the past, if the salt merchants in Shu did not pay for the transportation of goods for the imperial court, how could they have the face to ask Li Yi for help? In the past, they were rewarded with tax exemption. They earned it all back in one go. There was still a lot more. Chapter 897. Huang Xianrong had a regretful look on his face. He could not make more money, but he listened to Yang Huanjin. Brother Yang, you said 500,000 yuan. Does Li Dongzhu want pickled mustard or pepper? We need to go back and prepare first. Huang Xianrong planned to collect in advance when the season came. This was to prevent Li Yi from suddenly buying at a high price. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. He cares about the people of the Tang dynasty. Originally, he wanted to secretly make pickled mustard, but he spread the word that people in Shu County are not easy to make money from. Yang Huanjin praised Li Yi. Li Yi had thought of several ways to make money from Shu County. Later, he found that it was too troublesome. He did not want to make money himself, but had to sell mustard. He might as well let the local people make it. When it was done, he could sell it to all parts of the Tang dynasty. I think people in the government like to eat mustard. Li Dongzhu helped to spread the word that it can be used to make soup, pickled vegetables, or stir-fried vegetables. I guess he wants to make mustard. Huang Xianrong guessed that the name of mustard was suggested by Li Yi. The key was in the word mustard. There were many varieties of mustard. One of the varieties of mustard in Shu County was most suitable for making mustard. Mustard was originally not very tasty. Now people in Shu County found land that did not grow crops and planted it. There was no shortage of salt in Shu County. The well salt was better than sea salt. When Yang Huanjin heard about the mustard, he was hungry. When he came to Chang'an, the mustard was mixed with shredded onions and pickled vegetables. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This money is not used to transport things from Shu County to Chang'an. If we don't transport them, he will give us money?" Huang Xianrong took out a handful of pine nuts and bit them with his teeth. Crack. Li Dongzhu wants to buy things. Send someone to Shu County to deliver a letter saying what Li family Zhuangzi wants. Our people will immediately ship it over and get the money when we arrive. Why does Li Dongzhu need to pay first? As the leader of the Shu Salt Gang, Yang Huanjin's analysis was more thorough. He knew that Li Yi had sent a message saying that he wanted pickled vegetables. Even those who did not have the capital dared to find someone to get the pickled mustard, saying that they would send it to Li Yi to Chang. and then give him the money when they got back. And those who had pickled vegetables and were unwilling to run away would really sell them to this person on credit. If the Li family Zhuangzi did not have this bit of credibility, how could the exchange coupons be circulated in Shu County? Nowadays, the people of Shu were still talking about the battle with the Southwest barbarians and made many stories about it. The Shu people felt that they were all participants. There was a Li family Zhuangzi from the Murky River in the capital government who had won a war with money alone. With his help, he delivered the supplies to the front line at a slightly slower speed than the express mail. It was said that they captured more than 200,000 captives and sent them all to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was rich. Yang Huanjin believed that if he went back and heard such stories again, he might become a captive of 500,000 people. In fact, there were only about 10,000 people. The more the story spread, the more there would be. The Li Dongzhu gave us the money to buy things and hire people to deliver them to the front line when the situation at the front line is tight. This money is for the soldiers at the front line. Yang Huanjin took a few pine nuts from Huang Xianrong's hand. As he spoke, he took out a small pair of pliers from his pocket and broke the pine nuts. Huang Xianrong touched his cheek. "Brother Yang, why didn't you take out the pliers earlier? Watch me crack them with my teeth. Tomorrow, 20 of you will ride bicycles to sell newspapers. Remember to press the bell and quickly get used to it." The Li family Zhuangzi, Songda, instructed the 20 paper boys who did not receive the newspaper in the morning. The 20 children were slightly older and were all boys. In the morning, the other paper boys ran away after receiving the newspaper, leaving them to wait. At this moment, they were learning to ride bicycles. The bicycle had a crossbeam. Li Yi had personally demonstrated that they could ride from the crotch, which meant that one leg could step from the bottom of the crossbeam to the pedals, which was suitable for children. They could ride from the crossbeam in front of them and lift their legs from the front over the crossbeam to the pedals, which was suitable for older children. They could also lift their legs from the back. This was the way for adults. The children who sold newspapers learned the third way. The saddle was slightly lower, and they could ride from one leg to the pedals. When Li Yi was young, he was not tall enough, and his legs were not long enough. He also rode the old bicycle without touching the crotch. When he was riding, his body would be on one side of the bicycle and the other side of the bicycle. Every time he rode, his legs would be hanging from the crossbeam. Of course, he could not sit on the saddle. He could only kick back and forth on the crossbeam. During the demonstration, Li also did some difficult maneuvers such as sticking to the bicycle, going up and down without touching the ground, riding upside down, not holding the handlebars with both hands, lifting the front wheel, and stopping the bicycle. However, he couldn't jump to a high place with the back wheels of the car. Even so, the audience felt that Dongzhu was awesome. He knew so many maneuvers. After the demonstration, Li Yi went back to class. The children began to learn to ride with unlimited dreams. They were very eager to learn. There was a winged knight at the back who held the back seat with his hand, while the child pedaled in front. After the child started to run, the winged knights would let go. When the child pedaled, normal people would find that the handlebars were tilted to the left. It was not easy to control. If it was a left-hander, the handlebars would tilt to the right. They tried their best to adjust. The space was big enough, so they would draw a big circle when the handlebars were tilted. Next was the problem of balancing the left and right. Their hands and arms were very tired. They did not know how to learn. But at this level, everyone's learning progress was the same in 15 minutes. It was especially fast. After another 15 minutes, they could control the left and right. The winged knights would sit in the back seat. The child led the winged knights forward. When they encountered a problem with balance, the winged knights would use their feet to brake, let the child ride, and then sit on it. In an hour, the 20 children had learned the basics from the beginning to being able to lead people out and turn. The rest was their own practice. As for the movements that Li Yi demonstrated, it was not something that could be learned in a day or two. They practiced until lunch, but the children did not feel tired. After lunch, they were forced to take a bath, and then take a 2-hour nap before they were allowed to ride again. When the sky turned dark, the lights were lit. The children ate dinner and rode in the square. Early the next morning, the 20 children took the newspapers and set off, under the envious gaze of the other children. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. The Li family Zhuangzi's new bicycle is the one I ride. Only those who buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are qualified to buy it. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Selling newspapers. The first choice of rich people when they travel. Buy one with qualifications. 1,000 carvings, lifetime warranty. People who can't balance can't ride even if they buy a bicycle. The Li family Zhuangzi is in charge of training. People who can ride bicycles are stronger than others. 1,000 carvings. Riding is comfortable. Nobles have it, and they respect it. The children rode their bicycles from the east to the west of the city. They said that they were selling newspapers, but they did not stop at all. They had to deliver the newspapers to the people who subscribed to the newspapers in the west of the city first. The people on the road all moved aside. They heard the price and felt helpless. Chapter 898. It's quite difficult for me to walk up and down the court. Why don't the court fund me to buy a bicycle for someone of the same rank as me? After the morning court session, Sui returned to the political affairs hall. He read the newspaper and spoke like an old man. He was 48 years old this year, and had just been assigned the position of Minister of War. The other prime ministers all had the title of minister. If he didn't, it wouldn't look good. If the Ministry of War has the money, then buy it from the Ministry of War. Why are you looking at me? Baigu didn't even look at Sui. The Ministry of War has no money, Sui said as he opened his food box. Let's eat. Unfortunately, I didn't bring enough. It's only enough for one person. The morning court session was too early. He woke up late last night, because he had done it with his wife. He didn't have time to eat breakfast, so the kitchen prepared a food box for him. Last night, there was beef on sale in the East Market. He bought beef to make the turning back soup. It was still warm. In order to go with the turning back soup, he specially bought lamb offal and lamb fat to make soup. However, he brought dry goods for him. There was a bowl filled with seasonings. He picked up the new thermos bottle that he filled in the morning and poured the turning back soup. Song Jing and Baigu looked at each other and were angry. They didn't eat breakfast either. One of them was 55 years old, and the other was 72 years old. The 55-year-old was emotionally unstable. He went to Mount Li to play and thought a lot. He was tired. The 72-year-old recovered slowly. He also drank calming soup and overslept. The two of them decided to eat some snacks and hold out until noon. When they saw Sui, a young man, bring food, they felt uneasy. The key was what he said. If you want to eat, just eat. What do you mean? Baigu found a piece of paper and looked at the ink slab next to it. He looked at the ink and saw that it could be used. He wrote, "The new cars in the city can drive themselves. Wealth needs a bell." However, the two prime ministers were hungry. They couldn't calm down. Send this to Xiaoyi quickly. Otherwise, it'll be lunchtime. Baigu handed it to his follower. The attendant ran out and arrived outside Xingqing Palace. He borrowed a horse and rushed toward the Li family Zhuangzi. It was only the end of the day and the beginning of the morning, around 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Yi was having breakfast when Songde ran over and gave him the letter. Li Yi glanced at him. Bring the pot and noodles with you. Cut the marinated beef into cubes, and bring some side dishes. Hurry up and send them over. Bring the hot soup with you. When we reach the place, just wait for us. Qing Song had already taken out the things on the other side. Li Yi picked up his brush and wrote, Zaifu toils in the affairs of the state and trembles in fear. Rising early in the morning, it was not enough to serve at the front. In the spring, a bowl of comforted Qingping. Putting down his brush, Li Yi continued to eat. Today, they even asked for breakfast from him. Who brought breakfast and did not give it to old Bai? It should be Sui. Song Jing wouldn't do such a thing. A carriage went out and took the informant with it. The informant was given a can of shrimp oil side dishes and 2 pieces of soap. When the carriage reached the place, it went straight to the political affairs hall. 2 bowls. 2 bowls is enough. Bai Gu stood at the door and shouted. He did not give the bowls to Sui. 2 bowls of noodles were ready, and the side dishes were served. Sui picked up some sweet garlic from the side dishes. It was perfect for the mutton soup. Outside, the Li family Zhuangzi's men shouted. There are still 50 bowls left. Who wants it? Soon 50 people were enough. Some people were discussing how to share a bowl with 2 people. Bai Gu drank a mouthful of soup and looked at Sui. Don't you feel uncomfortable eating it? It's delicious. The Li family Zhuangzi's pickled sweet garlic doesn't need to be peeled. It's chewable. Sui picked up the spicy cabbage. Song Jing ate the beef and drank the soup. He felt much better. At least he didn't feel uncomfortable smelling the food. I think the imperial court should buy bicycles for everyone. Sui brought up the topic of bicycles again. Not buying. Bai Gu firmly shook his head. He understood Suyi's meaning. Sui had just become the Minister of War. The money Li Yi earned from selling bicycles would be used to make firearms. The firearms would be used to equip the army. This would be under Suyi's charge. Wishful thinking. If he really wanted to equip the army, wouldn't the Ministry of Revenue directly give Li Yi money to make them? Moreover, Li Yi had been making them. If Sui didn't give him something to eat today, he would not let him go. Longzhe, you are going to make money. If you want to buy a bicycle, you need to buy a kerosene lamp and a thermos bottle. If someone wants a bicycle and hasn't bought these 2 things before, they will definitely buy them. Sui analyzed it from another angle. You see, you are going to make money. Buy a few bicycles. Bai Gu was not fooled. Will people who don't buy kerosene lamp and thermos bottle buy bicycles? How can rich people not buy the first 2 things? There are people who became rich later. They didn't have time to buy them. Sui was still looking for excuses. The imperial court will not waste money. If you want to ride a bicycle, you have to ask Xiaoyi personally. I believe that Xiaoyi will give you face. Bai Gu did not say anything after he finished speaking. He lowered his head and ate. After eating, he had things to do. Song Jing did not speak. He ate slowly. Li family Zhuangzi's noodles were different from other people's. They were really fragrant and tasted good. At the door, 50 servings of noodles were delivered. Li family Zhuangzi's people left amidst a wave of thanks and farewells. No one felt that there was anything wrong with an outsider delivering noodles. They were not selling them. However, if it was another person delivering noodles, they would have to ask clearly. Why did they deliver the noodles? Were the noodles poisoned? Some of the people outside were also eating breakfast. They ate in the East and West Market. There were also people carrying poles and pushing carts to sell food. They shouted as they walked. When someone bought something, they would stop. Those selling soup and pancakes had a large wooden bucket filled with water. When people finished eating, they would throw their bowls into the bucket. After washing them, they would continue to fill the bucket. In fact, it was not hygienic. However, everyone felt that it was already very good. Those selling cooking pancakes were much simpler. They just took a bag of paper and did not need to be washed. In the past, this kind of business had to enter the market. They were not allowed to sell on the road. If they met someone who wanted to buy on the road, they would go to the nearest market to do the transaction. Now no one cared. Some people even placed their stalls at the entrance of a market. People on the street could buy it. People in the market could also buy it. As soon as the bicycle was released, it immediately became a hot topic. 1,000 coins for a bicycle. Why bother? How many animals can one buy to pull a bicycle with 1,000 coins? Is that a bicycle? It is clearly telling others that he is rich, and riding this bicycle is better than others. It probably doesn't cost much to build a bicycle. Kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are expensive. Now at night, kerosene lamps are hung at certain intervals. That is called a diesel lamp. It is said that it is made of tallow. The black tallow can be burned. The imperial court helped to collect it and sent it to Li family Zhuangzi. I mean, it is not expensive. If it was expensive, would it be hung outside to light the way for us? It is called a diesel lamp, not a kerosene lamp. A thermos bottle for each Xushine child. It should not be too expensive. Why do you care about Li family Zhuangzi's capital? Li Dongzhu earned money. It is not like he spent it. Recently, Li Dongzhu did not donate money. He is probably doing something big and needs money. Otherwise, he would definitely donate. Where else can he donate? The roads are almost completely repaired. The imperial court paid for the tracks. He gave away a lot of horses. I heard that they are for the new relay station. In the future, when others attack the Tang dynasty, we will know the news very soon. There is a big vat at home? Chapter 899. Big vat. We're eating. Let's talk after eating. Oh, well, let's eat. See, in a few days, I'm sure someone will buy a bicycle to ride. There are many rich people in Chang'an after all. The money we earn in our lifetime is not enough to buy a bicycle. Others will buy one and ride it for fun. Why can't we buy one in our lifetime? Li Dongzhu has been thinking of ways to make us earn money. Maybe one day I'll be rich too. You eat a bowl of wonton, and you have to take a spoonful of sauce. How can you be rich? Don't you think it's salty? It's heavy. Unfortunately, it's vegetable sauce. I'm not allowed to take egg sauce or meat sauce. It's free now. Why don't you eat with all your might? The people were not idle while eating. They were arguing and bragging. Now it was indeed free in the capital government. As long as you set up a stall, you would be allowed to eat as much as you want. Salt was even cheaper. Last year, the salt merchants in Shu sent a large batch of salt over, plus Li Longji's salt. Now 500 grams of salt was 5 coins. It was not rice, so the people bought a lot of salt to make pickles. Now every family had a lot of salt. When the vegetables were collected in autumn, they began to make pickles and pickles. There were also fresh fish that they bought. They quickly cleaned it up, smeared it with salt, and hung it up to dry. Flies would sting it, and it would be processed when eating. If you ate too much pickles, you would still eat salt. Pickles were different. Pickles were not salty. In the past, there were few people who made pickles because they lacked utensils. As life became better, they bought big vats to make. The big vats they talked about when eating were not the ones bought by the imperial court. They were used as toilets. One after another, each square had dug out the original manure pits and installed big vats. In order to avoid soil pollution, some people even jumped down to scrape the soil from the manure pits. They scraped it down and carried it away, filling it with new soil for free. After these people collected the soil that had been soaked in dirty things and fermented it a little, it became good soil. After soaking the saline alkali soil with water, it was covered with half a foot of soil. The low-grade field directly became a high-grade field. It was better than the desilted field. Crops grew crazily after planting. In the East Market, a group of people strolled. Li Longji came out, and Empress Wang pushed the stroller. The little guy wanted to come out and walk by himself several times, but he was pushed back by Empress Wang. Other children liked to be carried. They didn't want to sit in the car, and insisted on being carried by adults. That was not the case for the little guy. As long as he had the chance, he would run away on his own. Li Longji came over to take a look at his daughter's shop. It was now called Wentian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Princess Yongmu had changed the name and brought Xiaolan along. Xiaolan was a maidservant that she had played with since she was a child. There were quite a few maidservants who played with her. Later on, she was gradually sent away because of her bad intentions. The so-called heart meant that when she was in danger, she would instinctively block in front of her, and Xiaolan did it. Guozi followed beside him. He was wearing a windbreaker. The windbreaker was open, revealing the gun hanging in front of his chest. He switched to a new gun that Li Yi had given him. It was an assault rifle, not a sniper rifle. He also carried the sniper rifle on his shoulder. The difference between the two guns was that one was a long-range weapon, while the other was a burst weapon. He didn't need a pistol. He had a 3-edged flying knife on his waist. It was faster than a pistol within 20 meters. He put both hands on the assault rifle. One of his hands was on the safety, while the other hand's index finger was stretched out beside the trigger. The sniper rifle on his shoulder was loaded, and the safety was off. When necessary, he shrugged his shoulder and pulled the trigger while releasing the safety. It was like an instant sniper. I wonder if Tubo and Tujua have such prosperity. Li Longji looked at the lively scene and was a little proud. I think the people there can't casually go out to buy food. Empress Wang was also willing to belittle the foreigners. Tujua was a mess. Tubo had a slave system. There were also slaves in the Tang dynasty. Slaves were a minority. Most of them were ordinary people. Last year, there were no more people who went to Chang'an to sell themselves as slaves. Those who couldn't survive in other places avoided the checkpoints and entered the capital government. They wanted to sell themselves, but they suddenly found that they didn't need to. There was work to do. Those who wanted to sell their children could go to Sorrowful Field Square to find food first. Then they would find work waiting for them. There was no shortage of people, but there was no shortage of work. If they still wanted to sell their daughters, Pyongkong Square would look at them first. They would look at their faces, listen to their voices, and the appearance and figure of their parents. If they were lucky, some organization in Pyongkong Square would buy them. If Pyongkong Square didn't buy them, other people would look at them. Under normal circumstances, as long as there was a way to make a living, no one would be willing to sell themselves and their children. As for selling their wives, they couldn't sell their wives unless they were bought concubines or maids, which were transferable. Li Longji and Empress Wang didn't have the concept of equality for the common people, but they wanted to see the lively scene of the common people in the Tang dynasty. After walking through a road with food and drink stalls, they saw the shops in the East Market. Compared to the noisy and messy smells in other places, this place was much more orderly. Most of the shops were two-story. Most of them were one-story shops. The four-story shop in front was the most conspicuous. The group walked over. Next to the four-story building, the house had been demolished. The foundation was being laid, and it was going to be rebuilt. The people next to them thought, "You built 4 stories and no one cares." The Yamen didn't say anything. "I'll follow you and build 3 stories." Some of them went to Wanyan County's Yamen to report that there were 4 stories, and each story was so high. The first story was almost twice the height of others. Wanyan County's Yamen's answer was, "After investigation, this shop belongs to a new category of goods. It's a symbolic business project, and the embodiment of the architectural beauty." It meant that there was no problem. When other people saw it, there was no problem, right? I also marked it once. The key was that the person who repaired the new building told everyone that they could repair it. Since that was the case, why not? When the renovation was almost done, everyone finally understood. The background, every story was made of glass. The big glass on the first floor was thick, big, and bright. Who was behind it? If you don't know, don't ask. If you ask, you don't know. Build, they said to build. It's all big glass. Uncle put a lot of effort into it. Empress Wang was a little jealous. She didn't even have such big glass in her palace. I'll ask him for more later. Li Longji liked floor-to-ceiling windows and revolving glass doors. He could guess that this glass was different from the commonly used glass. There was something added to it. This meant that Li Yi had better technology and had not released it. Empress Wang nodded. An ordinary family can match the princess's status with this building. Dream on. You want to marry a princess with a broken house? Even 1,000 houses are not enough. This thing isn't worth much. Didn't he make float glass? Li Longji admitted that the buildings were beautiful, but Li Yi didn't pay much. 1,000 beautiful buildings could be exchanged for Li Yi's hospital? People who had never been to that hospital would never know that some things in the world couldn't be measured by money. The buildings are taller, and you can see further. It's dangerous to walk beside them. Guazi held the assault rifle and looked around with the scope. He didn't like to walk near tall buildings. He didn't even like to walk beside buildings. Allow the shops facing the street to open windows. Li Longji was a little nervous. Then he said his decision. Chapter 900. Li Longji decided to loosen the restrictions. The shops were not allowed to open their doors on the street, but there were always shops that opened on Juke Avenue. The other shops should have walls behind them, and they should be facing the street. This was to prevent people from attacking the people on the street at the windows and doors, or sneaking into a certain place after committing a crime. If there were walls everywhere, who wanted to run? Run. But there were walls on both sides. The front and back were blocked, and the shops were closed at night. Where could they run? Up the walls. Now Li Longji pondered. If someone wanted to kill him while he was walking on the street, wouldn't the arrow shoot out by making a few small holes in the wall? Unless he walked on Juke Avenue, he wouldn't be able to reach the walls no matter how hard he tried. If the walls became doors and windows, he could have more shops and collect taxes. When he went out, the guards must be alert and keep an eye on every possible place that might cause problems. For example, check if there were any gaps or holes in the window paper. The second floor of the shop was guarded in advance. Bungalows were allowed to have 3 floors, and special ones were allowed to have 4 floors. This could increase the number of people living in Chang and increase consumption and tax. At worst, he could ask Li Yi to make a better car and train better guards. He couldn't always go out for a stroll. There were more people, and the problem of public security. Brother Yi, here, I have something to ask. Li Longji saw Li Yi when he was thinking about the problem of public security. Li Yi came out even less often. Today he came out with his daughter, and they were eating something in their hands. Li Yi trotted over, and he didn't throw away the things in his hands. Third brother, sister-in-law, you are shopping too? I brought ice cream cones. It's a new equipment, but it's more primitive and needs ice to make. Li Yi showed the two of them the ice cream cones in his hands. The weather was hot. He brought a suitcase over, covered with a quilt, and there was ice in the compartment of the suitcase. Song de Zhuangzi and more than a dozen guards, as well as the winged knights who had changed their clothes, were around. The 8 palace maids and eunuchs also changed their clothes, and they were still pulling 3 suitcases. The ambulance did not come. It was too conspicuous. It stopped at the backyard of Heaven on Earth, which was not too far away. Zhuangzi's bodyguard carried a box over and quickly opened it. He took out 2 cream ice creams and gave 1 each to Li Longji and Empress Wang. The little guy sitting in the baby carriage had his eyes closed just now. Now his eyes were open. He expressed his attitude with his voice and eyes. What was that? Li Yi took out another ice cream and rubbed the torch on Princess Yongmu's ice cream and his own. With this move, 2/3 of the ice cream was scraped off and became his and Princess Yongmu's ice cream. The remaining 1/3 was given to the little fellow along with the egg roll. The little guy frowned and his eyes showed a puzzled look. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. Li Yi quickly took a mouthful of ice cream, closed his eyes and smacked his lips. The little fellow seemed to understand and also licked. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he smacked his lips hard. Last summer, he was still young and didn't eat anything like popsicles. Today, he finally knew that there were good things in the world that were cold and sweet, and had a milky taste. He quickly adjusted his body, and found the most comfortable position. He licked again, and continued to open his eyes. He didn't close his eyes at all like Li Yi. Li Longji didn't lick. He opened his mouth and bit. He nodded. It's really cool. It's hot this year. Can there be a drought? There's little precipitation in Shandong, but there are wells. The locusts are no longer harmful. Li Yi said Shandong was east of Taihang Mountains. Historically, since the 2nd year of Kaiyuan, there had been a locust plague every year. The climate was very suitable for wheat, because the locusts were not dealt with well in the first year. The whole Tang dynasty didn't know where the locusts came from. They always thought that they fell from the sky. If they didn't grow wheat but rice in a large number of paddy fields, the locusts wouldn't be so harmful. Rice was rice. How could it be called rice if they didn't water it? Many locusts would be suffocated when they flooded the fields. Only when the rice was harvested in autumn did the locusts come out. But by then, the crops had already been harvested, and the locusts had nothing to eat. In the past, a large number of locusts flew around in the northeast. The adults were busy working while the children caught them with bamboo poles and nets. After catching the locusts, they would come back and fry them. Usually, the father would praise the children, because fried locusts were suitable for drinking. The children would also get thin branches and skewer the locusts horizontally. They would light some straw and roast them without adding salt. When there weren't many locusts, the children would use 2 forks to skewer frogs. At that time, the children didn't have pity or shouldn't. They only knew that toads could be eaten, except for toads. Li used to be the same. He could find frogs, skewer them with willow branches and carry them home. The frogs were still alive and struggling. At that time he was indifferent. He didn't have the concept of abuse in his heart. Later, when he grew up and understood the meaning of life, he stopped doing that. This was civilization. It went from ignoring to recognizing. Those who, for their own selfish interests, turned countries into ruins of war, and ignored their own kind were not civilized. They blasphemed the word civilization. Perhaps from the time of the Great Voyage to the beginning of the massacres outside, their souls were dirty. They were a variant of mass albinism, and should not exist in the world. Li was thinking. His thoughts drifted, and the ice cream in his hand slowly melted. Brother Yi Shanger finished eating. Li was distracted. Li Longji nudged him. You can also eat what you're holding in your hand. Let me show you. Li came back to his senses and quickly ate the melted ice cream. Then, he took a small bite of the cone used to hold the ice cream. The little guy looked at it, and then looked at the cone in his hand. He also took a bite. His eyes widened again. This was also delicious. I'll make another cone later. It's purer than this. Li said with a smile. The little guy ate the cone, and felt that his fingers were uncomfortable. He wiped them on the handkerchief in front of his chest, and opened his arms to Li. Li bent down and picked him up. The little guy put one hand on Li's shoulder, and pointed at the revolving glass door. He burped, "Go." He didn't want to eat anymore because this was the ice cream made by Li himself. The cone was thick. He felt that eating one was enough. Let's go. I brought some things today. Tomorrow, we can distribute the baby carrier. Li carried the little guy in one hand and walked over first. He pushed the revolving glass door and went inside. Li Longji glanced at Princess Yongmu and asked Li, "The design of this door is exquisite. Is there a good bearing inside?" "It's not very good. It's just a propeller bearing," Li answered indifferently. Inside there was no glass on the wall. It was warm. There were large and small cloth dolls hanging on it. It looked very fun now. It was normal for people to be scared to death when they came in at night to light a fire. Below the dolls was a glass counter. Inside the glass counter, there were a variety of different specifications and combinations of jewelry. "There's someone on duty at night?" Li Longji looked and immediately assessed the value of the first floor, the floor-to-ceiling windows outside, and the revolving glass door. Chapter 901. Gold Silver Glass Beads. Brother E, you must have spent a lot of money on them. Li Longji looked at the dazzling jewelry inside. Silver and gold plated. And there are many colored threads. The glass beads are also monochromatic, so they are easier to make. On the first floor, we can't put things that are too good. The second and third floors are where the good things are. I originally planned to turn the fourth floor into a warehouse, but after thinking about it, I turned it into a restaurant. You can see the surroundings from above. Li didn't want Princess Yongmu to bring things that shouldn't be in the meeting place. Therefore, there were no massages, women's steam baths, and other activities, and there was no gathering hall. At that time, he already had it. Behind him were the children of high officials, especially women. He didn't get married, and then became a political channel. At that time, there were many prime ministers, presidents, prime ministers, and so on. Women generally didn't get married for the rest of their lives. Princess True Jade and Princess Jingxian of the Tang dynasty were in similar positions. Li didn't want Princess Yongmu to do such a thing. Now the fourth floor was for Princess Yongmu to play with. If she didn't want it tomorrow, she would burn it. On the second floor, there was a spiral staircase. The second floor was still jewelry, but it was better than the first floor. The gold and silver jewelry was pure and expensive, and the glass was also colorful. This glass was not burned in one go, but added color by glass balls. The cloth dolls were of a higher grade, made of cashmere, and the price was written on the pink label. The cheapest item was 3 grams. There was a cashmere doll about the same size as the little girl. It was 120 grams, and was decorated with glass jewelry. After walking around, they went to the third floor. On the third floor were bags, clothes, underwear, boots, shoes, and cosmetics. The cheapest item was 5 grams. There were also full-length mirrors for people to wear to see the effect. Among the clothes, there were chiffon and other interesting things. The price was even higher because of the special glass added to prove its nobility. Go to the 4th floor. Li Longji found that the Empress' eyes were almost fixed, and quickly changed places. If you really want it, you can send someone to get it later. When they reached the 4th floor, Li Longji looked at Li Yi with a hint of resentment. There are no such things in heavenly earth. Li Longji resisted the impulse to beat Li Yi and said, at that time, the technology wasn't good enough. There weren't so many diamonds in glass. What you see now are frosted glass tables. The finely crushed diamond was inlaid on the disc, and then through the transmission, the disc was rotated by the foot and polished on the glass. There were a total of 10 seats around the table. They were separated by a screen, and in the middle was the table. The floor was made of marble and polished with wax. Anyway, it wasn't worth much now. It was just a stone slab. I've already produced the mother machine. Can't I cut a stone slab and polish it? The surrounding glass fish tank is a real fish tank. There are a few types of fish that we found in it. Some of them are colored. Li Yi's expression was that he just happened to have the technology and wanted to use it temporarily. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and smiled. She liked the current store very much. She couldn't find another one like it in the whole world. The theme of the store was warmth, but in fact it was full of luxury. The difference was that the luxury set off the warmth, but not to show the luxury specifically. Empress Wang strolled around. Here, I feel that I don't know anything. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even know whether to walk with their left foot or right foot. She felt that the palace was luxurious enough, but it couldn't compare to the special oppressive feeling that this place gave people. As the Empress, she felt that she didn't know anything. What would other people feel? If you don't spend 100 taels here, you'll be embarrassed to go to the 4th floor to eat. Li Yi said with a smile. That was what he meant. This place was still too small, and the area was not enough. Otherwise, he would have arranged it better. For example, one floor had a circular layout with a diameter of 200 meters. The position of the table was placed 100 meters from the edge and the center. In the middle was a fountain, and there were 4 tables in a circle. Those who could be relaxed in such an environment were not ordinary people. Therefore, many of his bosses at that time deliberately made the office very big, and then sat on the main seat. When they were recruiting, they let the other party in. When the other party came in, the surroundings were empty. In front of them was a big boss table. They walked over and sat on a relatively small single chair. Of course, such a layout was useless to him. If anyone did this to him, the first thing he would do after entering was to spit on the ground and rub the spit with his feet. What aura? It was a matter of spitting. If the other party deliberately pretended to be pretentious, he would take off his shoes and socks, use his hands to scratch his feet, and smell it. At most, he wouldn't talk about business. He couldn't let the other party suppress him. Comrade Little Ping had done this before. When negotiating with the other party used the identity of the empire where the sun never sets, and the Commonwealth to suppress them. Feeling the air freeze, Comrade Little Ping asked the other party, "Do you smoke?" The other party said no, so Comrade Little Ping lit a cigarette and smoked. What aura pressure? It was a matter of taking a puff. But now Empress Wang didn't know how to break out of this situation. If it was someone else's shop, she would tear it down. But Princess Yongmu's shop, she laughed. "Uncle, your thoughts are not ordinary. It's just as so. Third in the world," Li Yi said with a smile. He continued, "If it were an eminent monk or a Taoist, these designs would be useless. People have their own beliefs and perseverance in their hearts, and they won't be moved by external things." Good, what a good belief and perseverance. Empress Wang suddenly became calm. She touched the frosted table. "Make a batch for me later." Li Longji followed and said, "The world is small, and there's no need to revere it. We have mountains and rivers in our hearts, and the people in our hearts." As soon as he said this, the people who came up suddenly felt that this layout was no big deal. No matter how exquisite the things were, could they be compared to the changing clouds and colorful clouds? No matter how luxurious the things were, could they be compared to thousands of acres of gold and cows and horses roaming? The surrounding guards' auras were different in an instant. They were not ostentatious but more stable, especially Hao Lingquan, who had followed them. Although he was a general and had many things to learn, he had experience fighting. He suddenly realized that the pressure he was under now was nothing compared to the danger he faced when he was on a diplomatic mission to the Tuju's affiliated tribes, and the ruthlessness he had to face. Li Yi cupped his fists to express his admiration. Li Longji's words made all the layout's aura disappear. That's right, no matter how beautiful it was just a house. How could it be as vast as the world? How could the people who chased after the wind be defeated by someone else's breath? How could the people who moved mountains be defeated by someone else's stone? Let's eat here in a while. Let the brothers come up, and tell them what my third brother said. Let's eat some fried skewers and barbecued skewers, okay? Li Yi instructed and asked the little fellow's opinion. The little fellow used his little hand to make an action of grabbing an egg roll. He still wanted to eat. He didn't care about the existence of aura, frosted sand, or layout the least. Hurry up, I still want to eat. Don't mention it to me. I feel quite comfortable being hugged. Chapter 902. When the sun rose again, when Tianlan Pavilion opened in a low-key manner, there were no flower baskets or firecrackers. Princess Yongmu stayed on the 4th floor. She sat by the window and read a math book. To be precise, it was algebra. There was a piece of paper and a pencil on the table for her to calculate. Xiaolan instructed the 8 maids to wear knee-length skirts and wait for customers on the 1st floor. In addition, there were 4 new maids. They were not very good-looking, and ordinary men would feel uncomfortable looking at them. They were more than 9 meters tall, had big feet, big fists and thick calluses on their knuckles. They had cookery knives at their waists. While others wore robes or skirts, they wore half-sleeved shirts, high-crotch leggings, and leather boots. Their thick arms were exposed under the sleeves with different scars. Most importantly, they did not have long hair. They did not look like women at all. There was a row of stools outside the shop. 10 guards sat on the stools, and the other 10 were nowhere to be seen. People who arrived at the East Market saw the big glass. Many people only stood outside and did not dare to enter. Some women who felt that they were worth more went in, but they came out not long after without buying anything. Everyone, don't be anxious. When customers come, whether they want to buy or not, they ask us. We have to patiently introduce them. When they don't ask, don't make a sound. Let the customers see for themselves. We have to pay attention to the customers. When the customers show that they want to buy or ask questions, we have to go forward in time. Xiaolan realized that everyone was in a bad mood. It had been 2 hours, but they had not sold anything. A few people asked. First, they introduced the gold and silver plating. After knowing the price, they found it expensive, including the small glass beads. A bead with a string was at least 200 coins. The larger glass beads in other places only cost this much. Another 2 people went up to the 2nd floor to accompany them. In the end, when they asked about the price, they came down directly. Xiaolan was also bored. She also took a book to read and stood her ground. However, after lunch, when Tianlanxiang Pavilion suddenly became lively in the afternoon, many women came to visit. Some were carrying children, and some were carrying goods. This one. The big glass door and windows. Line up. A woman in her 40s seemed to be the leader. She called a large group of people to stand at the door. Xiaolan quickly ran out. Are you from Lantian County? Yes, we're from Lantian County. Someone was working at home and couldn't come. He asked us to help him bring it back. The village chief and the people from the yamen wrote a certificate. The woman in the lead raised her voice and brought over the certificates that had been stamped. There was an advertisement in the newspaper saying that the capital's 22 counties could send baby carriers to the counties outside. Lantian County was the first. Those who were working at home could not come. And there were also those who did not bring their children with them, because their parents-in-law were taking care of their children. Even if it was a woman carrying a child, or carrying a child on her back, she still needed to have proof. One certificate in exchange for a set of straps. They were carrying goods along the way, and there were men following them at home. Boxes of baby carriers were delivered. Princess Yongmu went downstairs and handed them out one by one. Wash your hands and wipe your face first. Xiaolong called out to the person who brought the child over. Some of the older children were 7 or 8 years old, and some were in their teens. After they washed their hands, they were given a lollipop, a maltose candy, that was stuck on a bamboo stick. The 2 or 3-year-old children were given glutinous rice candy, wrapped in glutinous rice paper. And the younger children were given a carrot stick to bite on for fun. The woman who carried the child directly put on the carrier. She was in a good mood as she looked at her child. With her hands free, she could work, and she did not have to worry about her hands slipping and dropping the child. The child, who was already asleep, put on the carrier, pressed his face into his mother's arms and continued to sleep. It's really useful. The little lady has accumulated good karma. She can make one herself. Wouldn't it cost 30 coins? It's still wasting time. Look at how dense the stitches are. It's strong. The outside is canvas? It's expensive. The place where the child is attached is cotton. It's not easy to get some cotton now. Look at that baby. He doesn't want to sleep, and insists on facing outside. His small arms and legs are put in. He's not afraid of falling off at all. The women from Lantian County praised the baby carriers. According to the cloth they bought separately, a set of baby carriers would cost at least 50 coins. In addition to the work that was delayed during the production, it was another sum of money. They did not know that the baby carriers were made with a sewing machine. When the materials were cut, the pattern had already been planned, and there was almost no waste. The leftover materials were used to make the small pocket on the carrier. The inner pocket could be used to store money. It would be difficult for others to steal money. The little guy, who was waiting in line to get the baby carrier, saw that the thing that was about his size was also carried just now. Hey. The little guy pointed at the child next to him and said, "Your child is too small. He can only be installed diagonally. He can't sit. When he can sit on his own, he can use the sitting position." Princess Yongmu said to a woman whose child was only 3 months old that a child who could not sit on his own should be carried horizontally. If the child's buttocks were held over time, the child's spine would have problems. I know. It's written in the newspaper. Little miss, you sent a lot of things, right? Let me see what you have in your shop. I'll buy some and let you make some money. The young woman felt embarrassed and wanted to buy something. No need. The things inside are expensive. Princess Yongmu did not want to earn this money. No matter how expensive it is, can it be more expensive than the price of 1 mu of greenhouse? My family had 15 mu of greenhouse last year. I hired people to take care of it. I gave birth to a boy. The woman carried the carrier diagonally, looked at the child, and said confidently, she was rich. How much did the materials for 15 mu of greenhouse cost? How much did she earn in a winter? Princess Yongmu nodded and looked at a maid. The maid brought the woman in. This woman could be the first customer. People went in one after another. Lantian County was a rich county. Being able to bring a child out instead of working at home proved that there was no shortage of labor at home. 10% discount for shopping with children. Free lifetime warranty and maintenance for leather bags, clothes, and cashmere toys. Xiaolan shouted, discount. If there was a cut on a leather bag or other things, it could be repaired, and the position of the cut could be turned into a beautiful decoration. If the glass button fell off, it would cost money to buy the button. If the zipper was broken, it would be replaced for free. The first person to go and bought a 10 mu cashmere doll, saying that when the child was a little older, she would play with it. She bought a few new thin and special clothes that couldn't be worn outside, plus a satchel that she thought looked good. She spent a total of 36 mu. After the 10% discount, it would be 40 mu. Sure enough, she was rich. 36,000 yuan was spent in one visit, and she only bought a few things. When the sky turned dark, the people of Lantian County all left with their things. Xiao Lan found Princess Yongmu excitedly. Princess, guess how much it was sold today? Xiao Lan looked around, afraid that others would hear. How much? Princess Yongmu was curious. She did not expect to sell things after giving them away. 820 mu and 730 mu. Xiao Lan gave the answer excitedly. She did not know how much the cost was, but it should not be too expensive. Sell it later, and give the money to Li Lang. Princess Yongmu was also very happy when she heard it. She also felt that it was worth the cost. Princess, we can't give it to him. It's a business relationship. We took Li family Zhuangzi's things to help Li family Zhuangzi sell them. If Li family Zhuangzi needs money, we can give all the money we earn to Li family Zhuangzi, but we can't pay for the goods. Xiao Lan persuaded anxiously. Chapter 903. We can still sell more than 800 taels tomorrow. After 2 days, we will have enough money for the baby carrier. Li Yi said to Li Qingqi, who came to deliver the seafood, when he received the sales data from Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion in the evening. How many bicycles did you sell? Li Qingqi did not care about a few hundred taels. Bicycles were the real deal. The number of orders is more than 500. There are still many rich people. The businessmen who sold the kerosene lamps and thermos bottles to other places have already started to buy bicycles and send them over. Li Yi was very happy about this. He did not object to the rich people in the Tang dynasty, which one of the prefectures did not have someone with a high social status. They had a common circle. When one person had a new thing, others would definitely buy it. In the Tang dynasty, incense fighting, cockfighting, dog fighting, bird fighting, and bullfighting were popular. Oh, there was no bullfighting. If you were caught, you would be punished. Incense made with honey, precious wood, and precious spices would be taken out and lit to see whose flavor was unique. The cost of one incense would be more than 1 tael. A huge incense made with dozens of taels would be lit to see the shape of the smoke. There were many rich people. Since they were spending money anyway, it was better to ask them to buy Li family Zhuangzi's good products. In other prefectures, if they felt that the road was not good, and it was inconvenient to ride bicycles, they could repair it themselves. Okay, Brother Yi, you are rich. Everyone will be relieved. Li Qingqi said what was in his heart. They were worried that Li Yi would suddenly have no way to make money, and could only use his own money to subsidize. Otherwise, what about the exchange coupons? The money for making guns will continue to be sent. We need more saltpeter, sulfur, and lead. The winged knights need to practice first. After all 30,000 people have mastered it, we will send them to the border. There should not be any big problems at the border this year. Li Yi requested to continue to increase the amount of saltpeter mining. Shu County had the most. As for mirabolite, it could not be used for gunpowder. It was used to make medicine and leather. There was a lot of sulfur in lead. If lead was impure and contained many impurities, it would cause infection or poisoning after hitting the body. However, impure lead had a different density and would affect shooting accuracy. Zhuangzi knew how to refine lead for shooting. Hearing Li Yi mention the ingredients, Li Qingqi asked Li Yi, "Can the wild boars and other animals killed by lead bullets be eaten?" "Did you hit him?" Li Yi asked. Li Qingqi nodded lightly. "I did, but I didn't dare to eat it." Wei Xiong discovered that the lead bullet is more formidable than the arrow. The arrow shaft is still attached to the back of the arrow. It can be pulled out. The lead bullet hit the chicken's body and left a big hole. It's different from an arrow. It looks scary. Li Qingqi thought of the wound on the pheasant and shuddered. There was a part of the wound that suddenly widened and blood kept flowing out. He had also shot pigs with lead bullets. It looked like a small hole, but when the flesh was cut open, there was a bigger hole inside. If this kind of bullet hit a person, yes, it's edible. It's not poisonous. Lead poisoning is chronic, but you have to remove the lead around the wound, because the bullet will bring other things in when it hits the wound. It's heated up. Li knew that lead poisoning was very slow. If it did not come into direct contact with the internal organs, and was placed in the muscles, It was basically fine. Of course, when the bullet brought other things into the body, it would be infected. It's not easy to remove the lead bullet from the body. Li Qingqi came to this conclusion after testing it on pigs. It's harder to remove the lead bullet than an arrow. Sometimes we can't find the lead bullet and need to use tweezers to pinch it out or make a small incision to look for it. Li knew the power of the gun he made. When the bullet rotated, it would also rotate when it hit the person. As the resistance increased, the rotational force decreased, and the cavity deep inside the wound was not that big. The bullet hit a point, and then the big cavity inside gradually became smaller. In the end, if the bullet did not penetrate out, it would be left inside the body. It was very difficult to find, and it was embedded inside. It was very difficult to remove it. If you hit the target, you won't be able to find it unless you cut it open, right? Li Qingqi felt even more terrified. It was even more vicious than the wooden feather arrow. We accidentally hit our own people. If they don't die, send them here. I can find the bullets. There are equipment in the hospital. Li warned them in advance. Don't dig by yourself, or you will dig them to death. Li Qingqi took a deep breath. Do we need to use that kind of equipment? Come, let's eat. Try the seafood. Li Qingqi did not want to think too much. He pointed at the spicy fried clams and razor clams on the plate. The lower reaches of the Yellow River were just navigable. They hired locals to fish for clams and razor clams on the beach. Clams were easier to catch than razor clams. They were dragged out with a rake with a net. Razor clams needed to be dug, one small hole after another. If there was no hole, they would stomp their feet a few times. Through the vibration, the sand that blocked the hole would fall down or startle the razor clams to spit out water. They collected seawater and loaded it onto the boat. Then they went upstream to Chang'an. Along the way, they changed the seawater for the clams and razor clams. At the same time, they ground the algae on the beach and threw them into the boat to feed them. They persevered in this way. There were still many living ones. The dead ones were thrown away on the boat or eaten by the crew. Dried clams without shells cost 20 coins per catty. Live clams with shells cost 700 coins per catty. Razor clams cost 1,300 coins. If they thought it was expensive, they could buy dried clams and soak their own hair. Only those with money could enjoy the fresh seafood. Those with low status in the palace could not eat it at all. If they were not given food, they could eat anything. Why should they delay making money? Wu Jiyu, for example, was not given food this time. Even though she was beautiful and knew Li Longji's thoughts, Wu Jiyu did not know what was going on. She seemed to have been neglected all of a sudden. The clams and razor clams in this season were indeed plump. The next batch should be better. The restaurants in Chang'an City bought the clams and kept them for 2 days to provide to the customers. The others were bought through special channels. Sold to the imperial court? Li picked up a clam with his chopsticks and inquired. Bai Gu and the others will give them half a catty each. As long as they are not sold out, they will give them once a day. As for the others, they will be given different amounts according to their positions and grades. It's like this. Li Qingqi told Li Yi how to give them. The officials would be given in weight. As for the lowest grade 5 officials, they would be given 4 clams or 4 razor clams. They would take them home and eat them. Just like cherries in winter, grade 5 officials would be given a plate and take them home for their families to taste. The cherries were big and valuable. Wild clams and razor clams were also big. When they were scooping up the small ones, they would throw them back. They did not want them and let them grow slowly. The officials did not think it was too little. They usually took them home and gave them to their families. Because they worked in Xingqing Palace, they could make 2 for each person at noon. They would add some chili oil, coriander, and green onions. As for the lower grades, they would be given some every 10 days or half a month. I have to tell the newspaper to tell the people who go to the restaurant to take the shell away after eating. Li suddenly thought of something. Why? Li Qingqi did not think the shells could be eaten, but he knew that the shells could be ground into powder to fertilize the fields or feed the chickens. Don't take the shells away. Buy dry soaked hair and put the shells into the soaked hair. They will be served with the shells. Li Yi told the possible secret of the industry with a smile. At that time, his bone marrow was only half a big bone. When it was served, some people would wait for the customers to finish eating, and then make other things as bone marrow, and continue to sell it at a cheaper price. Many customers did not know about this. Chapter 904. Brother E. If that's the case, you should be able to tell that all the shells and meat have been separated. Li Qingqi glanced at the clams on the plate. Some of them had been separated. How can you tell if they're fried together with the living ones? Canned clams and razor clams soaked in oil are made from the sea further south. Li Yi changed the topic after a few words. Canned bamboo was a good choice for seafood. Let the local government catch more and make more. Especially in Jiangnan, which was the generation in Fujian, the people were more willing to listen to the imperial court if they could make more money. The local land was called 8 mountains, 1 water, and 1 field, just like Guizhou. That 1 field was now used to plant rice in Zanqing. As long as there was a way to survive, the people would support the imperial court. They did not ask for political benefits, only for survival. The breeding is already done there. Pay them, and send someone over to do it quickly. Li Qingqi had never been to the seaside, so he did not know what it was like. He only knew that things were expensive in the coastal area, and people in Dengzhou had to pay more. If it were a businessman, he would definitely make the local people suffer a big loss. He would rather cooperate with other businessmen than let the people by the seaside raise the price. Li Qingqi did not want to do that. His profits were high, and it was good for the Tang dynasty if the people could make some money. Brother, we can set up a dock in Jiangnan. Ships can go there for loading and unloading. The local silk and porcelain utensils can be exported. We must set the price and not sell them cheaply. Whoever dares to sell them cheaply will be punished. Whoever dares to smuggle will be punished until they lose their family fortune. Li wanted to set up a new port and set the rules at the same time. Setting the price together was the way out. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer in the end if their own people kept lowering the price. It was the same as selling vegetables in greenhouses in the east and west markets. Every morning, the price would be set, and no one could lower the price. What if the barbarians come ashore and collect the goods themselves? Li Qingqi was worried. No one can take them away. Tell the whole area, and no one will dare to violate the rules. Li Yi had a deep feeling about this. He once went to the Dalian seafood market and knew that crabs were sold. Swimming crabs were sold in October. The seafood market was underground. Carts of crabs were transported there in nylon bags. The seller was a crab farmer. He put rubber bands on the crab's claws. The other markets in Dalian that needed to purchase goods were all here. When the buyer looked at the goods, it was 15 yuan per caddy. There were big and small ones. He wanted to buy a big bag of over 100 caddies. When he asked for the price, the other person said 15 yuan, but the one who told him 30 yuan. It was the same no matter which car they went to. They knew each other and could tell. In the end, he had no choice but to go to the upper floor. There, he would buy more big and small. He would buy more than 50 kilograms at a time. And the other party would give him 18 yuan. Of course, the other party had already placed the crab in the water and absorbed some water. However, they gave him a foam box and ice. Based on this calculation, it was still more worth it to buy from the top. The bottom sold to him for 31 caddies, and there were no foam boxes or ice cubes. This was the rule. Wholesalers would raise the price for retailers. The same could be done when exporting to the outside world. Alright, even if you have your own ship to sell, the price can't be low. Whoever offers a low price will die in the sea. Li Qingqi agreed. That was what they were going to do. He ate a razor clam and stuck out his tongue because of the spiciness. Brother E, the Tang dynasty is better now. Do you want to be promoted again? I don't want to. What difference does it make if I get promoted or not? Can I get a higher salary? As for the 42 students, I need to make some arrangements for them this winter. The 220 students will depend on their specific situation. If they are willing, I can send them to the surrounding counties, but they can't be the leaders. Li Yi didn't want to be promoted himself, but he was willing to make arrangements for the students. Li Qingqi was also thinking about the students of the Li family Zhuangzi. They learned too many things, and their grades were good. If it weren't for Li Yi's suppression, the 42 students could have been promoted to a 5th grade official. Li Yi didn't agree, so he sent them to the county to train. The 220 students from last year went to the village to be village officials, even if they were the top students. If it were other officials who passed the exam, they wouldn't agree to go to the village. They would rather keep their official position. Brother Yi, aren't you afraid that they will be resentful if you suppress them like this? When can they contribute to the Tang dynasty? Li Qingqi asked from the perspective of human nature. Resentment? Don't they know how much knowledge they have learned? Resentment? If they want to be promoted, they can come here. I will take the exam and bring out new knowledge. They haven't even learned the basic economic theory. What's there to be resentful about? Look at the Imperial Physician Department. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th graders. The 7th grader is the best, but 7 years is enough. Back then Li Yi stopped talking. Tears were all over his face. Starting from kindergarten, to primary school, junior high school, and senior high school 12 years. Then he got his undergraduate degree, master's degree, and doctor's degree 8 years. When he got his master's degree, he took part in some work. After he graduated, he still had to work slowly. The doctor's degree in medicine was actually the starting point. He had to show his own ability, just like the government. So what if he got a doctor's degree? At most, he would be promoted to a section chief if the economic development wasn't good. He couldn't even be promoted to a section chief if he wanted to. A doctor can be a county magistrate directly? Dream on. Now these students had just become civil servants, and they wanted to go to heaven? Li Yi was curious. He wanted to let Li Yi continue. Seeing that he stopped, he had to ask, how many years can you be a provincial governor? 42 people. It depends on the results. If you are good, you can be a provincial governor for 5 years. For 220 people, you can be a provincial governor for 10 years. For older people, you can be a provincial governor for 6 years. Li Yi gave the numbers. A provincial governor was equivalent to a provincial party secretary and a local military commander. Of course, there were more provinces in the Tang dynasty. If you want to be a mayor, there were fewer cities. Brother, you can change the county into a province and increase the number of provinces. The provinces will be commanded by a group of people. Li Yi wanted to arrange the provinces and cities according to the provinces and cities of his time. The Henan province in front of him was in charge of too many places. Shandong province was directly included. Hebei province, Tianjin, Beijing, and the northeast region were also included. He felt that it was more convenient to arrange the provinces and cities according to the provinces and cities of his time. He could tell the situation of 60% of the cities in each province with his eyes closed. The main thing was the geographical location and economic level. There was also information that could be checked. The resources of each place and how it should be developed were all listed. Li Qingqi noted it down and told his third brother when he returned. At the same time, the villagers were drinking soup. They couldn't eat spicy stir-fried seafood. Li Qingqi didn't bring a lot of seafood. Everyone in Zhuangzi could eat a meal, but the villagers didn't want to. They just wanted to eat some soup first. Razor clam tofu soup, clam spinach soup, and try them. In fact, the soaked clams were the same. It was just that they didn't have shells, so they were less valuable. The night of May was still a little cold, especially in the Chang'an region, which was far colder than the south. The villagers lit up their lamps and hung them on the roads of Zhuangzi, which contrasted with the round moon in the sky. Chapter 905. Selling newspapers. Businessmen take a look. Seafood is transported and raised over long distances. A large percentage of them are sent to Chang'an alive. Bicycle sales exceed 700 yuan. Who is hesitating? Who is queuing? Li family Zhuangzi has decided to only make 1,000 bicycles for the first batch. In the beginning of summer, people should be wary of typhoid fever, runny nose, sneezing. Seek medical treatment early. Don't drag small illnesses into serious illnesses. The imperial court will subsidize medical treatment. With more bamboo shoots, the panda has come back to life. The panda that was very small last year has grown up. It is still so cute. People who work in the water, bring some salt with you. If you encounter a leech bite, just put some salt on it. Don't pull it out forcefully. Don't hit it with force. If you pull it out forcefully, you will leave a leech behind and cause infection. Hitting it with force will cause local blood vessels to dilate. If you encounter cold water, cold air will enter your body. Selling newspapers. One Tianlanxiang Pavilion has donated soap for cleaning. It is free to use. The government has it. Everyone should wash their hands frequently. The river is not warm. People who want to swim in the water must remember to bring life-saving equipment. Don't get cramps. Think of your family. The fire is strong this season. You should stew more vegetables. Don't stew pork knuckle soup or chicken soup without salt. If the woman who feeds the child doesn't have enough salt, the child will get sick easily. The paperboys shouted some of the contents of the newspapers. A new batch of 20 paperboys rode to the west of the city to deliver the newspapers. The paperboys from the various counties in the government said similar things. The people were already used to it. If it was raining heavily, the paperboys' shouts could not cover the sound of the rain. They always felt that something was missing in their lives. Even if it was raining heavily, the paperboys would still sell newspapers. They wore the raincoats and boots provided by Li family Zhuangzi. They carried waterproof newspaper bags and walked in the rain. The newspapers not only contained stories, general knowledge, political news that could be publicized, many advertisements, and humanistic concerns. There would always be times when they reminded you not to do something, and the dangers if you did it. Occasionally, they would write some humorous jokes to make the people laugh. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why would Song Wanghai announce the method of raising fresh water in the newspapers? Bai Gu was interested in money. He had 2 caddies of shelled seafood a day. He used it to make soup, stir-fried chives, hot pot, and dumplings. He would probably get sick of it in a few days. He looked at the newspaper, unable to understand it from his own perspective. Why would King Song choose to teach others instead of earning money? A merchant sent it here to pay taxes. He must be here to help you. Sui said something that even he didn't believe. I'll take it that he's thinking that way. Bai Gu really couldn't figure it out, so he said sullenly, the track's in Chang, and will be completed soon. I see many people working in the southern part of the city. Apart from the Ministry of Revenue, the Li family Zhuangzi is the most frequently engaged in construction. Song Jing received news that many captives were working in the south of the city to build houses. A little further back were the officials who didn't have houses, and a little closer were the people who used to live in shacks. There was also the warehouse area and the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop. Now they were building a house. Could it be that they were going to raise livestock? It was said that shopkeeper Liang had bought a lot of pigs, big and small, which made the price of pork in Chang'an go up a lot. Shopkeeper Liang and the others have contacted the people in the prefecture north of the capital to help raise the pigs. Shopkeeper Liang and the others are providing feed. Song Jing said. He was prepared to take over. In his view, the one who helped the people should be the imperial court. If a group of merchants were to provide additional income for the people, would the people still care about the imperial court? Even if the imperial court couldn't directly distribute the pigs and feed to the people, they should at least monitor it, right? How could the merchants operate it? We should ask. Su Yi, who understood Song Jing's thoughts, agreed. The imperial court has never interfered in such matters. Bai Gu took out some walnuts and threw them into his mouth. Li Yi told him to eat some dried fruits, walnuts, pine nuts, hazelnuts, and chestnuts every day. There were no more chestnuts. Half a month ago, the last batch of sugar-fried chestnuts was sold by the group of youths in Lantian County. They had received the teachings of the Li family Zhuangzi on how to preserve chestnuts. In fact, The newspaper had already introduced how to preserve chestnuts until spring. Others didn't dare to try. If the number of chestnuts required was too large, they might rot if they didn't preserve them well. Preserving a small number of chestnuts couldn't be done. They couldn't be preserved, and the facilities had to be complete. The youths in Lantian County had already returned the money for the pots, but they kept the pots. They bought many new pots. The original 2 big pots were fried once every 3 days, and then they carefully put them away. If the pots weren't used often, they would rot, and if they were used often, they would wear out. They wanted to keep them to remind themselves of their promise to Li Yi to help more people become rich. They believed that if Li Dongzhu had a way to make them earn money quickly, he had the ability to make them go bankrupt overnight. They had earned a few thousand chestnuts and felt that it was a lot. Li Dongzhu casually threw out a few 100,000 chestnuts. Song Jing took some walnuts from Baigu's hand. It's different now. There are many things happening, and the imperial court can't keep up. The people will slowly stop trusting the imperial court. Let's wait for a year and see how shopkeeper Liang and the others operate. If Li Yi supports a person or a team, he will definitely let this team lead others to make money. Sui felt that he understood Li Yi's thoughts. Those who made money with Li Yi were guaranteed to provide more help to the people. The Zhang family village was rich, so they would send leftovers to Chang'an's grief Tianfang. The imperial plantation was rich, so they would also send some hot pot chicken. Even Zhangsun Xian, who had earned money, knew how to continue to recruit workers, and provided cheap black bread and free soup. Xiaoyi said that it's called being rich first, and leading others to become rich together. You can't turn around and bully the poor when you're rich. Baigu explained Li Yi's theory. Li kept staring at others. This included the people from the imperial government, who had learned how to grow greenhouses, from Li family Zhuangzi. When they were rich, they had to hand over a larger proportion of public funds to the village. Increase the income of the coastal people, especially the people who cook the salt. They can help to get more seafood. The Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi, and Li Longji were talking. Li Longji came over himself. He came to ask about the first batch of goods transported by the Yellow River. He didn't know what was in it. By the way, he talked about the situation of the businessmen who raised seafood all the way to Chang'an. So far, live seafood was only suitable for long-distance transportation with shells. Li Yi considered the problem from the perspective of Sichuan salt. There would be more Sichuan salt in the future. Well salt was more delicious than boiled sea salt. Well salt was an underground brine. It had high purity and few impurities. There were many other things in the seawater. It needed to be boiled with yellow mud and filtered. Even so, the purity of the boiled salt was still incomparable to that of the well salt. Sea salt was affected, but the people by the sea had to make a living. Now the seaside of the Tang dynasty was full of dilapidated fishing villages. Before the reform and opening up, Dalian, Lushuan Island, and Shenzhen were all dilapidated fishing villages in Li Yi's time. It was because the caught seafood couldn't be sold, and could only be sold in the surrounding areas. The surrounding people didn't have money, so the price couldn't be raised. They could be sold to Luoyang and Chang'an. With Li Qingqi's group, other businessmen couldn't lower the price. The people by the sea could make more money. Smelly fish and shrimps could be made into braised shrimp sauce. As for other things, they could be dried. If they were alive, they could raise the price and the businessmen would buy them. Chapter 906. Spread the method of purifying refined salt in Zhuangzi to the seaside. If the salt produced by the seaside is good, there will be a way to make a living. Li Longji was a little embarrassed when he talked about this. He had a lot of salt wells. There were also natural gas wells and fires. In addition to cooking salt, the people nearby also went to process things. For example, reeling silk, cooking sauce, making dried green onions, and cooking without using their own firewood. When no one mentioned the dried green onions, The green onions could not be eaten and could only rot. After the incident in Chang'an spread, the people in Shu made the extra green onions into dried green onions and sold them to the imperial court. The imperial court sent them to the frontline soldiers. The price was not high, but the demand was high. In addition, other dried vegetables were also put in and sent to the front line. There was also meat floss and fermented vinegar, which were needed by the soldiers at the border. Li Longji did not charge for the use of natural gas in this way, but he charged others for using it to cook salt. He thought that his salt wells made the lives of the people by the seaside more difficult, so he decided to improve the quality of sea salt to help. Li Yi shook his head. They can't afford it. They don't have so many auxiliary materials. Actually, I have another method. Boil the sea to make salt and dry the sea to make salt. Li Yi began to introduce how to make salt pans, how to increase the proportion of salt in the sea, and when to add brine to catalyze. He also explained the process of using a salt rake to push the salt and the salt production cycle. Third brother, with this method, the salt will be piled up like a small mountain. The same amount of labor and labor time will be 100 times more than boiling salt. Li Longji was dumbfounded. He tried hard to imagine a small mountain of salt and white salt all over the seaside. Everyone would be tired and sweaty from carrying the salt baskets. Brother Yi, this method is good. It saves firewood and is fast. It should be used. Li Longji wished he could fly directly to the seaside and teach the people there how to dry salt. When the time comes, there will be more salt, and the price will be lower. Whether it is Shu salt or sea salt, the money will be earned by the merchants. Li Yi said the method, but he did not intend to use it now. There was so much salt. Building roads? Qinghai Lake? Brother Yi, compared to more people being able to eat cheap salt, the imperial court can subsidize the loss of people drying salt by the sea. Li Longji disagreed. He believed that the number of people drying salt on the beach was far less than the number of people who needed to eat cheap salt. As for the impact on his well salt income, he didn't care. The quality of Shu salt would always be higher than sea salt. It was impossible to buy sea salt when eating salt near Shu. When the Yangtze River flowed down to Dongting Lake, they ate sea salt. When the sea salt and the transportation fee arrived, it was guaranteed to be more expensive than Shu salt. There was also the Hanzhong region. On the way from Shu to Chang'an, it was better to eat Shu salt. Li Yi frowned as he pondered whether or not he should harm the interests of the salt-drying man. Drying salt was more efficient than boiling salt, and the price of salt was also lower. Drying salt was actually quite tiring. Now, drying salt meant going into the water barefoot. Boiling salt was actually similar. Scooping seawater from the sea was done barefoot, but the concentration of salt in the seawater was low. Drying the salt was done in salt water with a concentration of more than 30%, and there was also salt walking on it. If drying salt was done, the imperial court would be in charge. They would hire local people to do it, give them benefits, and set the price of salt. For example, the salt produced by the salt pans could be sold for 1 coin for 3 caddies. There would be a lot of profit. The profit would be used to subsidize the salt-drying man and provide them with protective measures. It would be regarded as a salt tax collected from the sea salt. Other places were not allowed to set up salt pans privately. Then the imperial court would start to fight against the illegal salt. The people they sent would definitely do it privately. Li Yi said all the key issues. You can choose whether it was okay or not. If the price was not set, the salt-drying man would still be poor. If the price was set, the illegal salt would be profitable. It was impossible not to pick it privately. Was his supervision strict at that time? Was the monitoring system powerful? Was there any illegal salt? Put it out to dry the salt. If there are really salt smugglers, kill them. Li Longji admitted that Li Yi's words could not be stopped. They could only be killed after discovering them. In that case, you can ask the people of the local newspaper to keep an eye on them. The people of the post station also have to keep an eye on them. Even if they want to bribe, they must first find out all the ways to report them. It is difficult to ban the illegal salt, but it can reduce the losses. Li Yi gave the follow-up measures. So be it. It was cold to boil salt in winter. It was easy to get heatstroke in summer. Drying salt, the safety measures followed. Publish it in the newspaper tomorrow? Li Longji decided to let the people of the Tang dynasty eat cheaper salt. Send people to the local areas to be responsible for building salt ponds. Don't publish it in the newspaper. Others will take the newspaper and learn it when they go back. Li Yi did not want people to learn it, especially the Khitans and Bohai people. There were salt pans in Bohai, not for drying. As long as the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was low enough, it could be transported to Bohai to be sold. The selling price was cheaper than the salt they made themselves, and they would not produce salt themselves. Then, they would raise the price of salt. When the other party saw that it was expensive, they would prepare to cook their own salt. But when the price of salt in the Tang dynasty dropped again, the people who cooked it could only give up. In the long run, the price of salt would rise and fall. Those who wanted to cook salt would see that there was no profit, so they would not make salt again. In other words, even if the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was the same as the price of salt in Bohai, the people in Bohai would not cook it themselves. They were worried that once they cooked it, the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was low, and they would lose money. The Tang dynasty could earn benefits from the process of selling salt in Bohai for a long time, and suppress the other party's salt industry. Just like in his time, the salt grown by foreign countries attacked the national salt grown by the country, and the salt extraction companies bought foreign salt. 2 parts of genetically modified salt, 2 parts of trench salt, and 2 parts of moldy old salt were invented. When mixed together, it became a good salt for the new technology. Li Longji nodded. That's good. Send eunuchs. Okay. Eunuchs are no different from other officials. They should be killed. Li Yi was casual about who to send to organize the salt drying organization. The price of salt was not controlled by the government. The people who dried salt had always been exploited and had no labor protection. When the price was set, it would inevitably include extra profits. Some people would want to squeeze this profit and sell illegal salt. The local officials colluded with each other to fight against the inspectors. When they caught them, they would kill them and confiscate their property. The imperial court used this method to recover its losses. The new officials would repeat the path taken by the previous officials, and the cycle would never end. What goods are sent to the Yellow River? Li Longji finally asked about the business he was here for. Seafood, dried oysters, mussels, dried clams, shrimps, newspapers and exchange coupons. Li casually listed a few items. On the other side of the Yellow River were Gansu, Ningxia and Inner Mongolia. They could not eat seafood now, not even dry ones. Not to mention the mainland now. When he was in Liaoning, there was a large sea around it. In Liaoning, Fushan, Anshan and other places, it was not easy to eat seafood in the 1980s. Because these cities were not close to the sea, the dried seafood by the sea was used for hot pot. It was very precious. The Tang dynasty's Chang, and seemed to be relatively close to Yinchuan, but it was actually quite far away. If one wanted to go by land, one would have to cross mountains. Now that he could finally pass the Hookah waterfall, he had to let the people there know about seafood. When you go, leave some of the seafood there. Tell the local people that you want to buy local products, and trade them when you come back. At the same time, promote the exchange coupons. Li had already thought about how to trade. The people in those places were more unfamiliar with the imperial court. He had to let them get familiar with it and recognize it. Chapter 907. I bought 20 kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. There is a record of it, and I left my fingerprint on it. Li Longji left, and came over to ask about politics. Many businessmen gathered beside Ba Qiao. They were the people who bought kerosene lamps and thermos bottles before. They need to buy bicycles, but they can't produce an invoice. They can only think of ways to prove it. Li family Zhuangzi's men wrote a contract stating what shop the other party opened and where it was located. Then they must sell the bicycles to the people who sold the thermos bottles and kerosene lamps. If not, they must compensate the Li family Zhuangzi 10 times the price. This condition cannot be broken, or else it will not show the status of the people who bought the bicycles. The businessmen wrote and left their fingerprints on the contract. After paying, they will receive the bicycles. The contract is completed. After that, the people who bought kerosene lamps and thermos bottles will have to hold them for more than a year before they are allowed to buy Li family Zhuangzi's bicycles. After buying the bicycles and holding them for more than a year, they will be allowed to buy the new products from Li family Zhuangzi. If they do not buy the bicycles now, they will have held them for more than 2 years in a few months. Otherwise, how can a bicycle be sold for 1,000 liang? How many cows and horses can you buy with this amount of money? The bicycles are not the only things that can be bought. It is also an express channel. Once there is something good, they can buy it immediately. So more people came to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. They will be able to buy them in a few days. After that, they will have to wait for a year. The people who bought the bicycles are relieved. They are not in a hurry to buy the bicycles. They will wait for the second batch. Everyone, do you know? You must learn and study Li family Zhuangzi's operating methods and improve. Bai Gu ran to the Ministry of Revenue and held a meeting with all the officials. He wants to learn from Li family Zhuangzi how to make money. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue listen carefully. They have to admit that Li Yi has a special way of making money. The kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are now priced at 500 liang for a set and 300 liang for a separate set. It was expensive. Not just ordinarily expensive. In the end, the people who did not buy the bicycles before went to Li family Zhuangzi to buy them because of the bicycles and Li family Zhuangzi's promotion. He didn't feel like he was spending money to buy something. He was getting it for free. If he went to bowl it, he wouldn't be able to get it. What else was there to say after doing business to such an extent? By Zaifu, will we be able to earn money if we learn it? Someone raised his hand. Aren't the noodles for sale? The sales volume has dropped because other people are grinding more flour at a lower price. If there's a profit, they'll sell it. Why can't we? When Bai Gu talked about this, his heart ached. Li Yi's idea was to sell the noodles, and the Li family Zhuangzi would help to process the flour. When there was no competition, the Ministry of Revenue was the biggest. The Li family Zhuangzi only sold instant noodles, not noodles. As more and more people used hand-cranked and pedal-powered flour grinding machines, some people bought dozens of them and hired people to process all kinds of flour every day. After that, he also made noodles, moist noodles, dumpling wrappers, wonton wrappers, and shumai wrappers. Customers could make an appointment, and delivery service was also provided. Even if it was just a caddy of noodles, there would be someone who would deliver it to their home if they agreed on a certain day. The price was lower than the Ministry of Revenue, and the service was better. In an instant, the Ministry of Revenue's business was snatched away. More importantly, the Ministry of Revenue still paid taxes. After the taxes were deducted, there were still profits. The Ministry of Revenue became less and less. Some officials were too embarrassed to buy noodles from the Ministry of Revenue. They treated it as giving face to Bai Gu. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue lowered their heads. They had no other choice. If they lowered the price again, they would lose money. They didn't know how other people could sell their noodles at such a low price. By Zaifu, I think it's because the Li family Zhuangzi is paying too much for the flour. Someone raised his hand. The Li family Zhuangzi is not selling. They are collecting processing fees. Do you think we can save money by buying our own flour grinding machines and processing our own flour? Bai Gu didn't think that Li Yi was cheating people. Li Yi didn't need to play tricks for a small amount of money. He just couldn't understand. If other people's prices were low, how could they make profits? Zaifu, let's force some people to buy the Ministry of Revenue's noodles. What do you think? Otherwise, we'll check their accounts and recalculate the taxes. A smart person appeared and thought of a good idea. They used the imperial court's name to force the soup pancake shops to buy the noodles. Baigu looked over in surprise. Very good. You go. When Li Yi impeaches you, don't say that I didn't help you. Zaifu, go and ask Li Yi. We really can't do anything. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue said. Boss, you go. Sigh. Baigu sighed. After work at night, he asked someone to send the seafood he raised home. He also told his family that he wouldn't be going back. Xiao Yi, it's not that I want to criticize you, but how can you cheat the Ministry of Revenue for a small profit? Baigu went to the Li family Zhuangzi and sat at the table in the cafeteria. In front of him was a bowl of rice noodles. The rice noodles were made from new indica rice. Li Yi deliberately made them with extra rice seeds. Indica rice that matured in 50 days didn't taste good. It was made into rice noodles. If it worked, everyone would eat rice noodles, big rice pancakes, and rice noodles in the future. The two of them sat across from each other. There was a clay pot in the middle with things around it. Li Yi was slowly putting them in. He was eating authentic rice noodles. They weren't boiled, they were hot. At that time, he didn't boil a lot of spicy soup with traditional Chinese medicine. He boiled it with plain water and added some seasoning and chili oil. The crossing the bridge rice noodles had also changed. They were also boiled. After boiling, he added a small spoon of watercress, which was made from broad beans. Spicy soup saved money on traditional Chinese medicine. The rice noodles didn't need to be boiled into chicken soup. What he was eating now was not. There was a layer of chicken oil on top. It didn't look like much steam was coming out. If he put his finger in, he would know how hot it was. Li put the meat in first. When the meat was cooked, he looked up at Baigu. Old Bai, are you trying to blackmail me? Let's talk about something. Don't accuse me right away. You are unreasonable even if I talk about something. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Baigu stared. The noodles sold outside are cheaper than the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue can't sell anymore. Oh, state-owned enterprises have never done private enterprises? That's normal. Making noodles privately is to make money. Every aspect has to be considered. Who in the Ministry of Revenue would be willing to spend so much effort? It's not like they can make more money. It's a thankless task. Did any of the people hired by the Ministry of Revenue have been introduced by officials? Quite a few, right? Li Yi began to put in the ham, vegetables, and prepared to add the rice noodles at any time. The rice noodles were put in last. The rice noodles made with traditional methods were cooked. There were no quail eggs, so he put in 2 boiled and peeled eggs. This way they were cooked. The temperature was still very high, so it had to be eaten slowly. It had to be dipped in sesame oil, chili oil, aged vinegar, soy sauce, sesame paste, etc. Baigu watched Li Yi's operation and felt a sense of enjoyment. And then, how did others make money? He wanted to figure out why his cost was so high for the same operation and what went wrong. Other people's noodles don't make money. They have to pay taxes. Once the taxes are deducted, the sales price will be lower than the cost. Other people don't expect to make money from dry noodles. They sell wet noodles, dumpling wrappers, and other things to make money. Their goal is to have a market share. When they suppress others, the price of dry noodles will increase. At least they can keep their capital. Li Yi looked at Baigu helplessly. You have been learning from me for so long, and you don't even know about economic warfare? The other party had launched an attack. Chapter 908. Will I do that if I eat too much chili oil? Baigu looked at the chili oil at the side. He wanted to eat it but was afraid. He was most willing to eat the spicy hot pot or malatang made by Li Yi. Eating spicy food wouldn't hurt his stomach, nor would he do that. Yes, so don't scoop the chili noodles. Put some chili oil to taste. Li Yi indicated that he didn't put any other herbs. Who would throw a bunch of Chinese herbs into the crossing bridge rice noodles? Impossible. Generally, it was fine to not eat chili oil. There was chili in the bean strips. The bean strips were mainly salty. With a little spiciness, the freshness of the broad beans could be extracted. Yunnan's rice noodles didn't have bean strips. Sichuan's rice noodles did. Sichuan liked to use spiciness to enhance the freshness. People who were prone to allergies shouldn't eat things with bean strips. Those who had taken some medicine shouldn't eat fish or broad beans. Li planted more chili. He encouraged the farmers to eat more chili. It could make people happy, but not too much. It would hurt the gastrointestinal tract. Baigu scooped a spoonful of chili oil and put it in his small bowl. They want to squeeze out the business of the Ministry of Revenue? Old Bai, you think too highly of your Ministry of Revenue. They don't even care about the Ministry of Revenue. They are competing with each other. What is your Ministry of Revenue? Li didn't show any mercy. Ministry of Revenue? Haha. They were a group of merchants who were fighting in the capital. The kind that saw blood with every blade. In their eyes, the Ministry of Revenue was nothing. If the state-owned enterprises didn't have administrative protection, they would have been eaten up by others. I have to give up on selling noodles? How can they do this? Baigu participated in the business competition. Only then did he know the fierceness of the business world. He didn't know about others. But at least the Ministry of Revenue's noodles were almost ruined. Learn from them. Buy a mill and process it yourself. Otherwise, you will never be able to win against them if you pay me processing fees. Li Yi said as he started to use his chopsticks to pick up the rice noodles. He picked up the small bowl and poured the rice noodles. The rice noodles were long and had to be poured down in one go. There were also some people who were more straightforward. They used chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other to pick up the rice noodles. They directly used the spoon to press the rice noodles at the back against the inner wall of the pottery pot. Then, there was a pile of rice noodles of different lengths in the pot. Eating rice noodles was a technical job. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry. Otherwise, you'll be splashed all over. As expected, they said that you cheated the Ministry of Revenue during the processing. Baigu also picked up a rice noodle with his bowl and complained with his eyes wide open. Bah! Old Bai, do you believe that I can make money just by making noodles? Which is also the result of the Li family's farmstead paying for some chaff and flour. Moreover, you can push the price even lower and push the other competitors against the wall. Do you believe me? Li finished filling a rice noodle and went to pick up the meat and vegetables. He despised Baigu. Baigu didn't say anything for the time being. He was patiently picking out the rice noodles. It was hard to control the strength. It was too long and slippery. Li helped Baigu by picking up all the pieces below. Then, Baigu put them into the bowl. I don't believe you. Say it and see how I refute you. Baigu was picking out the bean sprouts. He liked to eat them. Alright, I'm bragging. I can't do it either. Li lowered his head and ate the rice noodles. Baigu, Xiaoyi, tell me. When you went to Luoyang, I took good care of you. After you left, I even helped you catch locusts. You helped me? Who did I help? I brought poultry and pigs all the way there. Did I do it for money? I'm saying that I'm on your side. Don't. I'm on the same side as my Wentian. You and Yong. What? Li suddenly interrupted Baigu. You put a lot of wooden balls in the swimming pool. Aren't you afraid that the children will choke on the water when they play? Baigu glared at him again. However, sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. It was probably because the rice noodles were too hot. Old Bai, you're right. You have to send more people to watch. Actually, by making some dough packets and adding eggs when kneading the noodles, you can seize the initiative. Li Yi had no choice but to tell him the plan. He could choose not to provoke him, but there were some things that couldn't be done. Baigu raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs were also sweating. At that moment, they heaved a sigh of relief. What's the exact procedure? Baigu panted twice before recovering. Cut the salt and smoked chicken into small pieces and dry them. Put the starch, dried green onions, dried cabbage, ginger powder, and small pieces of oily tofu in a small paper bag. When selling, give a small bag for every 4 taels of noodles. Tell the buyer that it's egg and chicken juice noodles. Add eggs to the noodles and cook the noodles. Bring more soup and pour it into the paper bag to stir. In this way, you can raise the price of the noodles. When the lower price can't compete, we can advertise the higher price. Li gave the detailed operation method. When the lower price competition appeared in the market, one had to consider doing the opposite. One had to grasp the psychology of consumers. When many instant noodles were lowering the price of each other, one suddenly took out an instant noodle and said it was better. The price would be at least double. Consumers would think that you get what you pay for. There was nothing wrong with buying the more expensive one. In fact, the cost of the more expensive instant noodle definitely wouldn't exceed double the cost of other instant noodles. It would be more than 30%. Isn't that just instant noodles? Baigu thought of something. No, instant noodles are fried food and can be eaten directly. It's expensive. Dried noodles are raw and have to be processed. It's cheaper than instant noodles. If the Ministry of Revenue does as I say, you can occupy the middle market. It's best to take the opportunity to promote the brand. After saying that, Li shook his head. He looked as if he wasn't optimistic about the Ministry of Revenue. Baigu remembered and prepared to use this method later. On the surface, he snorted. Shall we wait for them to sell instant noodles? Let's see what you'll do then. Indeed, they should sell it. I'll say it and allow others to sell it. If I don't say anything, they won't dare to. What a pain. Li pinched his forehead with his fingers. If he didn't say anything, others wouldn't dare to touch his business. Baigu. He lowered his head and ate the noodles. He didn't forget to blow on it. There was a layer of oil in the pot. The noodles were still hot even after such a long time. After eating a piece of noodles, Baigu looked up and asked, "What if they also learn? They've always been imitated and never surpassed. If it were me, I'd want to occupy the market. With the Tang dynasty's business mindset, I'd be bullying others." Li pursed his lips. He was least afraid of business competition. If everyone follows the rules, and no one uses underground forces or official channels, he will crush others. If the other party doesn't follow the rules and uses underground forces, he will spend more money to hire more people to settle the matter. If the other party uses official channels, sigh. Zhu, this old man really doesn't believe you this time. Baigu had a curious expression on his face, but his words were still provocative. Let's settle the instant noodles issue first. To be honest, if the Ministry of Revenue does this, it will take less than 5 days. You will still be bullied. Li doesn't want to talk about the Ministry of Revenue. That's their own problem. Unless he is in a good mood, he will impeach them. Many of the people working in the Ministry of Revenue are from powerful backgrounds. When they produce the instant noodles, they treat the factory as their home. It shouldn't be a problem for them to take some things from their home. Also, this is their home. Sometimes when they are making noodles, they can just pour the water away. There's no need to add flour. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.